morning. Hi, Gillian Joseph. Nice to meet you. Got my microphone on.
So you are on. You're on, yeah?
Yeah, I'm the moderator.
Like this.
Do they want me to start? Do they want me to start now?
Okay, we haven't started, yes.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, everyone, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the panel discussion, Driving a Just Hydrogen Transition. My name is Gillian Joseph, and I'll be leading you through the panel this morning. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce you to Gunther Berger, Managing Director of the Directorate for SDG Innovation and Economic Transformation for UNIDO, to open and give us his opening remarks. Please welcome him to the stage.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I think it's a little bit early after a wonderful and nice cultural event we had yesterday evening, but a very warm welcome once more from my side, and I'm very delighted that some of you found the way this morning to our side event. And of course, first of all, I would like to say welcome to our esteemed speakers for their time to explore enablers in achieving a just hydrogen transition. And also thank you very much, Ms. Gillian Joseph, our moderator. We had the possibility to listen to your moderation yesterday. Thank you very much for that. And yes, our issue today, clean hydrogen, we think it holds waste and tapped potential for driving new industrial development in developing countries and economies in transition, and for transforming energy systems to net zero. And for us as UNIDO, it's so important that hydrogen-based value chain development offers great opportunities to producer countries that are often located, as you know, in developing countries and in countries with economies in transition. And these opportunities include economic diversification, job creation, skills development, as well as energy security. And only 23 sizable clean hydrogen projects were operational in 2022. And to deploy this technology at scale, several challenges need to be addressed, and we want to discuss today two of them: financing of hydrogen production facilities, electrolyzers, and infrastructure. Here we need to find new and innovative solutions for de-risking the enormous investment needed, and policy instrument and standards to promote an international market and and to better match demand and supply. And clean hydrogen can pave the way for net zero industrial development. But we need to make sure that this transition is a just one. And contributing to this aim, we as UNIDO, we initiated our global program for hydrogen in industry to accelerate the global production and local production of clean hydrogen in industries of developing countries and transition economies. And just recently, we have taken on the coordination of the International Hydrogen Trade Forum to facilitate new trade corridors. Here, we want to ensure that needs and benefits of the global south are considered. So, ladies and gentlemen, a just hydrogen transition needs all of us to work together to share knowledge and resources. And now I look forward to seeing a discussion which explores effective solutions that places an inclusive, sustainable industrial development at the heart of the just hydrogen transition. And I wish us a fruitful session. And once more, thanks to the panelists, arrived this morning or yesterday evening, once more for your contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those opening remarks. So let's crack on. Just to make you aware at the start that we are going to open the floor for questions from the audience, so if you can be thinking with that in mind of a question that you might like to ask to the panel. Now, clean hydrogen is being promoted as the fuel of the future for being clean, storable and portable. While it can serve as a clean energy carrier and storage option for renewable energy, clean hydrogen has also the potential to substitute fossil fuel to decarbonize economic activities and create unique opportunities for a net zero industrial development for developing countries that have abundant renewable power potential. At present, the majority of hydrogen is currently produced from fossil fuel-based sources such as natural gas and coal, also defined as grey hydrogen, accounting for more than 95% of the global hydrogen production. Transitioning industrial processes with clean hydrogen and enabling net zero industrial development is crucial. However, the investment committed to hydrogen projects in developing countries remains low due to a number of persisting barriers and uncertainties in regulatory, economic, and financing aspects. Now, UNIDO's global program for hydrogen in industry supports developing countries and transitioning economies to fully benefit from the new opportunities that clean hydrogen can bring for net zero industrial development and local value addition. So let's crack on and meet the panel for the discussion for this topic. First of all, I'd like to call to the stage Markus Exenberger. Markus is a member of the executive board of the H2 Global Stiftung. He's an economist and engineer and spent 20 years managing large and complex energy portfolios in Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas, dealing in particular with the development of large-scale energy and infrastructure projects. Amongst others, he worked for the German Society for International Cooperation, GmbH, and international consulting companies. Markus has initiated H2 Global together with Timo Bollehay. Please do take a seat. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call to the stage Sylvie Maher Sorensen. She's an investment professional with 15 years of experience in project management and infrastructure financing in Africa. She joined the African Development Bank in 2013, working first on the appraisal of public sector energy operations before joining the private sector infrastructure finance and PPP division and the Energy Financial Solutions team in 2018. Over the past 10 years at the bank, Sylvie was based in Tunis, Abidjan and Nairobi. As Chief Investment Officer, Sylvie led the appraisal, structuration and negotiations of power generation projects totaling about 1.5 GW of capacity across Africa. Welcome. And last but not least, please welcome to the stage Anne-Catherine Biago. Over the past 14 years, she has worked with an innovation, technology development and sustainable development in shipping through both private stakeholders like Maersk and not-for-profit organizations like Green Ship of the Future. Since 2020, she's been part of the Centre for Zero Carbon Shipping and is currently leading the strategy and sustainability work there. She holds an MSc from Copenhagen Business School and an executive MBA from the Technical University of Denmark. Please welcome the entire panel to the stage once more. Now, just to frame the discussion that we're going to have, we're going to be looking at how clean hydrogen can advance sustainable industrialized pathways. So your thoughts on that will be required. How we can remove unnecessary regulatory barriers to facilitate clean hydrogen trade, what's needed for developing countries to become key players in this arena. So, with those thoughts in mind, I'm going to come to you first of all, Marcus, for you to tell us a bit more about the H2 Global Initiative and how that potentially will ramp up the clean hydrogen market.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for having me here today. I started my career in development cooperation 25 years ago, so I'm very familiar with the international cooperation. And my colleague and I, Timo Bollerhei, we developed the idea of H2 Global 2.5 years ago or 3 years ago. It was a little bit out of a frustration of knowing that existing instruments for ramping up the hydrogen market are. That was our thesis, our thought, are too slow if you really would like to reach our 2030, 2035 goals, etc. What we figured out during 20 years working in different sectors, especially now in the financial sector, is that whoever you asked what is necessary to ramp up the market, you received always the same answer: offtake. You really need to create an offtake to make sure that projects can be bankable. And based on that thesis and taking into consideration that there is no market for green hydrogen, a market for green hydrogen and green hydrogen derivatives needs to be developed because there is nothing. That was, let's say, the initial point when we started the idea of creating H2 Global, to overcome this chicken and egg problem why nobody's investing in hydrogen and green hydrogen derivatives. We started as well with the idea to have it as competitive as it can be. So really to make sure that we are using funds provided by governments as efficient as possible and not paying things in advance like CAPEX finance mechanisms are doing. So really just paying or using the funds available or provided by the governments just when the product is there, just to make it really as efficient, as secure as possible. Another thing is for us, or was for us, very important. There are certain risks in the market. When you want to develop a market, you need to reduce such kind of risks, regulatory risks. So just to describe the product, so there was no description of what is green, what is, how the molecule or how the product should look like. All that, all these things need to be reduced when you would like to create and to develop a market. And that's exactly where H2 Global starts. What we are providing now through H2 Global is a so-called double auction mechanism, provided with funds from the German government. It is now for the first round of auctions. We started already in the beginning of this year, 900 million euros. We started 3 auctions, and whoever provides the best bid, the lowest price based on criteria set, will get the strike. So we are now in the final stage of these particular auctions, and within the next couple of weeks we will finalize these first auctions, and then we can make 3 strikes. So that means 3 different projects will get the strike, will get a 10-year offtake guarantee. So that means our trader called HINCO, Hydrogen Intermediary Company, will buy these products for fixed price, for guaranteed price over a period of 10 years. That creates investment security because we have a secured offtake. We are government-backed because we have the guarantee provided by the German government. So our trader HINCO can act as a AAA investor or as a blue-chip investor on the market. So if you can get a contract provided by HINCO, you can go to your bank, you can bind your finance on this offtake contract. What HINCO will do now, so they will not store these products, of course, they will sell these products time divergent into the European market. Time divergent means as short as possible. We will sell it, we will buy it for 10 years, but we will sell it only for 1 year into the German or into the European market. That has 2 reasons. First of all, we want to get the highest possible price, and we expect that the price will increase within the next years because of upcoming regulation.
Hello? Yes, good morning.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
We've got an extra panelist.
Okay, that's good. No. Because of what we expect, higher willingness to pay now within the next couple of years. So we just want to make sure that the price gap between the high price we most probably need to pay for the product, for the green product, and the expected price for bringing it into the market, that this price gap is as small as possible. But there is another reason why we are doing it like this, so in a very short auction. We want to create price signals. The price signal is, for our understanding, the most important thing what you need to create a market. Because there is absolute uncertainty into the market. Nobody knows what kind of, or what will be the price for a green product, for green derivatives, for green hydrogen, and so on. So really you need to send out transparent price signals to create liquidity into the market. And that's, let's say, the basic instrument or the basic idea behind H2 Global. H2 Global is a very agnostic and a very flexible instrument. It is more or less like a toolbox. It can be always used differently. You can extend the lifetime or extend the period of auction frame. So you can say make it for 10 years, for 5 years, for 20 years. Even on the offtake side, you can go short or you can go even longer. You can play with the geographies by saying you want to have a global auction. For the first round of auction, we have a global auction. But for the second round of auction, most probably we will have it based on different geographies. Maybe one for the Americas, one for Asia, one for Africa, and so on. Just to make sure that you even can diversify the production of green hydrogen and green hydrogen derivatives. You can promote technologies by saying that, for example, you would like to want to promote the technology of direct air capture. You can set this particular thing as a criteria, and then everybody who wants to attend in the auction needs to follow these criteria and needs to offer then direct air capture. You can even use different criteria in regards of sustainability by saying you want to add some sustainability criteria, or you want to add whatever other things related to security for our cooperation in the science sector, cooperation in different other sectors, just to make sure that you can create a local production or local offtake. All that can be combined with H2 Global. Just allow me one last word. H2 Global, we started as an initiative made for the German government, but right from the beginning it was, and this is based on what the German government even wanted to have, H2 Global as a European initiative, and we became European. The European Commission decided this year in summer to use H2 Global for the so-called European Hydrogen Bank. So what we are doing now for the German government, we are doing right now as well for all other member states in the European Commission and even other countries like America, like Australia, like Japan, like Korea, other countries in the Middle East, United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are very much interested now in cooperating with H2 Global. So it becomes really a global initiative, and this is very important for us, especially now for our today's topic, how to promote hydrogen and how to ease the access for developing countries to the global market.
Marcus, thank you very much for that very comprehensive answer. You mentioned amongst the topics there finance, and I wanted to bring Sylvie in on that, just to ask what role can development finance institutions play in boosting clean hydrogen developments, especially for developing countries and, you know, transitioning economies?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, and it's great to meet Marcus. You know, together with Timo, they created H2 Global, and Timo used to be a colleague at African Development Bank. We worked together for 2 years, so it's great to see maybe that the experience that he had with the African Development Bank fed into this wonderful initiative. So let me also thank the UNIDO for inviting the African Development Bank to take part in this panel on the side of the 20th General Assembly of UNIDO. We do hope that this is the beginning of many more collaborations to come between our institutions. So before I started my new role at the bank, I worked for 7 years as a Chief Investment Officer in the Energy Financial Solutions. And this is the team that is in charge of originating and structuring all private sector deals in the energy space in Africa, and especially renewable energy projects, which represents nearly 100% of our generation-related financing approval for the past 5 years at the bank. So we've been very much involved through that renewable energy angle into the conversation on how to develop green hydrogen in Africa. And the African Development Bank even hosted the Africa Green Hydrogen Alliance inaugural forum in our headquarters city, Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, last year. So we've been following this conversation from the beginning, and over the past 2 years, we've seen dozens of MOUs being signed between African governments and private sector companies to develop green hydrogen projects. I think the total amount is over 150 gigawatts of capacity. Those projects are extremely ambitious, but they're also early stage. So there is a lot of buzz, there are a lot of announcements, but up to now, reality is that none of these projects have reached financial close. So there is a learning curve. We still have to learn the lessons on what makes those projects bankable in Africa in particular, and in emerging economies in general. And it's a learning curve for everyone, for the developers, for governments, for investors, and for lenders, including the FIs. So there is a buzz, definitely. There's a momentum building up. But the question is, how do we move from that buzz to boom, and how do we really scale up? And as a DFI, I think we see several levers to unlock that green hydrogen value chain in emerging economies, and in particular in Africa, which is my point of reference, is first of all setting national strategies and having this long-term vision. Egypt has done it as the first country in Africa to do it at COP27, launching that green hydrogen vision with the help of DFI. It's working on regulations, as Marcus said it. It's making sure we have access to off-takers, especially long-term ones, access to cheap capital, de-risking those projects, and also for us as Development Bank, make sure that we work on the innovation and the skills locally to make sure that that transition to hydrogen is just. And DFIs are working on all those levers, but you, I think, asked about what we can do in terms of de-risking these projects in emerging economies. And as you know, actual and perceived risks are the key driver for the cost of capital and the cost of green hydrogen, and how attractive it's going to be at the end for potential buyers out there. And you have risks that are specific to a nascent clean hydrogen industry in emerging economies. And those are related to the fact that we don't yet have a track record of this technology working at scale. I mean, the technology is proven, but for megawatt project, not for gigawatt project. So there's a question mark on the ability of that technology to work at scale and at the volumes that we're seeing. There is uncertainty around demand, around off-taker, around prices. There's a lack of enabling infrastructure for hydrogen. So those are the risks that are specific to this new green hydrogen industry in emerging economies. And then you have the risk of all or any kind of large infrastructure projects which are linked to political, microeconomic, regulatory, permitting risks. And DFIs can help both on the kind of policy de-risking side and the financial de-risking side. Policy de-risking tools are linked to really addressing the root causes of the risks. So by that we mean offering technical assistance to improve the regulatory framework, set up clear policies around development of green hydrogen, increase institutional capacity, and so on. And on the financial risk side, we have instruments such as guarantees, political risk insurance, can support local currency, mitigate the FX risks, and so on. But even if you de-risk a project to the maximum of your ability, nowadays, you're still going to have this price gap that Marcus mentioned between green hydrogen and gray hydrogen. And the role of DFIs, I believe, is to help reduce that price gap beyond de-risking by offering cheap financing, concessional funding, to reduce the cost of capital and make sure that green hydrogen sourced from emerging economies, such as Africa, is indeed competitive.
Thank you. Let's move to Anne-Catherine now. And I wanted to bring in your work in terms of the global maritime industry, which accounts for approximately 3% of total emissions. How is the Centre for Zero Carbon Shipping contributing to decarbonize the maritime industry? What's your role?
Thank you, and thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure being here. So the center was set up 3 years ago with a foundation, with funding from the A.P. Møller Foundation, with one purpose, and that was to help de-risk the decarbonization of the maritime industry from a technical perspective. So basically what we're trying to do is that we are dealing quite systematically with the different fuel pathways that are relevant for the maritime industry. However, 3 years down the line, we see that the technical challenges are not at the core of the issue. We will solve that, in other words. And we have a lot of projects dealing with the different fuel pathways, making sure that that we are able to use the different fuels on board the vessels, that the bunkering will work, that the safety is in place, so on and so forth. We will get that sorted, no doubt. The big challenge is the policy framework, and it's the scale of supply. So what we can see now is that, as Marcus was asking for, is that we need that commitment to offtake, and we need the demand signal from the various industries. And so that's really a core focus for us. So we're trying to generate the demand signals needed from the maritime industry. We work on different fuel pathways. So for shipping, quite likely, we will see ammonia as the big game changer, and we will see methanol as particularly relevant in certain regions and for some segments. Hydrogen, for the time being, is for short sea shipping, near coastal shipping, a key contributor to decarbonizing the industry. So it's an important factor there. For deep sea shipping, it's more part of generating or developing both ammonia and e-methanol. So a key component, of course, but from different perspectives. At the center in Copenhagen, we have around 120 people looking at various areas of the challenges. So we have the technical perspective, as I mentioned before, but we also have the policy framework that we need to develop in time to support decarbonization in line with the Paris Agreement trajectory, basically. I think one thing that I want to pull out in this context is the issue of scale. I mentioned it before, but what we need to understand is that the current announced capacity of electrolyzers, we would need to assign 20% of that for shipping alone, the global capacity. So we need to talk about how we accelerate and scale these different technologies to a level that is, to the level necessary. When it comes to ammonia, for instance, if we say that shipping alone would need what constitutes around 7 exajoule of energy in 2050, that means that we would need around 750 ammonia plants to be in place by 2050. If methanol was the fuel of choice for the industry, it would mean that we would need around 5,000 methanol plants in place by 2050. So again, repeating, we need to talk about the scale, we need to talk about the scale of investments needed, and then we need to talk about how we can make this happen in a way that doesn't necessarily replicate the current system, but that we also use this opportunity and the energy transition to rethink the current system. There is no need for the shipping industry to bunker in Singapore, for instance, if the actual development of fuel and fuel supply is in a region in Africa, for instance. So we need to look at how the system works today, and as we develop the technology pathways, we need to rethink the system, basically.
Okay, thank you. I've just been handed a note just to say, can you keep your microphones a little bit closer when you're speaking so that everyone can hear? Marcus, I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about establishing the markets, creating the demand, how you grow that need for this energy supply source.
There is a limited amount of hydrogen available, green hydrogen available within the next couple of years, because we need to scale up the production. There is, or let's put it on the other way. We have around 15,000 MOUs, LOIs, whatever signed, but we have at least, in a very optimistic manner, up to 4% of all these contracts have an FID. So that's the reason why, we need to make projects really bankable, and this can be done only through stimulation of the offtake. And what is very crucial, you can see even countries like Saudi Arabia, like other countries in the Middle East, they are not able right now to bring the green products into the market for competitive prices. So even they need another stimulation, they need subsidies, they need support. So this is something what I think what makes it even more challenging for countries without having such kind of, let's say, financial power, with not having such kind of infrastructure available right now. So what we really need is first of all a market creation through transparency, through really transparent price signals, and secondly a lot of support given now to projects. Another example. We all know that this IRA in the US is a very powerful instrument. We were asked, we as H2Glo were asked in the beginning of this year by the US government to develop a second scheme for the US government to create more demand in the US, because they have the problem that based on these financial power given through the IRA, they will produce a lot, but they need really a stimulation for their own market to create demand. What will be done with all these products? Of course, they will be exported. So even that, you know, is for a global market creation, it is, I wouldn't say a challenge, but at least this is a very strong power from a market who received a lot of subsidies and a lot of support provided by their government. So I think if we want to develop markets in Europe, in Asia, and we want to stimulate production in Africa or in Latin America, a lot of really direct support given by governments, given by multilateral institutions is necessary and needed, beside everything what needs to be done regarding regulation, regarding whatever national plans to support markets. But if we really want to develop the market, we need to do so. And just allow me one other thing. We are always talking about, should it be green, should it be clean, should it be blue, or whatever. If we don't have the time to discuss such kind of issues, we have to do whatever we can as fast as possible. And if it is for a time being blue, I would say personally it is fine. But our goal needs to be always clean and green. Just to give you one example, if we would proceed like we are doing right now, we have to capture and storage in 2050 32 billion tons of CO2 per year, 23 billion tons per year through direct air capture. That would need an amount of electricity of 26,000 terawatt hours. This is the actual production capacity we have in the world. So just because of that, we can talk about blue, but green is the future. That's the only possible way. So we shouldn't waste too much time in whatever in talking about colors and so on. For a time being, I'm quite sure we need blue, but at least on the mid and on the long-term perspective, there is no other way than green.
So, Marcus, you're suggesting that for the moment we should at least be colourblind. And Sylvie, would you agree that there is a sense of urgency? There are estimates projecting the African continent's potential to produce $1 trillion worth of clean hydrogen. Do you agree that that needs to be harnessed right now?
Yeah, no, truly the potential for green hydrogen in Africa is enormous, and that is spurring wonderful dreams of growth for the continent, and it's good to keep that potential in mind to trigger hope, but also, of course, action and fast action. But at the same time, as our president, Mr. Adesina, likes to say, you don't eat potential. And that potential, that buzz needs to materialize in growth that is real and that is inclusive for the host countries and for the African people. And a way to do that, and I agree, demand-side policies are keys, but also on the host country side, there need to be a move to become credible supplier, I want to say. And this is done by them showing that they are able and willing to share some of the risks of these projects by investing right now into the supporting infrastructure for green hydrogen, so transmission line, ports, storage, pipelines, and so on, but also strengthening the regulatory framework. And the bank and other DFIs are helping in doing so. I mentioned guarantees and technical assistance, and we also have, of course, the infrastructure loans and so on. But there is one thing that I would like to highlight that the African Development Bank is doing at the moment to support host countries to accelerate that investment into the green hydrogen train. And this is through the African Legal Support Facility. Currently, the African Legal Support Facility hosted by the bank is supporting the governments of Egypt, Mauritania, and Namibia to negotiate on a level playing field with the private sector very complex green hydrogen agreements to make sure that those are balanced, that they are fair, and they are sustainable. There are lessons to be learned from the extractive industry, and even though the potential is enormous, the risks are also there for African countries to make a lot of sacrifices in terms of not taking tax revenues and stuff like that to attract FDIs in the green hydrogen space, but then being frustrated that there are no commensurate benefits for their own populations. So facilities such as this, the African Legal Support Facility can help in ensuring long-term sustainable agreements that are fair for and win-win for all parties, and I think that's also something to keep in mind.
I like that you said, Sylvie, that you can't eat potential. That's a great quote. And with that in mind, I'd like to turn to Anne-Catherine to talk about some of the actual things that are happening. I wonder if you can tell us about the Green Corridor pre-feasibility blueprint and the centre's cooperation with, is it Chile?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we want to do at the center is that we want to enable more actors to get going on the One of the things that we want to do at the center is we want to enable more actors to get going with the transition. And so whatever experience we build up, whatever knowledge we create at the center, we share openly. And one of these elements is what we call Green Corridor blueprints. And so I want to just spend a couple of minutes explaining what a green corridor is, because I think that's quite important. Effectively, it's large-scale demonstration projects that demonstrates how you can make a specific route between 1, 2, or more ports green. So having a vessel trading there, engaging the port, engaging the local authorities or the government, engaging a fuel production facility or a fuel supplier, and preferably also a cargo owner. So you have representatives from the entire value chain involved in a specific demonstration projects. Now, if you see the trade media for maritime, you might get the impression that there are 10, 20 plus green corridors out there. That's not the situation, unfortunately, because it takes time to build up these projects. And as you say, you can't eat potential, but there is potential for a lot of green corridors out there. It's also difficult work because you need to figure out what are the best ways of getting going, what are the most meaningful corridors to begin for a country. And so in the case with Chile, we've been working with them for a year and a half, and we have been into some quite thorough analysis on which ports in which regions that make sense to try and decarbonize. And there are different perspectives into making that decision. One is the technical perspective, so where could it work fast? But then there is also the social perspective. Where do we have the skill sets, the people available to create to actually do the work and be involved in the development of this green corridor? And then there is a third thing that you might want to take into consideration, and that is access to energy. So when you build up energy supply, green energy supply, you want to make sure that you don't just extract that for a industry. You want to make sure that you actually help the region in question. And in the case of Chile, we have southern part of Chile, which has some challenges in terms of stable energy supply. And so there it makes a lot of sense to set up a green corridor that both produces fuel for the maritime industry, but also supports the energy access in that region specifically. And I think that's a really nice example of how different agendas need to go hand in hand. So we have a technological development and demonstration process that we need to get going as fast as possible, but we cannot do it without consideration of the community that we are part of and the people involved. So trying to merge those. And in the case of Chile, they have a just transition vision for the country, so that makes it easier to merge those two agendas, which makes a lot of sense for us in the way we work.
Sylvie, you wanted to come in.
I just want to say amen to that, because I think now the conversation is evolving, and at the beginning when we heard the private sector talking about green hydrogen development in emerging economies and in Africa in particular, this aspect of just transition and benefiting local communities was absent from the discourse. And so I'm so happy to hear what you just said, because it would be indeed very unfortunate if Africa or other, global south countries had this incredible resource and just export it out cheaply. In countries I'm familiar with, like Mauritania and Namibia, energy access is under 50%. So you wouldn't be able to conceive to see electricity used to produce ammonia being produced massively, but not helping solving this electricity access problem. Same with water. Lots of these green hydrogen developments are going to be located in deserts or rural areas that are very arid. And so developing those projects without thinking about irrigation solution or drinking water solution for the communities around, doesn't make sense. So that growth needs to be inclusive, as you said. The move from buzz to boom, as I like to call it, when it comes to green hydrogen, must be inclusive.
Thank you. And at this point, I remember what I said at the start, we're going to open the floor to questions from the audience. Has anybody thought of their question and would like to ask? Just raise your hand, and I think the microphone will come to you. Are there any questions from the floor? I'm not missing anyone. You're being very shy. I don't know if you've woken up yet this morning. Okay, well, while you have a think, if there's anybody that wants to ask a question to the panel, and you're formulating that question, I know, in your mind, think on while we continue with our panel. So just some of the common questions. Marcus, we'll come back to you on this one. So industries are at the heart of the clean hydrogen transition. I'm sure you'd agree with that. What are the key components? You probably talked a little bit about them before. What are the key components that need to be further addressed to domestically produce and apply clean hydrogen in developing countries?
Bankability is key. So we have to make sure that these projects are really bankable. Secondly, I would say the logistic transport is very important. So to have an infrastructure, let's say, just to give you an example, the northern part of Africa is very close connected to Europe, to one of the main off-takers now, at least for the next decades, for sure. So pipeline systems are partly available within the next couple of years. So this is a real advantage. Nevertheless, countries in the southern part or more southern part of Africa, especially, let's say, for example, South Africa, Namibia, they have a long history now in Fischer-Tropsch, and they are I would say, one of the key players. They will be one of the key players now worldwide for the production, for example, of synthetic fuels now for the airline and for the shipping sector. So there are a lot of potentials. But allow me just one other thing. What I would, and that's something where we started as well with H2 Global, with the idea. I think what is really necessary is a competition of ideas in Africa, in other countries, that really the good projects within countries can compete against each other for getting support, just to make sure that we can really unleash local support, local empowerment, that all that what is really there on the market.
How do you foster that competition of ideas, though? How do you create that?
Just for example, DFI, whatever other institutions, banks, whatever, would provide a certain amount of support by saying we want to support the best projects out of a competition. That would, from my understanding, really help. It is much better than saying, we want to support whatever particular region, a particular country, or whatever. Just just make sure that really all the power, all the ideas, all the concepts who are really there in the market can be really used. And from my understanding, competition is always a good way to be efficient and efficient with finance and with all other resources.
Sylvie, what do you think to that idea of supporting competition?
Yeah, no, competition is good. Definitely helps out weeding out the bad from the good projects. There are not that many good projects out there, and when I say good projects or bankable projects, for us, the way we look at it is, I think number one is, does it have a credible, credit-worthy, long-term off-taker? I mean, everybody will tell you that, and that's why we really applaud H2 Global as an initiative. It is critical. It's essential. It is a condition sine qua non of this happening. We need 10, 20 times the ability of H2 Global. So Marcus mentioned 900 million. I think we need 10 times, 20 times that to really unlock the potential of green hydrogen in emerging economies. Strong sponsors, energy side or the LNG side, but they're also learning. And if they have an established track record in putting together large-scale renewable plants in emerging economies, that's good. If they have deep pockets, that's even better. And also, if interests are aligned between those sponsors and the off-taker, that's a good sign. So meaning if the off-taker is also participating into the equity structure, we see that as a good practice. And of course, having a robust EPC and technology provider is something that we also look very favorably at. So if there is competition, yes, we would support the best project, but those best projects will have to have those features I just mentioned.
Okay, we're going to go for a final question to Anne-Catherine, but unless we have a question from the floor. Oh, we do. I'm getting a thumbs up. Okay, let's take that question, please.
It's actually a question from the audience online. How do you think green and blue hydrogen can help to achieve the SDGs? Should national hydrogen strategies address this issue? Which SDGs can hydrogen deployment help to address?
Who would like to take that? Marcus, we know, is colorblind, so maybe you can talk about the green and blue.
I'm not sure if I catch it up.
Let's just take the first part of the question,
How do you think green and blue hydrogen can help to achieve the SDGs?
The SDGs? Okay, yes.
Catherine, you'd like to take it?
So I think there are a lot of different ways, or a lot of different SDGs that needs to be considered here. So of course, there's the better access to clean energy. That's a no-brainer. But then we also have creating decent work is also a key part of it. There is also life under water, which is maybe a bit of a stretch, but what I want to get at is that we have natural ecosystems in the regions in question that we need to take care of, and we need to make sure that we don't do any damage there. Of course, there's the question of water consumption, which is super important. There is also fair and equal, and sorry for not being super precise on the SDGs, but just mentioning all the different issues that this can address. There's also the creation of decent jobs and more inclusive jobs. The energy transition can also be gender transformative, I think. We need sort of an all-hands-on-deck situation here. We have an all-hands-on-deck situation, so there is absolutely no need for us to leave out half of the population or any minority groups that are not necessarily addressing this. So I think if you look at the ways, the different, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, there are many issues that you can address through this.
Marcus, would you like to add?
what I already mentioned. So I think at least for a time being, we have to be colorblind, and we need enormous amounts of hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives by even short notice. It took decades to develop the gas market or the LNG markets. We don't have the time. So we have to do what we did in the gas market for at least 40 years. We have to do whatever in 5, 6, or 10 years. So because of that, we need the resource. And of course, it needs to be in line with the SDGs. But like I said before, I think that the future is green, and it will diversify even the potential producers or countries where the hydrogen can be produced. And I would say this is very much in the benefit of Africa or of other countries in the global south. So yeah, let's be colorblind at least for a couple of years.
And if I may also complement, you touched upon it about creating decent job. Definitely the workforce needs to be trained today for reaping the benefits of those job opportunities coming tomorrow. And the African Development Bank has an initiative on that called Job for Youth, where we train students for the jobs of tomorrow, technological jobs and so on, including green hydrogen related jobs. But we also have set up, through the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, a facility that provides technical assistance to pay for the feasibility studies of green hydrogen projects, but also provide reimbursable grants to finance the construction of the project and reduce the cost of capital so that the price of green hydrogen is cheaper. But the eligibility criteria to benefit from this assistance is linked to the benefits, local or regional benefits of these projects in Africa. So we want to support projects that maximize local jobs, local industrializations, skill development and skill transfers locally.
Okay, thank you. And on that point, I'd like to thank the panel. Marcus, who's encouraging us to be colorblind, at least for the moment, to ease progress. Sylvie, who's told us that we cannot eat potential, so also there is urgency. And Anne-Catherine, who has advised us on not only taking but also giving back to communities and markets. Thank you very much for your insights and for a wonderful discussion. Can you join me in thanking the panel for the hour? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
But time.
I was raising my hand, but they didn't see me.
This way. Thank you. Thank you. It was very interesting. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take it off.
Excellent.
President on behalf of the government of the Republic of Namibia,
I would like to congratulate you, Your Excellency, Madame Repre, Ambassador.
I ask people to take place. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to take your seats? We are about to start. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to see you here today. I hope you had a last part of the day yesterday, a very good one. Let's kick off. I declare open the third plenary meeting of the 20th session of the General Conference. Before we proceed with our work this morning, I wish to remind you that the event titled Making Gender Equality a Lived Reality in Industry will take place during this plenary meeting starting at 11:30 a.m. I now invite the conference to take up the consideration of agenda item 4, Organization of Work. In accordance with Rule 42 of the Rules of Procedure, the General Committee has a number of proposals to make to the conference concerning the organization of its work. In formulating this proposal, the committee took into consideration the recommendation of the informal consultations convened at the request of the Industrial Development Board for the preparation of the conference. These are contained in conference room paper GC20/CRP1. I have the honor to give the floor to the chair of these informal consultations, His Excellency Ambassador Magdi Ahmed Mofadal El Noor of Sudan, for a few words on his work. Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President, distinguished delegates, good morning. I would like to express my appreciation for all delegates for entrusting me with the task of chairing the pre-session informal consultations. I wish to take this opportunity to thank all delegates who attended these consultations for their patience, constructive engagement, sense of cooperation, and active participation. Distinguished delegates, a written report has been issued on the work of the pre-session informal consultations contained in document GC20/CRP1, which was circulated by the Secretariat on the 24th of November. The report presents the outcome of the discussions on procedural and organizational matters, as well on substantial items. I should like to provide the General Conference with a brief overview of the outcome of the pre-session informal consultations held between the 31st of October and the 22nd of November 2023. We conducted a total of 7 meetings, during which we discussed several draft decisions and resolutions. These decisions will be taken up by the main committee starting this morning. I am pleased to inform you that decisions text under the following agenda items all reached consensus in the pre-session informal consultations. Under agenda item 10B, financial situation of UNIDO. Agenda item 10C, working capital fund for the biennium 2024-2025. Item 11, program and budgets for the biennium 2024-2025. Item 23 personnel matters, including the UNIDO Staff Pension Committee, and item 25, date and place of the 21st session of UNIDO General Conference. These decisions are all contained in Annex 1 to the conference room paper. At this meeting on Wednesday, 22nd of November, the informal consultations closed with 2 draft decisions open, pending informal confirmation of consensus. They relate to item 10A and 10E. Members agreed to forward these draft decisions text to the main committee in Annex 2 to conference room paper 1, and I am confident that the main committee will come to a timely agreement on these matters. Additionally, the informal consultations were informed of the submission of 3 draft resolutions, which include the following. 1, a draft resolution under agenda item 14 on UNIDO gender equality and the empowerment of women, submitted by Norway and Mexico. Second, a draft resolution under agenda item 19 on UNIDO activities related to environment, energy, and circular economy, submitted by Armenia on the 14th of November 2023. And the third draft resolution under agenda item 20A on UNIDO activities related to agribusiness, trade, capacity building, and job creation, submitted by Bangladesh. The informal consultations, as well as informals, and bilateral negotiations held in parallel, made considerable progress on several points in these resolutions. These texts have been forwarded to the main committee for consideration as individual addenda to conference room paper 1. Furthermore, we covered a number of procedural matters, including the recommendation to suspend Rule 42 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Conference to allow for the adoption of the agenda before the meeting of the General Committee, which the conference did yesterday morning. I should like to mention that the informal meetings were conducted with a notable spirit of cooperation and compromise on the part of all groups and delegates. Madam President, distinguished delegates, before I conclude, I would like once again to express my gratitude to all delegations who have participated and given me the full support in the work of the pre-session informal consultations. I'm looking forward for fruitful discussions in the main committee. Also, I would like to reiterate our sincere thanks to the distinguished team of the Secretariat for their professional support and cooperation during the pre-session informal consultation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I join you in thanking the Secretariat in the helping is providing to you, to me, and to everybody in order to get through and have a successful General Conference, including its outcome. So thank you for the job you've been doing, the one you still have to do. I see that consensus on some decisions have been agreed, and that's a good point. Some other work has to be done on decision and resolution. I trust all of us and all the delegation to find the right balance and to get really through this conference with important outcomes in order to promote effective multilateralism. The General Committee thus recommends that the General Conference covers agenda items 7 to 25 in plenary in the form of a general debate, establishes one main committee to be chaired by Ms. Helena Visi of the Permanent Mission of Montenegro, on which each member participating in the conference may be represented, and decides to refer agenda items 7 to 25 to the main committee for a more focused debate aimed at the preparation of the consensus draft decisions and resolutions for submission to the plenary, and to request the chair of the main committee to submit a written report on its work to the conference on Friday, the 1st of December. The General Committee further recommends that any new draft decision and resolutions under items 7 and 25 be submitted to me with a copy to the chair of the main committee latest on Tuesday, 28th November at 3:30 p.m. Concerning the offices of the main committee, the General Committee recommended that, as in the past, the report of the main committee be submitted by its chair to the plenary, thus obviating the need of a rapporteur. Are there any objections to the adoption of this recommendation concerning the organization of the work? I see none. It is so decided. In line with the deliberation of the General Committee, I wish to draw the attention of the conference to Rule 90 of its rules of procedure, which stipulates that the conference shall make every effort to ensure that all its substantive decisions are taken by consensus. In that regard, I wish to take this opportunity to call on each and every one of you to work together in the Vienna spirit of consensus in your deliberation during the sessions. I was informed by the Chair of States in List B of the nomination of His Excellency Mr. Owen Aldrich, Permanent Representative of Ireland to UNIDO for the main committee. We are and I am personally very grateful for your availability, Excellency, and support. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would also like to urge those regional groups that have not yet done so to please submit their nomination for the position of vice chairs of the main committee. This is key to support the work of all member states on the draft decisions and resolutions that are in front of us for these sessions towards their adoption at the end of this week. This is also the spirit of Vienna, I guess. So working all together and providing our each and every efforts. I thank Mrs. Vizzi of the Permanent Mission of Montenegro for taking on the important task of chairing the meeting of the main committee. You have my full support. With this in mind, I would also urge you to make all efforts to avoid voting in plenary. Should there be disagreement among the delegation on any of the items allocated to the main committee, the chair of the committee, in their report to the plenary, would inform the conference of the divergent views and deliver a statement explaining the position of those member states involved. With this, the main committee may now take up its work. Delegates who wish to participate in the main committee are invited to proceed to boardroom A on this floor of the M building. The first meeting will start at 10:30 a.m. today. I would like to remind online participants that only those who registered for the main committee will receive the appropriate link and be able to join virtually on Interprofile. The same link will be used for all the meetings of the main committee. The General Committee also proposed that the conference organize its schedule of work along the lines recommended by the pre-sessional informal consultation as reflected in the tentative schedule of work which has been made available to all delegations through document GC20/CRP1 and is now projected on the screen. Here we are. In this connection, the General Committee requested me to remind you that, in view of the limited time available for the general debate, statements should be kept as short and concise as possible. The General Committee was also informed of the established practice that statements in plenary should be limited in length to 10 minutes for regional groups and 5 minutes for member states. In the interest of conducting our work efficiently, I urge delegation not to exceed this duration. The General Committee also recommended that the list of speakers of the general debate to be closed at noon on Wednesday, 29th. Before continuing with the item on our agenda, I would like to raise one more procedural issue. Following decision IDB 46/decision 3 paragraph E, asking the Secretariat to continue replacing written summary records of the Industrial Development Board and the General Conference with digital records, it is proposed to suspend Rule 65 on the preparation of summary records for the present session for cost-saving purposes. As for previous sessions, digital recordings will be available in all 6 official languages. Do I see any objections to the adoption of these recommendations? I see none, so it is so decided. With this, we have concluded item 4, organization of the work. So let's pass to item 5. And now I invite you to take up with credential of representative to the conference. The composition of the Credentials Committee shall be based on that of the Credentials Committee of the United Nations General Assembly at its 78th session, which is as follows: Andorra, China, Grenada, Nigeria, Russian Federation, Solomon Islands, Suriname, Togo, and the United States of America. Since Andorra, Solomon Islands, and the United States of America are not members of UNIDO, the following candidatures have been submitted for their replacement. From states in List B, Germany and Spain. From Asian states in List A, Kyrgyzstan. Are there any objections to the proposed composition of the Credential Committee? I see none, so it is decided. The first meeting of the Credentials Committee will take place on Wednesday, 29th at 9:30 a.m. In order to give time to the committee to prepare its report, I propose that we keep agenda item 5 on the report of the Credential Committee open until Thursday morning, 30th. Let us now resume with the general debate covering item 7 to 25. I wish to remind delegates again to limit their intervention to a maximum of 5 minutes for member states and other participants. I would also like to invite delegations participating virtually to use the raise hand function to be given the floor when it is your turn to speak. I now have the honor to invite the first speaker on my list, Excellency the Minister for Foreign Trade and Development of Finland, Minister Ville Tavio.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's a pleasure for me to address you at the 20th session of the UNIDO General Conference. I would like to recognize the important work of UNIDO, led by Director General Gerd Müller, to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I encourage UNIDO to seek even more tangible results. Inclusive and sustainable industrial development is crucial for tackling global challenges such as eradicating poverty, fighting climate change, and meeting the UN SDGs. For UNIDO to remain a key player in promoting sustainable development, it must ensure broad support among the UN member states. Hard work is needed. Ladies and gentlemen, strengthening the status of women and girls is at the core of Finland's development policy. Finland has consistently encouraged UNIDO to do more to promote gender equality and women's economic empowerment, both within the organization as well as in its technical cooperation activities. I'm pleased that UNIDO has taken strides forward in promoting gender equality. However, more can be still done. One important step is to ensure sufficient and predictable funding for UNIDO's gender unit. UNIDO must set an example in promoting women's rights, starting from the way UNIDO itself is organized. We cannot afford to step backwards in gender equality. It would be unsustainable both humanly and economically. Distinguished delegates, UNIDO has a strong track record of working with the private sector. Initiatives such as UNIDO's public-private development partnerships are key to engaging with the private sector. I'm particularly looking forward to results from the ICT value chain project in Egypt. It is part of the Switch to Circular Economy Value Chains initiative funded by Finland and the EU. UNIDO needs to be attractive and approachable to private businesses in order to increase resources, funding and jobs in partner countries. In closing, I would like to wish you all a very successful 20th session of the UNIDO General Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Minister of Foreign Trade and Development of Finland. Quite evidently it was a pre-recorded video, and now it's the floor through again a pre-recorded video statement is for the Minister of Industrialization and Trade of Namibia, Ms. Lucia Magano Ipubu.
President, on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Namibia, I would like to congratulate you, Your Excellency Madame Deborah Repre, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Italy, on your election as the President of the 20th session of the General Conference of UNIDO. We also congratulate other members of the Bureau. Madam President, let me assure you of the Namibian delegation's full support to the session. In the same vein, I would like to thank the outgoing President of the 19th session, Ambassador Mohamed Begazi, the former permanent representative of Tunisia, for the exemplary work during his tenure. My delegation extends its appreciation to the Secretariat for the preparation of this session. Namibia associates itself with the statements delivered on behalf of the Group of 77 in China and Africa Group respectively. Madam President, dear delegates, Namibia welcomes with appreciation the annual report of the Director General for 2022. We note the 17% increase in the implementation of technical cooperation programs. We further welcome the commitment of the Director General to increase the implementation rate on the technical cooperation programs to 25% for 2024-2025 biennium. Namibia further encourages the organization to build on the achievements and progress made to firmly anchor member states, particularly developing countries, on the path towards inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Namibia commends UNIDO's collaboration with other UN agencies, regional bodies, and other stakeholders in advocating for more industrial developmental initiatives and funding for implementation of technical cooperation projects to ensure the attainment of sustainable development goals through industrialization for developing countries. Madam President and dear delegates, Namibia supports the Director General's organizational reforms and call on UNIDO to continue improving its human resources capacity to ensure the organization functions efficiently and effectively towards the full implementation of its mandate. Namibia applauds UNIDO for continuous support and important role in the implementation projects such as the current Montreal Protocol on the reduction of harmful gases on our environment, which is coordinated by UNIDO, the ongoing project on the Baumas Industrial Park facility for charcoal production and invader bush encroachment, which is funded by the Finnish government, the Industrial Upgrading and Modernization Program, IUMP, which UNIDO introduced to Namibia in 2012 and was adopted by SADC configuration as a mandated program for all member states under SADC industrialization strategy and roadmap 2015-2063. Madam President, dear delegates, industrialization remains a pivotal objective of the government of the Republic of Namibia. In the context of sustainable development and job creation to combat socio-economic challenges, Namibia recognizes UNIDO's continued effort on gender equality and the empowerment of women in its initiatives, projects, and programs. We know that those programs are aimed at ensuring that women and the youth can equally lead, participate, and benefit from the inclusive, sustainable industrial development initiative. We welcome UNIDO's gender strategy, which provides guidance and practical recommendations to facilitate the integration of gender in the initiatives. Namibia continues to bear the brunt on climate change as we experience widespread and devastating impacts, including land degradation and severe drought. The effect of climate change also threatens our marine resources. These adversely impact the livelihood and well-being of our citizens, the economy, infrastructure, the environment, as well as the development priorities of the country. Madam President, Namibia is poised to become a renewable energy hub of Africa, considering the country's green hydrogen efforts. Namibia welcomes UNIDO collaboration with Hydrogen Europe and development of the Global Partnership for Hydrogen Application and the skills map for conducting skills gap assessment in the middle-income countries. In this connection, our delegation is grateful for the selection of Namibia amongst the first countries for this exercise. Our delegation further recognizes the policy function toolkit to be developed by the International Renewable Energy Agency and Germany Institute of Development and Sustainability to help policymakers in designing a green hydrogen strategy which focuses on both the production and the domestic offtake of the green hydrogen. UNIDO's human and capital assistance will be essential in the transition into a green economy. Madam President, Namibia remains amongst the most unequal societies in the world, attesting to the deeply embedded structural nature of our problem. The status quo is not sustainable, and Namibia is taking steps to build more inclusive society. Namibia appreciates UNIDO's strategic work plan for partnering with middle-income countries for inclusive and sustainable development, as well as through this strategic partnership framework. Namibia will therefore welcome UNIDO's support towards the formulation and implementation of our national policy on the informal economy, startups, and entrepreneurship to further embellish the ideas in overall enterprise development strategy and the roadmap. Namibia's classification as an upper middle income country hinders access to most of available funding opportunities, and appreciate UNIDO's work plan for partnering with the middle income countries, which could change our status quo. Madam President, as I conclude, I want to reaffirm our commitment to support the work of UNIDO and encourage development partners to continue supporting the organization. Namibia further calls on other member states to pay their assessed contribution timely and in full to enable UNIDO to carry out its mandate. With these remarks, I wish you a successful conference, and I thank you.
Thanks to the Minister of Industrialization and Trade of Namibia. And now I have the honor to give the floor to the Minister of Industry and Trade of Yemen, His Excellency Mohammed Ezam Al Ashfal. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, members of delegations, at the outset, I wish to congratulate you on assuming the presidency of the 20th General Conference of UNIDO. I also wish to congratulate members of the Bureau on their election. We wish you every success in the management of the deliberations of this conference. I take this opportunity to thank the former presidency for its efforts and its able leadership of the previous session. I also wish to thank His Excellency Mr. Mueller for the efforts made to bolster the role of the UNIDO in line with the needs and priorities of member states. I also thank the UNIDO Secretariats for its outstanding preparations for this conference. My country's delegation aligns itself with a statement by the Arab Group. We also express all alignment with the statement made by the Group 77 plus China, delivered by His Excellency Ambassador of Pakistan. We also wish to make the following remarks in our national capacity. Madam President, the Yemeni Republic expresses its condemnation of the crimes of war and collective genocide and practices implemented by the Israeli occupying forces. These are blatant violations of international humanitarian law against defenseless civilians in Gaza. We call for an immediate ceasefire and an end to the suffering of the Palestinian people in Gaza and all Palestinian cities. Madam President, we once more wish to stress our steadfast position. We call for a just and comprehensive peace underpinned by the two-state solution, the Arab Peace Initiative, and the United Nations resolutions. Madam President, this conference is held under the theme Fair Globalization, Innovative Solutions for the Industry of Tomorrow. The achievement of this globalization is a collective responsibility to be shouldered by states, international organizations, and all relevant stakeholders. In this regard, UNIDO has a mandate to shoulder amid the current circumstances we face, namely war, corruption, unemployment, inflation, as well as climate change, in addition to the widening gap between developing nations and least developed countries. Working with UNIDO is necessary to leverage technology and allow for the leveraging of technological solutions in order to pave the way for comprehensive and inclusive industrial development. This contributes to the achievement of fair globalization. Madam President, the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals requires the development and implementation of necessary policies to allow for the alignment of international efforts in this regard, in addition to a bolstered international cooperation. Madam President, my country's economy has suffered great losses. The industry and development sectors have been bogged down in the destruction due to the coup by the Houthi militias, in addition to losses due to the massive destruction of our infrastructure due to war. It is worth mentioning that our currency has also faced a drop in its value by 180%. This was coupled by an increase in prices as well as a drop of 60% in per capita income. In addition to the aforementioned, my country has been facing financial and economic difficulties and pressures. This requires bolstered and comprehensive efforts to support all economic sectors that have been damaged greatly, such as the energy, fisheries, agriculture, as well as SMEs, in addition to other sectors, to create job opportunities for young men and women and pave the way for a recovery of the economy. In this regard, we rely on the support by the international community through veteran organizations in this regard, namely the UNIDO, to pave the way for the revitalization of sectors and to amend the losses that our economy has faced. This may also pave the way for sustainable development and peace. Madam President, the Yemeni government lauds the role of the UNIDO in bolstering economic development in developing nations, in addition to its efforts to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. In this regard, we call upon UNIDO to establish an urgent partnership with the Yemeni government to expedite the revitalization of UNIDO activities in the Yemeni government by supporting the implementation of projects that pave the way for industrialization and the development of our fisheries and agricultural sector. We call upon UNIDO to increase technical cooperation, capacity building, and standard compliance and quality assurance, as well as support in renewable energy, alternative energy, as well as efforts to amend the losses that our economy has faced. We look forward to a national program that can take into account the developments and damages that our economy has faced. This project needs to take into account the priorities of our national strategy. In the same vein, we stress our commitment to provide all forms of support to UNIDO to allow for the best outcomes, in addition to coordination with UNIDO to mobilize resources from friendly and brotherly donor states to fund programs and activities that will be agreed in the framework of this program. Madam President, my country's delegation stresses the need for UNIDO to adopt new policies and mechanisms to implement its projects and programs in countries that suffer from conflicts in order to facilitate the implementation of projects adopted by UNIDO. In this regard, we look forward to the role undertaken by UNIDO in bolstering economic development through many means, including the implementation of innovative tech-based solutions for industrialization. I take this opportunity to stress our support to the offer by the KSA to host the 21st General Conference in 2025. In this regard, I would be remiss not to thank you once again and to wish you every success in the management of this conference deliberations. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you. Before passing to the next guest on my list, I would like to kindly ask the representative of Madagascar for their online option to switch on the raise hand option. It would help, I guess, the procedure. Thank you. And now I have the honor to give the floor to the Minister of Industry of Lebanon, His Excellency Mr. George Ushikian. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, I wish to congratulate you, Madam President, and I also wish to congratulate members of the Bureau on your election at the helm of the 20th session of the UNIDO General Conference. I also extend my thanks to the UNIDO Secretariat and its Director General, Gerd Mueller, for the constant support provided. I would be remiss not to laud the work of the Arabic Bureau of UNIDO as well as its representative office in Lebanon. Madam President, the past 2 years have witnessed important developments in the industrial sector in Lebanon. We faced constant and emerging challenges, and we've made strides at the same time, but we've also faced major challenges. We face these challenges, especially in the industry. Amongst the national challenges that we face in Lebanon, one must note the crisis of Syrian displacement, as well as its negative repercussions on our economy, our society, and our security situation. What worsens the situation is the current financial crisis that the country is bogged down in, amid the depreciation of the national currency, as well as the depletion of foreign hard currencies in Lebanon, in addition to the ongoing banking crisis, which has led to a drop in attractiveness of our country to investments. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the daunting challenges, one must be optimistic. We have not stopped shouldering our responsibilities, and we have sought to implement our industrialization program in Lebanon. The ministry has continued with the implementation of the second operational strategy for industrialization 2020-2025. We have given utmost priority to the mainstreaming of energy rationalization in this regard. And we have put an end to the taxes or the value-added tax and custom fees imposed upon equipment for solar power. This paves the way for sustainable industrialization in Lebanon, and we have also equipped our building at the Ministry of Industrialization with solar panels through the project Circular 2 funded by the EU and implemented by the UNIDO. We also are working with the Center of Lebanon for energy rationalization on our project Test 3. In line with the work of the UNIDO. We have also supported the Lebanese industry, namely in value-added production as well as mechatronic, softwares, and fashion. We've also supported artisanal industries, including the soap production, and we have worked on revitalizing the work of the Industrial Research Center as well as Libnor and Kolibak to improve the quality of our industrial projects or products. We understand the importance of building partnerships to pave the way for sustainable industrial development. Therefore, we have attached great importance to cooperation with international organizations, namely UNIDO, in the framework of the current cooperation program. And in the framework of the same partnerships, we have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Directorate General for Technical and Vocational Training to support SMEs and for the training of the labor force. We have bolstered cooperation with universities for upskilling in the labor force and to revitalize our partnerships between the private and public sector, especially our Association of Manufacturers. I also wish to stress that we've attached great importance to women empowerment in industrialization. And in this regard, we continue with the implementation of the women empowerment projects implemented by the European Union, and we thank it for its support. Ladies and gentlemen, I also wish to underline our forward-looking vision for sustainable industrialization in Lebanon. And of course, our partnership with UNIDO is a cornerstone thereof. We continue to attach great importance to the reinforcement of the use of renewable energy in industrialization and the development of competitiveness for SMEs. We continue with our support provided to the agri-food sector, and we will continue to seek diversification. We will continue to support institutions working in the textile, clothing, shoe, and furniture sectors, as well as the ICT sectors. We will continue working on the industrial zones to turn them into eco-friendly industrial parks. And we will continue with our efforts to enact necessary legislations and laws to improve quality and ensure occupational, environmental, and health safety. As for logistical infrastructure, we will continue on allocating necessary efforts to provide necessary equipment, such as mobile laboratories, as well as supplies for rapid testing. Madam President, as we convene today to assess our national and joint efforts in the field of industrialization, and as we seek to put an end to the development gap and achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, we must note that the Middle East is witnessing a devastating Israeli war imposed upon the occupied Gaza Strip. This has led to the loss of thousands of lives. Has undermined the infrastructure and industrialization in all sectors. We are before a humanitarian calamity and crimes of war that we cannot be silent in the face of. This requires a cessation of violence and provision of necessary humanitarian assistance, in addition to efforts to expedite a political and sustainable solution based on the two-state solution in accordance with the Arab Peace Initiative enacted during the Beirut Summit in in 2002. And in this regard, we stress that in Lebanon, we stand against war, and we are in favor of peace. We once again stress our government's commitment to Resolution 1701 of 2006. We call upon Israel to implement it and to put an end to its aggression against the southern Lebanese territories. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you very much. Before giving the floor, I have the honor to give the floor to the following guests, but let me just remind, if it's possible, for all the delegates and representatives to try to stay within the 5 minutes rule. But anyway, I have the honor now to give the floor to the Minister of Industry and Commerce of Angola, His Excellency Mr. Rui Miguens de Oliveira. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Her Excellency, Ambassador Deborah Lepre, President of the 20th session of UNIDO General Conference. His Excellency, Mr. Gerd Müller, UNIDO Director General, Honorable Ministers, dignitaries, ambassadors and permanent representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me, first of all, on behalf of the Government of Angola, express our sincere thanks for the invitation to participate in this very important event. We would like also to congratulate Her Excellency Ambassador Deborah Lepre, Permanent Representative of Italy, on her election as President of this 20th section of UNIDO General Conference, and extend wishes of success in this arduous task while expressing our support. The Angolan delegation subscribes the statement of the African Group and the G77 plus China. Madam President, this conference, under the theme Fair Globalization, Innovative Solutions for the Industry of Tomorrow, takes place in a context where we are constantly discussing ways to make a path for ensuring inclusive industrial and digital development for no-industrialized and industrializing countries, and on the other hand, the need to oversee the decarbonization of industries and the commitment to renewable energies, aiming to reduce the effects of climate change and ensuring food security for all people of the world. Indeed, the world is facing multiple and interconnected crises that have posed great obstacles to economic recovery in the post-pandemic era, as well as the full implementation of the 2030 agenda. Wars, massive migration for security reasons, or as a result of poverty in the global south, pandemics, drought, among other events happening in the world, have shown us that these globalized world economies are interdependent, as we all suffer the impacts they are causing, although some continents, such as Africa, are more affected. In this context, we advocate the need to continue efforts aimed at promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial and digital development, technology transfer, and investment in technical training in order to ensure socioeconomic development, job creation, poverty reduction, and the fight against hunger and food insecurity. However, these efforts to accelerate industrialization will not be successful without an effective opening of global consumer markets and the elimination of subsidies policies that distort the international competitiveness of the economies of the developing nations, particularly the African continent. We recognize and congratulate all the efforts made by UNIDO, which, based on Sustainable Development Goals 9, SDG 9, have sought through projects and programs to promote the industrial development of the African continent and make efforts for the transfer of new technologies with the perspective of emerging our economies in face of the multiple challenges we currently have. We also value the role of UNIDO as played in implementing various projects in Africa, highlighting the implementation of the third industrial decade for Africa as a crucial factor in attracting important resources for industrialization of Africa. However, there is still much to be done in this region of the globe. Madam President, it is undeniable the need to accompany globalization with industrialization, technology transfer, and digital inclusion to build emerging and resilient economies. However, we must be able to bet on sustainable industrialization to not continue causing serious harm to our climate. Otherwise, we will be contributing to destruction of our planet. Therefore, we appeal to everyone's effort to reduce carbon emissions and gradually decarbonize industries, betting on renewable energies, especially green hydrogen, to minimize the effects of climate change to save future generations. Madam President, in order to develop the industrial sector, the Angolan government has carried out significant reforms as well as set a cross-cutting initiatives aimed at the creation and operationalization of industrial development hubs, rural industrial hubs, which are increases of local industrial development and the promotion of value chains in Angola. The Republic of Angola has also expressed its concerns about the effects caused by the climate change and has made energy transition one of the points of its agenda, and is thus developing various photovoltaic projects and promoting the conversion of thermal energy production units. Additionally, in the context of decarbonization of the oil sector, the Angolan government is promoting the use of technology and extraction methods that allow for a reduction in emission intensity in oil and gas production process in the country, aiming to achieve globally that 70% of the country's energy production comes from renewable sources by 2025. Furthermore, our government has taken significant steps toward decarbonization, whether by reducing the use of greenhouse gas generating energies or within the framework of the natural carbon capture web, such as, for example, the reforestation of mangroves along the national coastline, given that mangroves are an effective filter of the atmosphere and the sea, absorbing some of its harmful pollutants. Also, in the context of decarbonization, recently His Excellency João Lourenço, President of the Republic, announced the initiation next year of a green hydrogen exploration project in the locality of Barra do Dande, Bengo province, which objective is to serve the domestic market and export green energy to Europe and other consumers in the world. This is yet another practical demonstration of our country's commitment to reducing greenhouse gases. Angola is open to investments that will allow the development of a diverse, sustainable, and no-polluting local industry. Dear conference attendees, please be the bearers of our invitation to all investors from your respective countries. Angola is open for business. Madam President, we are fully convinced that this conference will allow for constructive decisions that will gradually lead developing states towards industrialization, as well as facilitate technology transfer and digital inclusion to build resilient economies capable of facing the challenges of this century, which should be the century of the eradication of poverty in our planet. Thank you very much. Nsakidila. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. Now I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Consumption of Madagascar, His Excellency Mr. Edgar Razafindravai. Your Excellency is online.
Madame la Présidente.
President, Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honour for me to participate in this 20th session of the UNIDO General Conference as the Minister for Industry in Madagascar. On behalf of the government and the Malagasy people, I would like to extend my warmest greetings to all participants. Just like other countries, Madagascar would like to use industrialization as one of the key drivers for its development, given its plentiful natural resources. In our country, it's all too clear we do not produce enough and we import too much. But we have a sizable constraint too, the low purchasing power of our population. So we face a dual challenge, industrializing whilst being able to produce at affordable prices for our population. So what then are the innovative solutions for tomorrow's industry? I'd like to share with you the approach that Madagascar has adopted for its own industrialization. This is an approach which blends two different scales and two different temporalities. Attracting large-scale investment, which requires a longer time to mature, and industrialization on a smaller scale, which is more agile and more dynamic. So in the short term, we have decided then to opt for a proactive development policy of small-scale local industries within the framework of our programme ODOF, or One District, One Factory. Madagascar has 100-odd districts, so the objective of the Malagasy government is therefore to install 119 local industrial units in each of our districts. Why, then, do we want these local industrial units? Well, in a country as large as Madagascar, where connectivity between different regions is still quite limited, the large-scale centralised industry model, which helps build economies of scale, rapidly comes up against limitations. So the idea here is to reduce the gap between production units for primary materials, which are often locally abundant, and that gap between those and the consumers, so that we can more competitively respond to essential needs, starting with basic necessities such as oil, sugar, flour, and rice. Given the investment barriers inherent to a local environment which is not sufficiently attractive, our government has made the choice to acquire industrial units itself to then task private entrepreneurs with their management. The state has stipulated two conditions. Firstly, collaboration or cooperation with agricultural cooperatives for the supply of primary materials, and secondly, compatible sales prices, which are compatible, as I say, with local purchasing power. So this is based on small-scale industrial or artisan companies which are playing interdependent roles in the same geographic area, which we have called industrial greenhouse areas, thus triggering an industrialization process on a small scale, which could then be extended to the commune level. Alongside this local process, we must also recognise that industrialization is a long process. That has been recognised by the state and the private sector, given that they have signed an industrial planning pact, which has outlined the multi-annual industrialisation trajectory in Madagascar up to the year 2040, as well as the resources to achieve it. This kind of pact between the state and the private sector has never existed before in Madagascar. It represents a veritable partnership and trust-based framework The government and the private sector have thus agreed on the vision, the strategic guidelines, and the reciprocal commitments for the upcoming years. So the goal in the pact is to double the share of industry in GDP by 2040 from 15% today to 30% by targeting priority sectors which offer comparative advantages to the country, such as agro-industry, essential oils and extracts, textiles and clothing, mining and processing, and energy. And in order to attract private investment, Madagascar recently adopted a new law on investments which respond to the standards and expectations of international investors. Ladies and gentlemen, President, Madagascar is firmly committed to the path towards industrialization with the singular approach that I have just shared with you. We are also here in order to learn from the experience of other countries, because the struggle against poverty is a challenge on which we all agree and for which international cooperation and the support of institutions such as UNIDO are key. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Minister.
I have the pleasure to give the floor now to the Minister of Economy of Serbia, Mr. Slobodan Šetković. His Excellency, the floor is yours.
President, Your Excellencies, Director General, today it's Deputy, honorable heads and members of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor and pleasure to have this opportunity to address you at the annual United Nations Industrial Development Organization General Conference on behalf of the Serbian government and the Ministry of Economy. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for such a significant and useful forum, which I believe will contribute in the multitude of ways to overcome challenges and finding effective and innovative solutions for sustainable recovery in the coming years. The Republic of Serbia strongly supports multilateralism and the principles contained in the United Nations Charter, which are gaining additional importance in the face of new, increasingly complex challenges. We also provide active support to the activities of the United Nations and its specialized agencies in all priority areas of activity, bearing in mind that the unique situation in which the whole world finds itself shown that the individual efforts of the states are not enough, and the global solidarity, cooperation, and the joint actions are necessary. The Republic of Serbia attaches great importance to the implementation of Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals, and is undertaking intensive activities at the national level in order to ensure the appropriate dynamics of their implementation. The Republic of Serbia believes that the continuous implementation of reforms, European integrations, as well as the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, present complementary and interpenetrating processing. The COVID-19 pandemic, the energy crisis, and the global political turbulence have had a strong impact on the economy of the Republic of Serbia in the previous years. However, the Serbian economy is accelerating, and if it continues at the current pace of development, it can achieve the planned GDP growth in 2023, despite the significant slowdown of the European economy, and especially the economies of the countries towards which we are most directed. In the second quarter of 2023, our economy recorded a growth of 1.7%, while in the same period, the growth of the European Union economy was about 0.5%. The favorable trend from the second quarter continued in the second part of the year, in which growth amounted to 2.5%. The construction and the ICT sectors have been on the rise in the second quarter. The construction sector has achieved a growth of much as 15.1%, while the ICT sector has marked a 10.1% growth. When it comes to the employment growth, the fact that Serbia has recorded a 2.3% increase in employment in the second quarter is particularly encouraging, so that the number of employed persons in Serbia currently amounts to nearly 2.5 million, which is over 500,000 more than in 2014. According to the World Bank projections, GDP growth in 2023 should be 2.5%. And as an upgrade of the current industrial policy and in response to the challenges present within modern economy, the government adopted the industrial policy strategy from 2021 to 2030. Namely, the general goal of this strategy is increasing the degree of competitiveness of our industry. We will do our best to achieve this through the 5 goals, namely digitalization, innovation, investment, export restructuring, and the circular economy. One of the special goals of the industrial policy strategy is to increase the volume of the investments into the industry with the growth of investment quality. Through a series of achievements, we will strive to encourage investments in high and medium technologies in order to increase the added value of industrial products and promote investment. We invest effort in transforming the industry in the direction of innovative and technology-intensive sectors, while respecting the principles of sustainable development. Digitalization, as the next special goal of our strategy, should not be observed only as a transformation of the economy, but also of society as a whole. The applications of modern technologies solutions in today's economy is one of the basic instruments for raising the level of competitiveness, productivity, and efficiency of the economy as a whole. In the field of digitalization, our activities will be aimed at raising awareness and strengthening the capacity in the industry through the promotion of digitalization, education programs, as well as incentives for the companies which implement digital transformation. Innovative solutions present as a prediction for the transformation of the industry for a linear to the circular model as another special goal of the strategy, whereby digitalization and the circular economy should jointly contribute to the creation of the competitive economy and the climate-neutral society. The circular economy as a model of sustainable development must be very carefully coordinated, since it includes a wide range of relevant participants and is connected with all areas of industry. In the long run, investments into green projects will have a positive impact on competitiveness and economy growth through the creation of new jobs and increased exports in the areas of medium and high technologies. In the hope that we will be able to overcome all the challenges of the current global situation with joint efforts and creative ideas, and at the same time provide a sustainable recovery for our economies, I would like to thank you for attention and wish you a successful work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Minister of Industry of Libya, His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Abu Issa. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Excellency, the Director General of UNIDO, Excellencies, the ministers from friendly and sisterly countries, Excellencies, the ministers esteemed participants. It is my pleasure at the outset to express my gratitude to His Excellency, the former president of the Conference of UNIDO, and I wish all success to Mrs. Deborah Libre, the current president of this 20th session of the conference. The state of Libya is one of the member states in UNIDO, and through its participation in this conference today, it seeks to support and activate the working relations with the organization in order to develop the industry in Libya and achieve industrial development, while taking into consideration that Libya has gone through transitional phases at all levels, especially at the economic and industrial level. The ministry, through its strategic plan, seeks to increase the share of the contribution of the industry and mineral sector in the GDP, which is mainly reliant on the oil products. The Ministry of Industry and Mining is working diligently in cooperation with all national and international institutions to achieve the 17 SDGs, especially SDG 9 and all objectives related to the development of the industrial sector in Libya, such as those related to the environment, the energy, the infrastructure, the education, and the empowerment of women, in addition to the development of the private sector, and thus through the UN framework for sustainable development cooperation in Libya 2023-2025 that was signed last December in Tripoli. Also, the ministry seeks to adopt industry as a vehicle to industrial development, and we seek to also encourage new green and environment-friendly techniques by cooperating with the relevant organizations and the international institutions such as UNIDO, and thus through programs that are based on the following priorities. Firstly, to adopt the industries of the future based on natural resources and the applications of the fourth industrial resolutions, and to invest in the infrastructure in order to combat the climate change. Second, to enhance inclusive and sustainable industrial development and to reinforce industrial cooperation at regional and international level in the area of industry, trade, investment, and technology. Third, to build capacities and to establish close international partnerships with the UN agencies and other organizations. The ministry has adopted industrial policies for that aim, such as, firstly, to enhance the nexus mechanisms and the partnerships with the higher education institutions and the scientific research institutions in order to avail of their outputs to develop the industry and mining sector. And these include the industrial Research Institute and the Technological Industrial Institute. Second, to work on building a center for clean energy in order to eliminate the harmful emission and achieve clean energies. Thirdly, to achieve an industrial map for the investment. And fourth, to stress on agro-food industries and to encourage SMEs to achieve food industries. And we seek to open a UNIDO office in Libya in order to achieve technical cooperation. This office must include experts from the organization and local experts in order to provide technical support through programs and projects that would be proposed and adopted by the ministry. Secondly, the ministry aspires through this conference to achieve a partnership and cooperation agreement between the organization and the ministry in order to validate the cooperation activities to promote industrial development projects and technical support. We look forward to the support of the organization and its contribution in enhancing the role of industry in order to accelerate the SDGs in Libya. We seek to implement concrete projects and programs, and this will provide opportunities to the youth from both genders while building their capacities in order for them to take leadership roles in the implementation and the management of these projects. This will also provide decent work opportunities, build capacities, and enhance the business in Libya in accordance with the cooperation framework. In conclusion, I would like to once again thank UNIDO, wishing it all success in this conference. We hope that this conference will lead to outcomes that will lead to sustainable and inclusive industrial development in our countries. And we hope that our proposal will be taken into consideration, as Libya has not benefited from concrete cooperation that is up to its aspirations and its requirements. And we hope to benefit from the assistance provided by this organization, especially that we have adopted an ambitious strategic plan to develop the industry in 2024. We hope that this will be achieved by the creation of a country office in Libya, and we are prepared to offer all the necessary support for that purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Minister of Fisheries and Trade of Tuvalu, His Excellency Mr. Kichiona Tausi. Your Excellencies, the floor is yours.
Madam President, Director General of UNIDO, Gerd Muller, distinguished heads of missions, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me and my delegation to be invited and participate in this high-level event. I thank the Director General for convening this conference, and as a UNIDO member country, I am proud to say that UNIDO has done a lot to address the many challenges that this world is facing. If I may share my take on the theme, fair globalization, innovative solutions for the industry of tomorrow, or in other words, managing the benefits of globalization while promoting sustainable economic and social development. My question is, how can we manage the benefits of globalization that is impartial to every country and for every citizen to have the same benefit as the other in another part of the world? whose responsibility to make sure that poverty will be eradicated in 2030. What is the importance of meetings like this to the lives of our people who have been waiting patiently for solutions that their leaders have promised them? Tough answers, if I may say. We live in a complicated world that is controlled by the most powerful countries that can start and put a stop to anything as they wish. But there are only two answers to the questions I posed: working together and respect. Working together in the sense to feel for what we, each other, is going through, and working together towards finding solutions that benefit, if not all, but the majority. We have to respect what situation another person or country is in. We leaders have to make decisions that do not affect our people, whether in your country or in another country. Climate change is not a new issue, and there is scientific evidence presented on the issue. Climate change has become a cross-cutting issue in every discipline. Why? Because we live in an interconnected world. And if one part of the world is impacted by climate change, other parts of the world are also affected. We may lose something that another depends on because of climate change. What we need is working together and making decisions that will make this world a better place to live in. As a vulnerable country with very limited resources, as well as being vulnerable to external forces, I urge that we continue to work together for the benefit of our people. We sign up to treaties and conventions and become members of organizations because we need assistance. We became independent because we wanted the world to know what we are as a race and a country existed. Although we are moving slowly in developing our country, but we are working very hard to keep up with the rest of the world and not to be left out. May I ask that UNIDO continues to assist small and developing countries like Tuvalu in the areas of capacity building in trade and e-commerce. This will assist our small business find ways not only to build their businesses, but also to have access to bigger international markets. May this conference bring positive outcomes and pave the way forward for a better world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency, Mr. Bandar Al-Khurayev. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate.
Before I start my official speech, allow me in the beginning to express my great appreciation to the efforts of Dr. Miller for leading the UNIDO. We have seen great progress in terms of inclusion and great programs that is going to definitely help different countries. I will turn now to speak in Arabic.
Excellency President of the General Conference, Your Excellency Mr. Gerd Muller, Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and peace be upon you. I am delighted to extend my congratulations to the Director General and all members of the organization on the occasion of the 57th anniversary of UNIDO's establishment. I would like to congratulate Her Excellency, the Italian Ambassador, Mrs. Deborah Liberi, on her election as President of the 20th session of the General Conference. I would also like to extend our thanks and appreciation to our brethren from Tunisia as a former president. On this occasion, we reaffirm our full support and cooperation with the organization in order to achieve comprehensive and sustainable industrial development. As a member of UNIDO, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has strived to enhance collaboration and increase cooperation on global issues such as sustainable energy, decarbonization in industry, and the circular economy. We are committed to further developing the cooperation in line with the ambitious goals of the Saudi Vision 2030 and its related strategies. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, today the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is undergoing significant transformation thanks to Saudi Vision 2030. This vision primarily focuses on economic diversification through two strategic pathways. The first is to maximize the economic return from existing sectors and natural resources such as oil and gas, industry, trade, and logistics. The second of these pathways is expansion into new key sectors, including mining, tourism, entertainment, and sports, with the aim of building a vibrant society and a prosperous economy. As a result of this major transformation, numerous programs and initiatives have been developed to achieve these goals. Among these is the National Industrial Development and Logistics Services Program, which aims to maximize the economic revenue of sectors such as industry, mining, energy, and logistics services. From this program, several national strategies have emerged, including the National Industrial Strategy, the Mining and Minerals Industry Strategy, and the Localization Strategy, as well as the Exports Strategy, along with supporting strategies such as the National Transport and Logistics Services Strategy and the National Energy Strategy and its development. For example, the National Industry Strategy aims to transform the kingdom into a leading industrial power and a global logistics hub. This includes developing 12 targeted industrial sectors categorized into 3 groups. The first group addresses local needs and national security, covering areas such as food security, pharmaceutical security, military security, water, and others. The second group focuses on maximizing benefits from the kingdom's comparative advantages, such as oil, gas, petrochemicals, mining, and geographical location, targeting industries like advanced petrochemicals and value-added metals, and transforming the kingdom into a global logistics platform. The third group aims to position the kingdom as a leader in advanced industries related to the future, such as renewable energy, biotechnology, the electric car industry, and aviation and space. By 2030, the National Industry Strategy aims to bring the total value of additional investments in the sector to 1.3 trillion Saudi riyals and triple the industrial GDP to approximately 895 billion riyals, and to double the value of non-oil exports to 557 billion riyals, and create tens of thousands of quality jobs in the sector, and to increase the kingdom's exports of advanced technical products 6-fold. Ladies and gentlemen, In a relatively short period of time, the kingdom has achieved significant successes in the mining sector. This began with the exploration of vast natural resources estimated at about $1.3 trillion, including minerals like gold, silver, copper, zinc, phosphates, bauxites, and other industrial minerals. Strategic plans have been developed to exploit these resources, and the mining investment law was adopted to create a conducive investment environment for mining companies and to encourage investment in the field. This culminated in strengthening international partnerships by annually hosting the Future Minerals Forum in Riyadh under the patronage of the custodian of the two holy mosques. This global event brings stakeholders in the mining industry to discuss current trends, address challenges, exchange information, and build relationships. It embodies the kingdom's contributions to global challenges in providing minerals for achieving zero neutrality goals and advanced industries, as well as addressing supply chain issues. Convinced that true wealth lies in human capabilities, the kingdom, under the leadership of His Highness, has focused on developing talents and human resources. We have worked to develop those human capabilities through the program of developing human capabilities, which is one of the most important programs which are part of the Saudi Vision 2030, which in turn aims to enhance the competitiveness of national human capabilities locally and globally and to enable continuous learning and development for our citizens. Additionally, the Research, Development and Innovation Development Authority was established to position the kingdom as a world leader in innovation, fostering a culture of innovation and developing highly skilled researchers and entrepreneurs. These reforms have led to many successes in terms of competitiveness and ease of doing business indicators. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia now ranks 17th globally out of 64 countries in the Global Competitiveness Yearbook report by the International Institute for Management Development, supported by strong economic and financial performance in 2022 and improved business legislation. This ranking places the kingdom among the G20 countries for the first time, outperforming economically advanced countries. And that, according to the report that covers many aspects of competitiveness. Also, our reforms in women's empowerment reforms have also led to significant progress reflected in various local and global indicators. According to the World Economic Forum report, women now represent 34% of the workforce in Saudi Arabia. Also, in the industrial sector in particular, women's participation has increased by 93% over the past 3 years, in line with the support women receive according to Saudi Vision 2030. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is committed to supporting UNIDO in achieving its goals, recognizing its importance, global status, and pivotal role in supporting industrial development plans everywhere in the world. And this is in line with the kingdom's ambitions in industrial development, securing global supply chains, and being a partner in manufacturing, export, transportation, and logistics services. We look forward in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to hosting the 21st session of the General Conference of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and that in 2025, which represents an important event for exchanging ideas, holding discussions on changes in industry, especially the fourth industrial revolution, discussions on advanced industries, automation, new business models, and the challenges facing the world in achieving sustainability and global supply chains, as well as raising the level of cooperation and participation in the organization's decision-making and industrial policies, and supporting sustainable development in a way that serves member states. The Kingdom will also work to harness all capabilities and in close coordination with the organization to facilitate the participation of all delegations of member states and work to host a successful General Conference with positive outcomes that contribute to strengthening international partnerships. The Kingdom has successfully hosted major international events, exhibitions, and conferences in various fields, organizing impactful events at both local and international levels. Recent examples include the Saudi Arab and Islamic Summits, the Saudi African Summit, the Arab Islamic Summit, and multiple editions of the Future Investment Initiative, the World Defense Show, the Future Minerals Forum, and others. All these events have significantly enhanced the Kingdom's position as a preferred destination for important events and global investments. In conclusion, I invite you to discover the diversity and beauty of our country and to witness the remarkable and rapid progress the Kingdom is making at all levels. As one of the largest economies in the Middle East, supported by modern and prosperous cities and giant tourism projects such as Neom, the Red Sea, Diriyah, Qiddiya, the Kingdom thus offers stunning natural landscapes that gives visitors a unique experience. Thank you, and God's blessings.
Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency. Thank you very much. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to the last speaker of this morning session, the Minister of Planning and International Cooperation of Guinea. So I have the pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Rose Paula Prismou. Madame, the floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, President, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to hail you and convey the welcome of Colonel Mamadi Doumbouya, the President of the Republic, and on behalf of the entire Ghanaian government. I would also like to congratulate you, Madam, on your outstanding election to the presidency of this conference. I wish you every success. Our thanks to the outgoing President. I express my gratitude to the Austrian government and people and to UNIDO for the warm welcome afforded to my delegation during this 20th General Conference. Finally, I would like to welcome progress made since the last General Conference held here in Vienna. This was a time to draw up a UNIDO strategy to address climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, since 5 September 2021, Guinea has committed to strengthening its global governance framework. This has led to good economic results. Indeed, in spite of widespread inflation and worsening financial conditions globally, as well as various crises and COVID-19 and its ongoing effects, our economy remained resilient in 2022. Economic growth hit 5.5% in 2022 compared to 4.9% in 2021. We forecast a growth rate of 5.7% by the end of 2023. With UNIDO's support, this trend also went hand in hand with the adoption of a new industrialization policy, 2022-2040, in step with the joint industrial policy of West Africa. One of its pillars is the sustainable and economic use of natural resources, protecting the environment. Given our mining potential, we have one of the largest iron deposits in the world, and we are the second largest global producer of bauxite, as well as our agricultural potential and that of water resources, as we are a true water storehouse in West Africa. The new industrial policy seeks to prioritize active participation in the African economy as well as the global one. We'll do this by creating added value through the sustainable use of mining resources and agricultural ones, also to attain food independence. We have established industrial areas so as to breathe new life into industry in various regions. So as to implement this policy, our government has established a strategy optimizing locally sourced products and local value chains, enhancing integration in the global market through high-value export products, and establishing jobs locally through capacity building, emphasizing women's employment, diversifying manufacturing, green technologies, and improving management of resources. All of this while reducing pollution and industry's impact on the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, there are major challenges in attaining the SDGs by 2030. Our goal is to pool our resources and efforts, thus, in particular as least developed country. I would like to take this opportunity to draw your attention to a major initiative to scale up South-South and triangular cooperation. This is in line with the appeals made by the SG of the United Nations. My country, in March 2019 in Buenos Aires, proposed the establishment of an international institution for the development of South-South and triangular cooperation. The idea would be to host a UN specialized institution, and this initiative has been hailed by many others. Along these lines, I would like to request your support such that we rise to this challenge together. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, finally, to all of our development partners, in particular UNIDO, allow me to convey the thanks of the Guinean people for the outstanding efforts undertaken to promote active international cooperation that serves the SDGs, as well as those for sustainable industry in the LDCs, without leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you very much, Minister.
At the end of this morning general debate, as announced earlier, we will now turn to a side event titled Making Gender Equality a Lived Reality in Industry. Before giving the floor to the moderator and panelists, I would like to inform you that a series of solution talks will be held from 1 to 2 p.m. in the exhibition of the conference in the Rotunda of the C building. This will focus on UNIDO's Global Alliance on Artificial Intelligence for Industry and Manufacturing, on circular business models in the fashion value chain, and on digital transformation at UNIDO and the partnership with Gardner and the Vienna University of Economics and Business. I would also like to remind you that a thematic event will be held from 2 to 3:30 p.m. in this room, on Microsoft Teams and on the public live stream on the UNIDO website under the theme of Accelerating the Green Transition, Critical Minerals, Metals Production and a Fair Future for All. We shall resume the general debate this afternoon at 3:30 p.m. sharp in this room and online, and turn the side event titled Industrialization in Middle-Income Countries, a Driving Force for Sustainable Development at 5 p.m., also in the plenary. In that regard, I would like to thank Her Excellency Ambassador Mireia del Carmen Muñoz Mera, Permanent Representative of Ecuador to UNIDO, for agreeing in her capacity as Vice President of this conference to preside over this 4th plenary meeting. Thank you very much, Mireia. The second meeting of the main committee will also begin at 3:30 p.m. in Boardroom A and on Interprofile. As already mentioned, for delegates participating remotely, only those registered for the main committee will be able to log in to the platform and join virtually. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to the moderator, Sky News anchor, Ms. Gillian Joseph, and the distinguished panelists of the event.
Are we here? Oh, you've got me now. Yes. Sorry about that little technical hitch. Gremlins are in the house. I was saying, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel discussion on making gender equality a lived reality in industry. Halfway in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal is the objective of Goal 5, which is to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of women by 2030. So how close is it to being realized? Sadly, it is far off track. The industrial sector is a particularly male-dominated field, but it does have the unique potential to become a catalyst for gender equality and benefiting women and girls, as well as economies and societies as a whole. During this event, we hope to explore the roles of governments, the private sector, and other stakeholders in ensuring that women and men equally lead and benefit from the double transition that is currently redefining industrial production, that is decarbonization and digitalization. The panel will aim to highlight approaches, entry points, and good practices to overcome structural gender norms and stereotypes that hold women back. We hope to examine how to increase the representation of women as agents of change for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. So, permit me now to introduce you to the esteemed panel. First of all, please welcome Her Excellency Ms. Ana Maria Choquehuanca. She's the Minister of Production for Peru. Please welcome her to the stage. She previously served as Minister of Women and Vulnerable Populations and as a Congresswoman. She's also an entrepreneur and trade union leader representing small and medium-sized enterprises in Peru. Welcome. Next, we have Her Excellency Ms. Sithembiso Nioni, the Minister of Industry and Commerce for Zimbabwe. Before assuming this position in September this year, she served as Minister of Women and Youth Affairs and as Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises Development for her country. Welcome, Minister. Mr. Robert Korp is the Managing Director of Tieto Evry Alpine Region. Tieto Evry is a leading technology company that specializes in creating purposeful technology and responsible artificial intelligence solutions, highly relevant. Welcome to the stage. Ms. Susana Pecoy Santoro is the National Director of Industries in the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mines in Uruguay. In this position, she's responsible for the control, implementation, and design of public policies related to the industrial sector and its enterprises. Welcome to you. And last but not least, Ms. Elfie Klump. She's Head of Partnership Development at Festo Didactic, which is a member of the Festo Group. They're a global technology leader company in automation and education. Alfie Klump has a track record of more than 35 years in the field of skills development and employability and sustainable growth. Please welcome your panel to the discussion. Yes, you may give a round of applause. Thank you. It's lovely to have you all here. Thank you very much for being here. Let's get straight into the discussion because time is of the essence. If I come to you, first of all, Minister Chokwe-Hanka, what are the main obstacles for women to be agents of change in the transition to green industry, and how can these challenges that you hopefully will identify, how can they be overcome?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for inviting me to participate in this event today. First of all, I wanted to say that gender equality is not just a fundamental human right, but it's also essential if we are going to have a prosperous and sustainable kind of economic growth.
Just stop for a second to use the microphone. Sorry, can I just ask you to repeat so everyone can hear?
Sí, claro. Bueno.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. Firstly, I wanted to thank you for inviting me to be part of this important panel this afternoon. First of all, I wanted to say that gender equality is not just a vital human right, but it's also one of the essential requirements if we're going to build a peaceful and sustainable world. As it says in SDG 5. We need to recognise that our economy will be stronger and more dynamic, much more resilient too, if men and women are able to contribute equally in terms of talent, skills, capacities, and using our resources to access the same kind of credit, if we have the same access to opportunities too. As women, we represent 49.5% of the global population. So limiting our contributions will mean that we're limiting and curbing the global input of nearly 50% of the population, and that just doesn't make sense. Gender equality is not just a moral issue or a human right, but also an economic duty. I also wanted to say that the challenges that women face are difficult because we have to overcome the challenges with gender equality laws that exist in our countries. For example, in Peru, the rule that we have is not yet fully implemented or recognised. It's been in place for a number of years now, but this is a situation we see in many other countries too. I think that a significant challenge that stands in our way is how we're going to boost productivity. If productivity goes up in countries, then what we need to achieve, or what we will achieve, is reducing the levels of informal employment. Why do I talk about that specifically? Well, because women's work is often carried out in those kind of companies. Women who, again, represent 49% of the population, they often work in these informal sectors of the economy. And this is something that's on the rise all the time, informal work, where governments need to do something. They need to tackle this informal framework. We need a legislative and regulatory framework, then, that allows us to get access to credit too, that allows us to get access to markets, that when we're talking today about digitalization and emerging technologies, global markets, value and supply chains, we need to be involved as women in that. So I think we really need to overcome this issue of productivity. And another challenge for all of us is to try, when we're talking about equal opportunities, to have that equality reflected in the actions that are taken by our governments and by civil society too.
Thank you. Let's bring in Minister Nyoni now, and I'd like you to tell us about the situation for women in the industrial sector in Zimbabwe. How does your country address some of the challenges that we've been hearing about?
I think let me start by reminding the conference that we have been on the women's issues for a long time. And when we talk of gender, we are talking of men and women as equals in our society. In Zimbabwe, the first thing that we did was to deal with the constitution. The constitution of Zimbabwe is one of the best. It really encourages, or it states very clearly that whatever we do, we must make sure that there is gender equality. So it is by law, all the government institutions are expected to observe that. But we have not got there yet. The reason, the question is why. The constitution is clear, and we have even established a gender commission. We have gender policies, but why are we not getting to that equality? I want just to flight a few reasons. The first one is that I think as women, we don't celebrate our achievements. Let's start celebrating our achievements and making sure that what we have achieved is reported, is lived. Secondly, let's deal with the stereotypes. Stereotypes still live with us, where we still look at women as people who are not capable. And thirdly, let us also look at what we have done to men by really strengthening women in certain sectors. In Zimbabwe, we are discovering that the women are very strong. The girl child has become very strong. At our universities, we have more girls than boys. And therefore, the boy child is now suffering. We now need to really look at gender as gender. Having said that, we still have certain sectors where women are invisible, where women are still weak. I was a Minister of Women Affairs for over 6 years, and where in a lot of sectors, women are doing very well. In parastatals, there's now, in some parastatals, there's gender equality. But in business, in industry, you can't believe that only 15% of Zimbabwean women own their own corporates. But when you come to the SMEs, the majority of women at that level, of people, leaders in the SMEs, are women. So the question is, the constitution is clear, there's a gender commission, there are also gender policies, and yet in some sectors, men still dominate. What is the problem? I think as Zimbabwe, we are beginning to look at that, look at it seriously, use the law, use the educational system, and also use all the tools that we have to try and make sure that both men and women are treated equally, no matter what sector. In industry, Madam Moderator, the women are still very far in my country. But I have hope, because at universities, we are now developing industrial hubs. And because our women are beginning also to push for the STEM, for science, I have hope that very soon the women will fare much better in industry than we have done before. Thank you.
Minister. You said that very clearly, that the situation in Zimbabwe, but also provided some positivity in the hope that you have for the future. Suzanne, I wonder if I can bring you in. Now, Uruguay, we know, has made considerable strides towards becoming socially and economically, environmentally sustainable as an economy. What do you think can be done to ensure that women lead and participate equally, as we've heard, in the transition to a green economy?
Bueno,
Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you very much for inviting us to participate in this panel. It's a major challenge. Uruguay faces it, and the world as a whole does, in terms of including women's participation in these new productive areas of the economy. There's a new productive model which is coming to the fore, more sustainable production, and there are lots of challenges that we face to ensure a circular economy as well and circular transition. So it's essential that we are able to achieve a quality level of production and to have a better planet than we do now. But we also face major challenges. How are we going to develop this model without allowing women to suffer in the process and without sticking to the previous models that we've been sustaining at an industrial level? I think what we can ensure is trying to bolster women's participation in STEMs. There's a very low level of participation of women in careers in the areas of science and technology, and this circular economy, environmental protection. All of this means that we'll need women who are trained in technology and in development, and that's what's lacking at the moment. In our country, we do have a high level of women coming out of universities with highly qualified and sometimes more than men, very highly trained in many areas. However, in terms of science and technology, and engineering, those are the topics that women are less likely to choose. So we need to bolster that and work in that area and show women and girls that they can pursue those kinds of careers, that maths are not merely for men, that women can follow that kind of career trajectory too. We need to get them thinking that they can play a different role. We also need more women in science and technology, but also in maths too. And if we don't achieve that, then they tend to stick to the more basic levels of jobs, such as in terms of circularity, they'll end up working in rubbish and waste management and things like that. So they sometimes don't go into the newer types of STEM careers because they don't have the necessary training or skills. So we need to raise women's profile, visibility, and we need to show them a different kind of profile, show women who are pursuing science and technology that they can be successful in that field. I think that's one of the most major challenges that we're going to face in the future.
Thank you. You mentioned technology quite a bit there, the STEM subjects, and Robert Korp can talk to that more than adequately. Your company creates cloud data and software solutions that have been described as purposeful and responsible. Tell us a bit more about this approach, how it advances gender equality and women's empowerment in the sector.
First of all, thank you for having me as well here. At Tieto we say we create purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. And this is just not a marketing slogan. What we mean by this is that we are working on solutions from a technology side that really can make a positive impact on societies and on the citizens, on the people that are living in the societies. For example, when we are talking about decarbonization with the help of digitalization or the reduction of energy consumption, these are typical fields where our solutions are there engaged. And with our Nordic heritage as Tieto we are coming with the origins from Finland and from Norway. We believe also that we are a front runner in sustainable technology. But to make that a bit more tangible as well, how that really looks like. Yeah? So when we're looking at the municipalities in the northern European countries, we're working with them in different technologies to help them to save energy, to serve their citizens better. For example, for one of the biggest regions in Sweden, for the region Skåne, we are providing the solutions that they need less data center consumptions and there is a better servability for every citizen there. And the second example, even I think more tangible here, it's because it comes from Austria as well. We are protecting with technology an Austrian heritage, and this is the Austrian wine. And the question is, how do we do that we are protecting here the Austrian wine? Is we have the situation due to climate change that in reality in the vineyards, we are facing in spring more often the situation that there is late frost coming in, which is destroying the blossoms. So means the blossoms out of that finally the grapes are then finally created. And the key point is with sensors in where the grapes are or the blossoms are, and with technology that predicts finally at the end where is the risk that the temperature falls below 0 degrees centigrade. There we are predicting with our solution to the winemakers in which parts of the vineyard, in which topology, finally that happens. And the winemaker has then a mobile application where you just can see with some prediction models in the next 4 or 6 hours in this area you need to go and you need to take action like heating up paraffin candles. And that helps in 2 occasions. On the one side, normally the winemakers now are doing that everywhere. Yeah, they are heating up paraffin candles in all their hectares, and there is a lot of pollution out of that. And secondly, they are driving 100 kilometers or several hundred kilometers per night to measure manually the temperature. And with that, with our solution that we're measuring that automatically and also forecasting where the probability is high, we are creating also a more kind of here sustainable future. But how does it help to our topic? This is the question here. So how does it link at the end? We tend to believe that women focus more on society. So with our purpose, creating their purposeful technology to reinvent the world for good, we are saying that technology is not something like it's only programming. We're saying there are many other roles of that. There is, you need to understand the business requirements, you need to do requirements engineering, you need to do design of interfaces, so how do you interact with mobile applications, for example. And these are roles that are not deep technical, and where sometimes women are afraid of the mathematics behind it, the technical part, and we are advertising that and saying it's just not programming. Half of our work is programming that we're doing. The rest is other roles where I personally believe that women do much better than men do in that kind of roles. And this is what also to be linked to the previous speakers, we also need to more make these role models out. The women role models that work in that roles, we need to show how that is, how they came into that. I think that is really important for us, not us as a company, but for us as a society to utilize more these role models.
Interesting that you're talking about demystifying the roles, and that there's very much more to them than just, you know, one dimension of programming. Elfie, UNESCO estimates that globally just 35% of STEM students in higher education are women. And we know that upper secondary level education, in that sphere, women are underrepresented in the STEM fields. So I want to ask you, what role do technical and vocational education and training programs play in advancing women's representation?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for the question, and thanks for having me here this morning, so to speak, as a private sector representative from a company, elaborating or trying to elaborate on this question a little bit more from a practical point of view, from a private sector perspective point of view. You mentioned it, what UNESCO estimates here, and I think we have a very high potential for women, which was elaborated by the ministers here, and I can only fully underline what has been said up to now. When it comes to STEM education, to technical and vocational education, well, I think, and I'm persuaded, and our company is, this is the foundation of innovation. Festo, our company, is a technical company. A technical company, progress by innovation could be our slogan as well. We are an innovation driver in automation technology. And what we do is we are supplying components for about 200 different industry sectors, whether it is food technology, pharmaceutical, or packaging. So innovation is crucial for us. And what is the basis for innovation? The basis for innovation is education. It's technical education. It's bringing the academic innovation to the shop floor. And STEM is the foundation to generate progress, to generate social inclusiveness and to give a lot of opportunities to women. Now, if you ask me directly, why does it matter to women to go into STEM fields, to go into technical and vocational education? In our opinion, or in my personal opinion, there are a lot of chances for women those days because due to digitalization and to innovations which we need for climate change, for environmental solutions, etc. Digitalization offers to women a lot of opportunities to go into new learning methods, provided, of course, that they have access to internet. A lot of people don't have access to internet all over the world, believe it or not. So if we give access to women those days to go into new learning fields, this is a tremendous chance and a big opportunity. Women also looking at the second point, the point of fairness. Women are normally underrepresented, of course, in all those technologies, but also not paid very well. And in the fields of STEM and technology and production and innovation, engineering, these are good and well-paid jobs. So if we give the opportunity to women to go into those fields, they will also increase their participation in that field. And last but not least, another point, a third point, is the social competence of women. To the inclusiveness. If we include women in our teams, diversity, I'm persuaded that we get much better results also in quality of decisions. And maybe in the next round of questions I can elaborate a little bit what we do from a Festo point of view, from our company point of view. So my message here is education, STEM education is the key foundation to include women in the future economy. And of course, as the minister said, half of the population here is women, so we better think about how we can all find ways to really include this power.
Thank you. So diversity, also an issue that you've raised that actually helps with productivity. Minister Chokwe Ohanka, I wonder if you can talk to that and sort of strategies that are being deployed to encourage women entrepreneurs, specifically in the small and medium enterprises.
No le escuché bien.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Could you repeat it?
I was just asking you about the strategies that are being employed to encourage women entrepreneurs in the small and medium sector enterprises.
Bien, creo que es
Well, I think it's important, above all, when we deal with whatever the topic is, to take a snapshot of what the situation is at the moment in question. So the Peruvian company Fabric is made up of just 13.8% SMEs, and the rest are kind of micro companies, and women factor into that segment because the medium-sized ones are just 0.1% and the larger are smaller still. So you can see that the productive labour force of the country that contains women is a kind of 49%. So what are we doing then? I was the Minister for Women and Vulnerable Peoples, and what we tried to work on when I did that job was the topic of violence, overcoming violence against women. So what did we start to see clearly then in terms of public policies that are related to empowerment of women? That was key, because if we economically empower women, then we'll see less violence. If we ensure that women are strong, that their self-esteem is on the up, if we have empowered women, then we will have women in a modern environment of digitalization, technologies, global supply chains, and everything that we repeat on a day-to-day basis right now. We'll have women who are strong in that context. So that's why it was important for us to work on empowerment. Now I'm the Minister for Production, and I have the opportunity to, let's say, complete those policies, feed into those policies related to a program which is called Mujer Produce, Women Produce. It's a national system where we're not just empowering women, but we're also trying to ensure that they can access the public procurement market, all the companies that they can access to. They may be small companies at the moment, but they won't stay small because women have that energy and vitality to carry through on their dreams. And that's something that we all need to recognise. We work as well by developing platforms to bolster action, to access to private purchase markets. And then women can work on an equal footing to men. It's not a problem of men versus women here. It's a problem of strengthening, bolstering women, and that links into the access to funding for both genders. But in the case of women, especially in Peru, we still have to sign the relevant documents so that a bank can provide credit. But financial entities also have problems where there are companies that are led by women. They're often smaller companies. And a small-scale company will pay perhaps 30% each year, whereas a larger company will pay just 6% perhaps. So these are all the things that we need to overcome. They're challenges that stand in our way, and it shows us that we need to achieve things gradually, working towards equality in the public-private sector. There's a whole work load that links together, which will allow us to overcome all of these obstacles that we face today, so that we can ensure that our companies grow more quickly. We also need to recognise that economic fora which work in various different countries, perhaps 21 countries, are already committed to the issue of women's access to different spheres, public and private spheres, cutting-edge areas, roles, breaking with the tradition of reproductive roles that have been assigned to us for so long. So now we are looking at how we can reconcile work with our companies. And I think that that links to the agenda that we have imposed upon us on a daily basis. We have more and more women in politics than before. We have the first female president in the country. So we are achieving what we want to achieve. We're ensuring that vulnerable populations have access to healthcare, have access to everything. And it right now is something that we're making progress on. So it's not about this being the era of men or women. It's an era of equal opportunities for all. So harnessing the work that can be generated in the green industry, and this could yield a fair transition to this equality that we all want, both men and women, and I repeat, equal opportunities for all.
Equal opportunities for all. Minister Nyoni, we've heard there that it's not about pitting men against women, it's about an equal footing for all. What more do you think needs to be done to empower women? We heard about that, but how do you actually go about it?
I think the important thing is to start them young. In Zimbabwe, we found that when you have a family approach, when at family level we emphasize that as families, mother and father, and the extended family, we treat girls and boys the same, and give confidence to the girl child right from the beginning. And if she doesn't get it at home, it's very difficult for this girl child to start getting it in society. Let us, as families in Zimbabwe, when I was Minister of Women Affairs, we had family days where we made sure that men and girl child and boy child are treated the same. And then from there, you go to school, like one of my sisters said. At school, the same thing should happen. that the children should be allowed to choose subjects according to their ability. But then you find that in some of our countries, children equally don't have access to STEM because they are in the rural areas. Some of the rural schools are not equipped with laboratories. Some of the rural schools are not equipped with Wi-Fi, and therefore these children therefore lose out. And in most cases, as I said, there's still this stereotype in which boys will be given a preference. So if a family doesn't hold their children with equal value, they will then choose the boy to go to school and the girl to remain doing chores. But in my experience, this is changing. There are some of the families also who will say the boy child should remain at home and herd cattle, while the girl child goes to school. So really it's a matter of education from family to school to society, that gender equality is about all. And the other point is poverty also contributes. And when a family is poor, they have to make choices. Who goes to school? And poverty has to be dealt with. Is part of the weapon that is used for gender inequality. And gender-based violence, what does it mean? And we have found that in Africa, any society that doesn't take care of their women, and where there's gender-based violence, it has been proved that those economies, their GDP go down by 14% because of gender-based violence. And gender-based violence is mainly perpetrated by inequality in the home. When then the man has no value, they take it out on the woman. And when the woman also is frustrated, they take it out on the other. So I think when we deal with gender, we have to deal with education, we have to deal with poverty issues, we also have to deal with equal opportunities for women and men, but it has to start at family level, it has to go to schools, it has to go to society. And top to bottom approach has usually not worked. It has left women behind. Like one of the speakers said, what is key is technology and education. If women are left out, they cannot then fit just because we are pushing them. We need to have a process of including them from the beginning so that when they enter society, they are well equipped. Thank you.
Susanna, let's continue exploring that theme of stereotypes and how you break those down. I mean, I know, for instance, that many women are perhaps overly represented in low-paid positions in maybe the textile sector. How do you address that? If they only see their ambitions to be that, how do you change? How do you change it?
Well, in Uruguay, we have a specificity in the textile sector. We've seen that's dropped off. It's reduced in size in our country because we have quite expensive labour force, although the textile sector in micro and small companies is quite informal in nature, more so than in other areas. But elsewhere in Uruguay, it is a sector that has reduced in size recently. Uruguay has about 80% of women working in the textile and clothing sector, but it is a sector that is declining in our country. So the most major challenge we face is how to reconvert, retrain, upskill, and how do we teach these women from this sector to be more efficient in terms of their productivity and to have greater productivity levels to be competitive. There's a lot of differences between different sectors, and we can see that the textile sector that could be competitive is the one that has a lot of added value. So design, clothes, etc., that can compete in a niche area of the economy, which is very competitive. But that means that there are fewer job positions, even though they might be better paid and more highly qualified. So the challenge is, without a doubt, how we look at the productive and critical sectors and workforce and see where we need to support people to retrain and particularly upskill. And our country, with that in mind, has been, under my leadership and from the ministry's point of view, been working on joint technical cooperation with the GAF to develop a national plan for industrial development, which will allow us to study and develop incentive policies which encourage the retention of women in industrial posts, and also their incorporation into areas where you don't tend to see women. What we've seen is that in the circular economy, particularly the green economy too, we've seen more and more women, and that has led to a reduction of energy use, a reduction of aquatic resources use, and a reduction as well in greenhouse gas emissions. So specifically what we need to start doing is demonstrate to the world that if women work in given areas, then that's a good deal for the economy too, because there are some sectors where, beyond the philosophical or philanthropy side of things, you have to demonstrate in numbers that women offer a good deal and that it's a good idea to get them involved in that part of the economy. Most of the purchasing decisions are taken by women around the world, so that's why it's important to have women present in productive areas, because they're often the regular buyer. So it's very important to be able to show that there's a challenge to be addressed in that area, but that if we manage to overcome it, it's good for everybody. So from Uruguay's point of view, we're working to, first of all, carry out a key mapping of what the situation is. There are lots of different situations, and via the numbers, just to give you the numbers, Uruguay has about 40% of women working in the automobile sector, but we know that because of the type of contribution they make, they are involved more heavily. They're not involved in the kind of metal side of it, more upholstery and things like that, the textile size. So these are the sort of things we want to map, and that's the first part of our project, to carry out an in-depth study of what the reality on the ground is, where we've seen a drop-off, a reduction in women's presence in sectors, and then we need to make strategic decisions as to where we need to encourage the inclusion of women, both in the basic productive sector and also in more cutting-edge areas too.
And you mentioned attraction and retention, which are two very important elements to highlight, and something Robert can speak to. And I wanted to ask you what companies can do, such as yours, to attract and retain, most importantly, retain more women in technical positions, decision-making positions, and thinking about iCloud, computing, artificial intelligence, which I'm particularly interested in and would love to hear your thoughts on that, engineering. How do we attract and, very importantly, retain?
I think that there are several elements that we need to address here. On the one side, I think we just need as a company to start early. For example, we know that many kids and children, they are in the age from 9 to 14, decide about the education path. So what we're doing as a company, for example, is that we are bringing then these aged children to us, showing them how technology works, doing some games with them, that they are getting curious about how does a mobile phone application, for example, work, and that they're saying, hey, that might be something for me that I want education-wise to consider. This is number one. Number two for me, I think we need to establish more and support female networks. For example, here locally in Austria, there are several ones, and there's women in ICT for the whole technology sector for IT. And we are having there regular role model events where people, females that are working in the industry, women, are then showing what they are doing. They are presenting themselves, and we are inviting their interested students or people that are just standing before the decision where to go and what job to take, and also for people that are already more advanced in the career and are still considering to do a different career choice than they have been taken up to now. Number three that I see is also that we are focusing also on flexibility in all our models, meaning we have parental leaves, of course, we have other types of educational leaves, where we need to be flexible from a working hour perspective, where we need to also engage finally with all the people that are at the moment on such kind of leave. And we need to be role models. For example, my daughter is now 11, but at the end I also took parental leave in order to show when I'm there as the responsible for all my team, as a male can do that, take several months of parental leave. All of my other male colleagues need to be able to take that as well. Yeah? And at the end, I think important, but this is nothing new, we need to set ourselves targets that we are following up. We have also, like many other companies, the targets to have gender equality in 2030 and also to reach 40% female share in 2026. But I think the key element behind this we have certain rules behind also to say, yeah, for all succession planning on managerial roles, it's mandatory for us to always have a female successor as well that we are developing forward, which generated a lot of discussions because at the moment we have, depending on the country, 25 to 35% females, yeah? And you don't have always there a successor for every role, yeah? And secondly, that we're also saying our aim and our target is always to have more women in managerial roles from a percentage perspective than total women that we have in the company. So I think from that perspective, it's several elements to address. Of course, different compared to the countries that we're in, but this is what we are doing.
Very important, and we've made it very clear that it's extremely important to be intentional about these policies. They don't just evolve. And Elfie, I wonder if you could talk to gender diversity as regards Festo and how that dynamic actually improves profitability, improves how a company is run and managed and how they succeed. What's your experience?
Yes. Well, looking at this topic from a private sector perspective, again, from our company perspective, Festo, we are persuaded that STEM education is the foundation, like it has been mentioned before, for innovation, for driving success. So when do you start this education? You start this at a very early stage. And I think the first point is to make this very attractive in form and format. So for example, what we do in our company, we have developed a so-called bionic learning atmosphere where you learn from nature how nature can inspire technology. For example, we developed from an elephant Russell a component for automation technology. And we develop these innovations in the industry right away in the education sector. And with those kind of elements in the education, we try to make it attractive for young girls at a very early stage, because this is when they decide to go into a STEM career. The next point, which the minister from Zimbabwe mentioned, she said, let's celebrate women's success. And I think this is very important to generate role models for our young girls and women. We have seen this in the past, like Bertha Benz in the car industry, like Marie Curie in radiation, or as Lim Tureci in the recent years to innovate a vaccine for COVID. So it is very important to have role models for young women in the industry to go into these fields. And then, of course, another point is the paradigm shift in parents' minds, because the parents, they are more or less the ideas, they're giving the ideas to the young girls and kids what they should go for in their life. So parents play a key role. And the last point may be teachers, educators. They play an essential role also in making careers attractive in the STEM field. So I think these are the 3 points what I would like to mention. And to conclude with, from a practical point, what we do in our company, of course, we have different programs when it comes to gender inclusiveness, gender diversity, etc., with women at STEM careers in Festo, or we do nowadays also sharing models in management positions, and a lot of course, programs like this. Thank you.
Let's kind of double back and look at the legal frameworks, the structures that support gender equality. Minister Chokwe-Hankwa, if I can come to you. You've got the translation on. You can hear me this time. What are some of the examples you'd say of good practices and effective national policies and initiatives that enhance and encourage gender equality?
I think that the success of women themselves, when you have, for example, we work to get more women into leadership roles. And that's something that we work on through networks. And when you talk about networks for women and membership, that's very important, because what networks have done for our country is allow us to work in a much quicker way to gain visibility for and raise the profile of women's work, particularly in terms of the increase, in terms of the growth of their companies. So we're not just talking about women in micro enterprises, which is the lowest level, but also women that might work in industries where they instill circular economy, green industry, etc. And I think that one of the policies that's really helping is the fact that when we talk about the circular economy, we're not just talking about its application in large companies, but rather that it's cross-cutting, universal for everybody, micro, small, medium, large, for everybody. And we're viewing the company in the country as a unit. And my experience in the business world, before I became a minister, I oversaw the National Association for SMEs, PYME Peru, SME Peru. What we came to understand, in fact, through our work, was that by seeing larger or large companies as a partner with smaller companies, then you can help bolster the development of those smaller companies and the development of the business world as a whole. So we need to say that if in total we have 50% of 50% of the employees are women, then we need to ensure that growth includes all of the gender promotion activities. In terms of the policies and legislation that you asked me, that's right, isn't it? Well, as regards legislation, we've made a lot of progress since the from the Congress. We have a gender equality law, which hasn't been 100% implemented, but we do need to step it up. It's not the same to have a woman or a man in the same role. Sometimes women end up earning less in that role than men. So we do need to overcome those kind of challenges by raising the profile and visibility of women in leadership roles, not just because they recognise a woman as a woman, because that's a duty and then something to do with equality that we have to fulfil, but it's very important to think about the idea I mentioned before of work in networks, reaching out to women. And another one of the most important segments and areas of work could be to try and include women in labour issues for roles that they didn't occupy before. In the ministry, we're trying to ensure that women from the KONOS, the sort of working class areas, we get them into the network so that we can include them in discussions on topics such as handling heavy machinery. So tiles, installations, electrical installations, all of these sorts of things. But what do we want to achieve with this furthermore? The sectors where you see violence and this struggle that we've been undertaking in our governments have been undertaking in Latin American countries, these are concentrated in those spaces. In the working class areas. So what do we see happening with women where we allow these women to access smaller working areas? What happens is they end up regressing because obviously their children have to eat, so they'll do any job going. So by putting them in posts such as handling heavy machinery, etc., in installing tiles, electrical installations, that means that they'll get higher salaries because there's a lot more money to be earned there. So it's beneficial because they will not regress and they'll have a much happier lifestyle with their children. But at the same time, we're also allowing them to join working spheres which are not traditionally occupied by women, and that can be very beneficial for them, and it can help us to overcome a lot of the labour challenges that we face with women right now. I think that these kind of policies are very positive, and in Latin America we need to carry on implementing them, getting them involved in the greening of the economy and in decarbonisation. And everything that we're talking about today, what we're talking about on this panel, it's really important. As women, we are very highly trained, just as highly trained as men, and I think that it's not a struggle between men and women. It's a topic of equal opportunities for all, always on an equal footing and in terms of justice too.
Minister Nyoni, I wonder if we could talk further about the legal parameters and the frameworks and the legislation you spoke before about in Zimbabwe that helps to engender equality for all. What are the parameters that actually bind people to, making the right commitments in that arena?
Thank you very much. I think you are right that as policymakers, what is it that we look at that informs our policy, that informs legislation? In Zimbabwe, we looked at what is it really that oppresses women. The law is clear. The policies also, they are put in place, but women are still at the bottom of everything. So there are some of the things that we need to identify in our societies that we really then need to make policies and programs around. In Zimbabwe, these were some of them. Poverty and lack of infrastructure that facilitate men and women to operate as equals in a home. For instance, if you are living in a rural area and there are no roads, there is no electricity, there is no water, who then goes to fetch the water? Who goes to fetch the firewood? Who goes to do those chores? It then turns out to be a woman. And therefore, if you want to have equality, just make sure that there is infrastructure here that makes men and women work together as equals. And the second one is early marriage, poverty. Poverty in some communities will drive children to the girl child to marry early so that they find someone to look after them because they are running away from the poverty from where they are. So child marriage. And then the third one, as I mentioned before, was gender-based violence. So we then need to have policies, legislation, to address those things that fuel gender inequality. So in Zimbabwe, what His Excellency President Idi Mnangagwa has done is that he has declared that every village must have a borehole, a solarized borehole, with enough water that will be piped to homes, with enough water that will also enable the community to come together to produce, so that you start small industries around provided infrastructure like water. And a lot of us, because we open the taps and water comes out, we have no idea how important water is. Because without it, really, that's the major oppressor of women, is lack of water. Because it is them who deal with water in the household. And they have to fetch it. They have to manage the scarcity of water. And therefore, our rural women are, I always celebrate them. They are the specialists in the management of scarcity. When they have 10 liters, 20 liters of water, that water has to provide for cooking, clean the children, clean the homes. And if I take you to some of their kitchens, spotless, very clean, it's because they are managing scarcity.
Able to manage with what they have, a very important skill. Minister, thank you so much for your contribution. I want to thank all panel members for their insights. Very interesting discussion. Thank you very much for taking part. If you'd like to thank the panel at this point. Thank you.
To go over there and
now, I'd like to invite the Director General of UNIDO to deliver the closing remarks and announce the winners of the UNIDO Gender Equality Mobilization Award 2023. Please welcome Mr. Gerd Muller to the stage.
Congratulations and thank you for this very, very important panel. Minister from Zimbabwe, I remember my visit in your country, and I appreciate very much you spoke about the situation in the rural areas. Yeah, that's so important to think about these women there. That's really daily hard work to do, and this necessity of daily water. Yeah, and electricity, and that is the first step. We have to bring to 50%, I think, of Zimbabwe, of African villages and countries. Thank you so much, all of you, distinguished speakers. Gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but also essential for a more peaceful, fair, and sustainable world. Yes, and advancing, I always work and force empowerment of women of course, girls and women, is a core aspect of UNIDO's work. That is basic. It is something that cuts across all of our efforts, all of our efforts. It is thus my great pleasure to close this event with the awarding of the UNIDO Gender Equality Mobilization Award, and a special thanks at this point to Ms. Ugas for the great effort and strengthen our gender strategy within UNIDO and in cooperation with all member states. So this award, we will be giving this award for the third time since 2018, and with it we recognize colleagues who have gone the extra mile for women's empowerment in their work. So I have the pleasure to announce the first winner, there's Madame Ugas, the first winner of this year's Gender Equality Mobilization Award. It is the team behind the Cambodia Program for Sustainable and Inclusive Growth in the Fishery sectors. Where are this delegation? Come at the podium. We know this project better as CAPFISH, which is thankfully much easier to pronounce. And this great project helps post-harvest fisheries in Cambodia with knowledge transfer and regulatory institutional support. It's a great model of the kind of practical work we can achieve on the ground. And the second award, please. The second award goes to the team behind the project supporting small and medium-sized manufacturers in the automotive component industry in India. They call this project Uday Bright. So it supports manufacturers of automotive components in India to enhance their productivity and product quality. To both of these teams, I say congratulations. Beyond that, I want to give special mention to a few teams who have made very notable and indeed innovative contributions to the promotion of gender equality. First, the project for economic empowerment of vulnerable women for social stabilization in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Second, the project on the power of women's economic empowerment in agro-pastoral value chains in Sudan. And third, the Montreal Protocol teams work on women's economic empowerment in the refrigeration and air conditioning sectors. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are many more examples of how UNIDO is helping to create a world where both men and women can thrive. So let us continue to work together to make gender equality a lived reality in industry. Thank you and congratulations all of you.
Take a picture. We're going to do two more, so let's do one with me and then we'll have the panel. Is everybody in the shot? Thank you. Now, before we close, as they're congratulating each other and taking pictures, we want to briefly hear about the two projects and how they empower women. So first, let's hear from Chanthavi Mias, National Gender Expert from the Capture team.
Inception phase. Yeah. During the inception phase, the baseline gender analysis of the post-harvest fisheries sector was conducted to ensure gender-responsive work plan development. So the study found that women play key roles along the whole post-harvest fisheries value chain, constituting up to 70% of the workforce, leading most of the MSMEs in Cambodia. However, due to underlying gender inequalities, women remain concentrated at the bottom of the value and supply chains. They lack assets and opportunities to scale up their businesses or to enhance their skills and benefit from trainings. Their contribution is often invisible in statistics, and despite the fact that women are the vast majority in the post-harvest fisheries, they are severely underrepresented in management and decision-making positions. Women also tend to be more vulnerable to socioeconomic crisis, climate change, and gender-based violence, and overall they face time poverty, working in the productive but also the reproductive care work, and therefore only have very limited capacity to develop, sustain, and secure their businesses. These key findings from the gender analysis contributed to the development of our gender strategy and action plan of the project, which encompasses mainstreaming gender throughout the whole project cycle across all activities and outputs, but also empower women. So in order to make sure women are not left behind in the upscaling of the post-harvest fisheries sector in Cambodia, we tackle gender inequalities by targeted actions to empower female processors and women-led SMEs through value chain investment support and business development services. In terms of sustainability beyond the project's life, the project supported the integration of social requirements in regulatory and institutional systems during the establishment of official food control systems. So gender equality and women's empowerment was integrated as mandatory requirements to obtain the Food Safety Certification Scheme, CQS, as well as social safeguards integrated into our investment support services provided to the enterprises, and gender equality trainings delivered to relevant stakeholders from the private and the public sectors. So to date,
71% of the enterprise in the value chain investment support are women-led business and a women producer group. They receive training and coaching on food safety and also business plan development, labeling, and also marketing, new product, new business development, and also technology like solar dry dome, and also to strengthen their business performance. Among the jobs retained and created at the enterprise level is 68% are women. And the incentive investment is around 1 million, and the leverage additional is 1.2 million from the enterprise. Furthermore, the gender responsive research development and also innovation was promoted, including the business development. So we respond to the women need and also constraint. The promotion of the women researcher team, as well as linking the women enterprise with the new services and gender responsive communication. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chanthavi.
Not sure if we have them.
Pleased now to give the floor to Rekha Jain, National Program Manager from the UNIDO Pride team.
May I kindly request to play the video, please?
उदय प्राइड ने मुझे श्रेष्ठता हासिल करने के लिए मशीनरी और उपकरणों का ज्ञान दिया है, जिससे मुझे अपने ही कार्यक्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ने का अवसर भी मिला है।
The automobile industry forms the backbone of the Indian manufacturing sector, contributing nearly 6.4% of India's GDP and 35% of its manufacturing GDP. And India's automotive component industry is experiencing a silent revolution, employing nearly 3 million people. It is paving the way for India to become a global hub for automotive components. To fuel this growth, UNIDO initiated the Uday Pride program in 2019 in collaboration with ACMA, funded by the Ministry of Heavy Industries, Government of India.
Deployed in 275 companies nationwide, Uday Pride is enhancing productivity, quality and female workforce participation through shop floor interventions, counseling and e-learning courses, contributing to SDG 5 and SDG 9.
Taking Jai Hind Autotech as a prime example, their productivity has increased significantly.
Our company has witnessed a significant shift towards inclusivity and gender equality, with 30 to 40% of the workforce comprising of women, surpassing the industry average of 12%.
A higher participation of women has led to a 15% increase in FIFO score, with 48% improvement suggestions coming from women employees.
न केवल मेरा आत्मविश्वास बढ़ा है, बल्कि मुझे नए सपने देखने की शक्ति भी मिली है.
This success story is not an isolated incident. The Uday Pride project is showing remarkable progress in promoting workforce diversity in other clusters, such as Coimbatore, Chennai, and Mysore in southern India, underscoring the fact that empowering women isn't just a social endeavor, but also a catalyst for economic growth.
For watching the video. Namaste, I am Rekha Jain from India, and I am indeed honored to represent Uday Pride project, which supports auto industry component manufacturing workforce in MSMEs in India. Grateful to receive the GEM 2023 award, recognizing our commitment to gender equality in the auto industry. Uday Pride empowers women in auto manufacturing by providing decent working conditions, healthy workplaces, technical trainings, and gender sensitization programs. This attempt has tasted success in companies in different regions of our country. This has resulted in increased participation, skill development, quick gains in productivity, worker discipline, less attrition, reduced absenteeism, improved quality, and so on. None of this would have been possible without our dedicated team from UNIDO, our valued partners ACMA, and support from Ministry of Heavy Industry, Government of India. Having realized positive gains, there is now a greater willingness to engage more women employees in the workforce. This has to become a movement in industry. Thank you for recognizing Uday Pride. Together, let's drive change and build a future where every woman in the manufacturing industry thrives. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rekha and Chanthavi. Now, I believe our interpreters are going to leave us at 15:15, so I'm going to be very, very brief to round all of this up, and I think summarize in one sentence that we need women everywhere. So I think that'll be translated. Everybody understands that. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience and taking part in this discussion. And your thanks once again to our esteemed panel who've been brilliant throughout the session. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, I live in England. I was born in London, but my parents are from the Caribbean, Dominica. But my husband's Nigerian, so, and my sister lives in Gambia, so I'm in Africa a lot. Yeah, very international. Thank you so much. You made that easy. Oh, thank you very much. You were perfect. Perfect. Lovely working with you. If they'll have me back, I don't know. Oh, the panel. Where are they? I can't see where they've gone. Where are the other panelists? Missing two.
on? Hello? Test? Hello? Test? Testing?
I'm going to keep it on. You don't have to turn it on and off.
Okay.
But they're going to do it for you, my colleagues.
I'm just going to check what the... Can they hear me now?
Just a second.
Can you hear me?
Just place the microphone for the moderator now. Please moderate it from upstairs to turn it on and off. So if you can't do it from the back, turn it off for now.
So.
Hello? Thank you, everyone. Thank you for attending. I'd like to invite the Director General, Jared Miller, up to the stage to give an opening remarks. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to see you engaging on these most important topics. Welcome to the panel, exciting guests here. And my thanks especially to you, of course. The World Bank has estimated that globally, our combined economies need more than 3 billion tons of minerals and metals to provide for low-carbon technologies we need for a sustainable future. Think about this. What is it, 3 billion ton? That is the weight of over 400,000 Eiffel Towers in Paris. That is imagine. I think especially the Saudi Minister of Industry, Mr. Al-Qurayev, here for his initiative for this event and for the initiative, Minister, for a Saudi Future Mineral Forum you established already to discuss international standards in the mineral sector, and his initiative and his proposal for a center of excellence in the mineral production. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure the mining of these minerals will happen, because green transformation needs green minerals. Extraction of cobalt, nickel, lithium, and more is expected to increase by 500% by 2050. 500%, the level now, by 2050. So new mines will open, production at existing mines will expand. We have a lot of guests and speakers here at the podium. The minister from Guinea represents even the African continent. Mining even is a great opportunity for developing countries and the least developing countries. But important is a system of taxation. That's not the issue today, but taxation. We talked about this, because local added value for mining countries, not only for international corporations. Yes, that should be the future, especially bring value, bring money, bring investments in your countries, in developing countries, to Africa, Latin American countries. So it is absolutely crucial that we face up to and address the problematic sides of the mining industry. We talked already last year in Saudi Arabia about this. The mining sector relies on fossil fuels. Yes, that's business as usual. Growth in mining will simply lead to even more emissions, defeating the very purpose of low-carbon technologies. So necessary are new technologies in this sector, in this industry. Moreover, a huge share of mining takes place in the so-called artisanal and small-scale mining sector. The social 80%, about 80% in this sector worldwide. The social and environmental conditions in that sector, where tens of millions work, are on the whole entirely unacceptable and even simply exploitative. That is exploitation. I visited some of these mines personally. For example, in Zambia, copper production. So we have to change the situation for workers with at least minimum social standards and even the environmental standards. We need to meet the sharply rising demand for critical minerals and supply the global manufacturing industry in a fair and responsible way. Innovation, technology transfer, and freely spreading and supporting best practices. These are the keys to sustainable industrialization that meets the demand for critical minerals and green metals. UNIDO has the technical expertise and the global network to push forward momentum on global action. With the support of our member states and their ministries of industry, especially thankful, I'm grateful for Saudi Arabia for his initiative in this sector. UNIDO can help form modern, responsible extraction and processing strategies at the local, regional and global level. We are here to help set and implement proper production standards, developing training for workers, direct support to where it is needed most. And we can and will act as the neutral, honest broker and global facilitator for productive dialogues and partnerships. I'm very interested now to join the discussion here. Thank you so much, these excellent guests. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. Thank you so much. As a continuation to the Director General's speech, this topic is very close. My name is Ghad Al-Hamoud. Thank you for being here. I'm an international advisors expert. I work in Saudi Arabia. But before I introduce you to our speakers and begin the discussion, just allow me to give you some context on the topic today. Now, it's no surprise that the urgent push for global sustainable development hinges on the rapid transition to clean energy, which requires critical minerals. So while addressing climate change requires these minerals, mining's environmental and social impact challenges sustainability principles, which is why it's important to have the right strategies, the right policies, collaboration and innovation in mining practices and post-mining stages to meet the future mineral needs, but also to ensure environmental stewardship and social equity. In 2023, during the Future Mineral Forum Ministerial Roundtable, the Director General advocated for a global alliance on sustainable critical minerals, as well as responsible mining for equitable energy transition. And here, the UNIDO can play a pivotal role in advocating innovation partnerships, as well as facilitating a safer and environmental-friendly minerals value chain across the upstream and the downstream. So today's high-level panel discussion will cover the consumer and supplier countries' plans for meeting future mineral needs and the shifts in policy that are required, which will give us an insight on some of the opportunities and the challenges and some of the collective responsibility. Additionally, we're going to get a chance to have some insight on one of the key components of the energy transition, and that's lithium and its value chain. So, the important part, let me introduce you to the speakers. First, His Excellency Bandar Al-Khrayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of Saudi Arabia. He assumed his position in August 2019, and he brings more than 29 years of experience in leading industrial, commercial, and investment positions. He also currently chairs the board of the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, the Saudi Industrial Development Fund, and the Local Content and Government Procurement Authority, among many others. Her Excellency, Rose Paula Présimov, Minister of Planning and International Cooperation in Guinea. She assumed her current role as the minister in November 2022 and brings more than 19 years of experience. His Excellency Aziz Nazar, Deputy Minister of Industry and New Technologies of Tajikistan, assumed his office in March 2023 after holding the position of head of the Department of External Economic Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And Professor Rashid Yazami, who's scientist, inventor, as well as the founding director, CTO at KVI Holdings. He is best known as the co-inventor of the lithium-ion battery, and he has had 40 years in the field. He's the winner of the 2014 Draper Prize of the National Academy of Engineering, which is considered the Nobel Prize in engineering. So, the World Bank estimated, as the Director General mentioned, that the world would need more than 3 billion tons of minerals and metals to produce those low-carbon technologies, and that would require more than 100 extra mines in a select number of minerals alone until 2030. This is a weight of responsibility that's highly felt by both the supplier countries and the consumer countries. Your Excellency, Saudi Arabia is a mineral-rich country with more than $1 trillion worth of minerals. Can you tell us what is the kingdom's vision and strategy to position the country as a metal production hub by 2030?
Thank you, Rad. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Rad, for moderating this session. I think what we need to focus on is really how to plan the availability of the quantities required of minerals. Unfortunately, today's global community is facing the challenge of chicken or the egg. What comes first? We need the investments that take place in the mining upstream to ensure that we have the material to be processed and then move to downstream. And then we need to use this material also and final products to create the transition in the form of solar or wind or whatever. This dilemma is actually a dilemma where we need to also be mindful of what can we achieve as different nations today and tomorrow and next year and the following year. And that's why what we are doing in Saudi is a collective effort. We realize these targets and plans cannot be achieved without a proper, very strong governance and coordination between different government organizations, such as Ministry of Energy, for example, in Saudi, Ministry of Industry and Mining, Ministry of Environment, and so on and so forth, to ensure that the planning that we are executing when it comes to upstream mining, the locations of the mines, the concessions that have to be given to the mining companies, and then how can we incentivize the downstream industry to happen? How can we incentivize investors to do the downstream? This is also a subject that we have addressed through our new mining investment law, where the law actually incentivizes investors to go downstream in the form of reduction in taxation, as Dr. Miller had mentioned in his opening remarks. Discount on taxation if you are processing the metals within Saudi Arabia. This not only provides the materials, but also maximizes the utilization of the material, the added value that we can bring from mining into industry and so on. I always repeat this statement, which was actually a statement that I took from our Minister of Finance when he spoke in the last Future Mineral Forum, and he said, Saudi Arabia's mining industry is an economical play, it's not a financial play. So the whole intention of developing the sector is to maximize the return on from the sector on the different activities, especially in manufacturing. The Saudi story is a great story when it comes to how we can, as a nation, develop natural resource, but at the same time, be mindful of the development of the society. Today, the eastern province as a whole in Saudi Arabia is a clear demonstration of how the country, through its oil and gas business, have created a whole society that is very advanced, that today is the home of the largest petrochemical plants globally. We have turned the desert of Jubail from a desert to the largest industrial city today. that accounts for approximately 6 to 7% of the global petrochemical market. And we intend to do similar in mining. Unfortunately, mining is a different story because there's so many minerals, there's so many ways of extracting, so many ways of processing, and definitely not every country has everything though. So collaboration is key. The formation of the Future Mineral Forum is a way to collaborate between different countries. We are bringing all stakeholders in one platform: governments, mining companies, financial institutions, service providers, and academia, to discuss the challenges of the sector and how can we move forward. And finally, what I would like to say is that 3 main enablers are key. One is human capital development. So we cannot imagine developing the sector without investing a lot in human capital development. Secondly, also investing in technology. Technology is going to be key in providing many of the solutions that we look for, and without government support to adaptation of technology through the different policies, enablement and so on, it is not going to happen. Or if it does, it will take longer than expected. And finally, RDI, the development, the ecosystem of the research and development and innovation is very important also to ensure sustainability of the growth of the sector, of delivering the targets, of bringing mines to be more safer mines, more productive and more energy effective. And hopefully, while doing all of this, we can, at the end of the day, be able to deliver the right amount of minerals needed.
Thank you, Your Excellency. You mentioned a good point, and that's the supplier countries meeting the demand required. As you know, bauxite is a key material used in the production of solar PV, which you also mentioned, components, of which Guinea has about 24% of global reserves and produces about 23% of global production. So Your Excellency Pressimo, can you let us know how can Guinea be better prepared for the future?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. First of all, I'm sorry, I'm going to talk in French. When I speak with Excellency, he say, oh, you must reserve French for poetry. I say, yes, I must. When I talk about the matter of my country, I must do it with my emotion because it's a lot of things to tell about it. So, la Guinée, c'est un pays ouest-africain, un pays qui se situe aux abords de l'océan Atlantique, à côté du Sénégal, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Mali. Et c'est un pays qui regorge la plus grande réserve mondiale de bauxite, aussi de très très bonne qualité, qui est recherchée partout. C'est un pays qui est également doté de réserves de fer très très importantes, plus de 2,4 milliards de tonnes exploitables. Nous avons également un pays qui a des ressources au niveau du diamant, des ressources importantes en or. Et malgré tout ça, nous sommes malheureusement pour l'instant un pays moins avancé. Ça croire qu'il y a des choses qui n'ont pas bien marché. Alors, comment tirer profit Madame, you want to translate? Oh.
Thank you, Excellency. Rada, I wanted just to mention that we don't have translation for the thematic event, but I will try to help with the translation. Excellency, you can go ahead. I will do the summary.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you for that. And, pour la petite histoire en Guinée, depuis le 5 septembre, où il y a eu un changement avec le Comité national du rassemblement et du développement, nous avons nous avons d'abord pris l'engagement de respecter tous les traités et conventions que la Guinée a signés avec les partenaires, que ce soit les partenaires multilatéraux, que ce soit les partenaires bilatéraux, et particulièrement ceux du secteur minier. Cela a permis de garantir quand même une certaine... qui a permis l'approvisionnement. Donc, lorsqu'on demande de savoir quels sont les moyens pour nous de tirer profit, pour nous, c'est d'abord d'asseoir une garantie au niveau de la gouvernance. Donc, une stabilité politique pour rassurer les investisseurs, parce que lorsqu'il y a eu le changement le 5 septembre 2021, nous avons pris l'engagement de respecter tous les traités, mais surtout en mettant un accent sur les avantages que peuvent tirer la Guinée, mais aussi tout en respectant les droits des investisseurs. Cela nous a permis aussi de revaloriser certains contrats, malgré le fait que ceux-ci avaient été déjà établis, mais cela s'est produit dans une entente avec tous les partenaires. Et aujourd'hui, globalement, ces contrats sont en train d'être revus, tel que le disait le directeur. Il se disait il est important que les ressources qui proviennent de l'exploitation puissent bénéficier vraiment au pays. Et c'est aussi le leitmotiv que nous avons. Il faut que l'exploitation minière profite aux Guinéens et profite aux communautés. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons mis un accent. Nous savons que la plupart des exploitants, des investisseurs ont un capex très élevé, c'est-à-dire un coût d'investissement élevé. Donc, nous devons mettre, en tant que gouvernement, des investissements pour créer les infrastructures appropriées, pour diminuer les coûts des investissements, pour que lors de négociations, nous mettons plus l'accent sur les revenus que peuvent tirer l'exploitation. Donc, pour pouvoir mieux bénéficier et tirer profit de cela. Donc aujourd'hui, globalement, nous sommes en train de revoir les contrats qui avaient été, je donne l'exemple du projet Simandou qui est plus de 20 milliards de dollars d'investissement, où après le changement, nous avons dû discuter avec eux pour permettre à ce que cette exploitation de ce grand gisement bénéficie à la Guinée. Et en ce moment, nous avons réussi quand même à faire obtenir le maximum possible à la Guinée sans pour autant nuire aux intérêts des investisseurs. Ça, c'est entre autres. Et au niveau aussi de la réglementation, donc le code minier, nous avons adapté les éléments du code minier pour que nous puissions créer de l'avantage attractif pour les investisseurs miniers, où nous savons que pour ces types de produits miniers, nous avons peut-être de la concurrence. Aujourd'hui, notre vision, c'est de voir partout où nous avons des particularités, nous puissions mieux négocier ces contrats pour avoir moins de pertes au niveau des recettes fiscales. Maintenant, au niveau aussi de la justice, nous avons amélioré notre cadre de gouvernance pour que les investisseurs se sentent beaucoup plus rassurés, que nous ayons un système beaucoup plus performant pour que chacun se sente en sécurité dans son investissement de façon globale. Aujourd'hui, comment tirer profit aussi de ce monde minier? C'est à travers la transformation locale. Notre objectif étant que nous puissions mieux transformer la bauxite au lieu que, tel que prévoient les conventions. La plupart des conventions prévoyaient qu'il y ait une raffinerie de bauxite, c'est-à-dire c'est à partir de la bauxite qu'on a l'alumine et de l'alumine on a l'aluminium. Aujourd'hui, force est de constater qu'on n'a qu'une seule usine, malgré ce grand gisement de transformation de la bauxite. Donc aujourd'hui, nous essayons d'améliorer cet aspect. Et pour finir, nous avons également mis un accent fondamental sur le contenu local. Ce, pour ne pas aussi créer de la distinction, c'est pour plus d'inclusion et créer l'impulsion au niveau local. Notre objectif étant de créer de la valeur au niveau de l'exploitation locale, Donc, à travers cette loi sur le contenu local, nous avons pu circonscrire la façon d'interagir avec les investisseurs donc, sur le plan minier. Et aussi, nous avons mis un accent sur la main-d'œuvre locale. Il est important de savoir que lorsque les exploitations minières sont là, ils ont besoin de capacités humaines, donc de personnes qui puissent répondre à leurs attentes. Donc, nous avons fait une réforme fondamentale au niveau de l'enseignement professionnel pour permettre de répondre aux besoins de ce marché. Et aussi pour garder, parce que nous savons que la plupart de l'exploitation minière vise un peu les secteurs où on a des personnes qui se déplacent. Nous avons mis un accent dans le code minier pour la communauté. Nous demandons aux exploitants non seulement de créer de la main-d'œuvre locale, mais aussi d'investir dans la communauté, soit à travers des centres de santé, des centres académiques, et j'en passe. Je vais essayer de résumer ainsi comme ça et laisser Hanan faire le gros travail de résumé et revenir peut-être rapidement après sur le volet industrialisation.
Thank you, Excellency. Merci. Comme on dit traduire, c'est trahir. Je vais essayer de traduire le contenu. I will just try to resume the main points in Her Excellency intervention, recalling that Guinea is a West African country located on the Atlantic sector with a lot of reserves, including iron and gold. She was also mentioning that Guinea took the commitment to respect all agreements with bilateral and multilateral partners, and she mentioned a certain number of key points that they are respecting, including governance and political stability, stability of the business climate, strengthening domestic mining link for better diversification of the national economy, and also the work that they are doing with the investors to make sure that the investment in the mining sector is profiting for the local communities and to focus also on the local labor force. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hanan. Thank you, Your Excellency. Moving to Central Asia. Central Asia is expected to contribute significantly in the global mineral supply chains. For example, Tajikistan is one of the top 20 countries in terms of proven reserves of zinc, among many other minerals. In recent years, we've seen an increase in investments in the metallurgical plants. Your Excellency, how can countries like Tajikistan strike a balance between the exports, the minerals exports to meet global demand, and the local value retention?
Thank you very much. To start with, I would like to thank our colleagues, both UNIDO and Saudi Arabia, for initiating this session. And as for the energy transition, I would like to point that the energy transition presents unique challenges for both metal and minerals companies, which is a need to innovate and rebuild their green transition and technologies. And for the countries like Tajikistan, that 93% of the territory covered by the mountains has a big deposit, around 800 deposit minerals and materials deposits, and almost like 100 deposits are operated with the strong support of our international partners. So based on this, we, as a Tajikistan, as a country known as a critical raw material and minerals country, can play a key role in the transition energy, and as well as contributing to the minerals and extraction of minerals and materials in critical roles. So based on this, without the necessary skills and access to the expertise and the technologies, these premises cannot be profound. So we rely on our international partners in order to supply with green technologies. as well as allocating financial resources. These two cases can play a key role for the operation and exploration of minerals and critical mineral materials in the deposit of Tajikistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Professor Rashid, you heard or you had an opportunity to hear the plans and the strategies and the forward-looking targets from countries like Saudi Arabia, Guinea, and Tajikistan. With the surge of demand for renewable energy and electrical mobility, I wanted to zoom in a little bit. While everyone is working towards energy transition, there's a very key component here, and that's the lithium batteries. The lithium batteries of today won't be the lithium batteries in 5 years. So can you just give us some insight on what is the path for the future development of the lithium batteries and what that impact would look like to some of these supplier countries?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure, absolutely an honor to be sitting here at the UNIDO event. I'm a scientist, and it means that UNIDO is also interested by science and innovation. That's very good. Okay, I think lithium-ion batteries, we just focus on this system, is one of the most successful industrial story of the end of the last century and this century, in the sense that it's a bridge actually between the mining activity, chemistry, and also energy and environment, okay? So when I started my research back to the late 70s, the graphite was coming from Sri Lanka and from Madagascar. And I was the lucky inventor of the graphite anode that you have in your cell phone today. And the cobalt was coming from Morocco or from the Democratic Republic of Congo. You travel, you know, with these ideas. So it has been a very long journey, very successful, interaction between academia and industry and the governments. The target is actually to bring a battery that can be multi-task, used in different areas. Of course, we are thinking about this transition from internal combustion car to electric vehicles. Very important. And this is the number one driving industry in the lithium-ion battery business. The other one is the clean energy storage, energy coming from solar, wind, and hydroelectricity, and geothermal, and so on. So basically, you produce electricity from clean sources like sun and wind, and you store it. And by storing it in a battery, you increase the so-called energy efficiency. It means that there is a shift between the time you produce and the time you use the battery. And by doing this, you increase the efficiency. And the other sector of industrial sector, which actually was the first to driving industrial activity for lithium-ion battery, is the mobile electronics. Cell phones, computers, and so on. So it's all based on lithium-ion batteries. The reason why lithium is now dominating the market in rechargeable batteries is it has outstanding performance in terms of energy. The amount of energy you can store in 1 kg or 1 liter of battery is the highest now, and also the capability actually to provide fast charge and fast discharge of the battery, long life, safety, and also cost. Okay, so and besides actually this value chain from mining to putting a battery products from the mine to a battery and use it in electric vehicle, there is also the other aspect which is growing industry interest, which I think will drive also the industry in the coming decades, is the battery recycling. Very important. Which means that resources are scarce, and for some products, there are high risk of not having enough cobalt or enough phosphates or other components. So we need to recycle these batteries, and the expectation is by more than 30% of the materials that we use in new batteries will be recycled from dead or end-of-life batteries. So all this activity actually is, again, has some, of course, interest in the academia and also industry, and I have been actually working with both sides, with the National Research Center in France, which is very academic. I worked also with NASA, with the California Institute of Technology. Now I'm in Singapore. I was part of the Nanyang Technological University. But I like taking some risks, so I started an entrepreneurship. So the objective, what I'm doing now in academia, is how to bring these breakthrough technologies on IT, information technologies like artificial intelligence. Can we bring artificial intelligence into batteries, make them safer, last longer, and also more versatile applications and so on. So this will keep me busy for at least, if God gives me the chance to have good health for the next, I would say, 15 years, I hope. Okay. So anyway, it's exciting, journey from starting, working on academia, and find that, for instance, only last year, 2022, over 15 billion batteries have been produced in the world. And all of them have my invention inside. So think about me when you use your cell phone. You have the graphite anode is an invention coming from a Moroccan scientist, and also was developed in the French laboratories. So anyway, now, of course, we are thinking about how will be the next generation of batteries. There are billions of dollars that have been, put in developing new chemistries. Among them is a kind of alternative to lithium, which is sodium. Sodium can be, of course, used like a salt, in the sea water. And if we replace lithium with sodium, we cut the price, but at least half in the total system. So this is very, very important activity now, and I hope, I cross fingers, that some announcements will be done in the next 5 or 10 years, that finally we have a sodium-based battery, which is like lithium-ion battery. It will not have the same performance, it will be less, because sodium is heavier, bigger, but still it's cheaper, and it will, for those who need batteries affordable in developing countries. You don't want to spend hundreds of dollars to have a battery, but if it is like $10, that would be excellent. Okay, so this one, number one. The other is the so-called solid-state batteries. So solid-state batteries is a battery that uses lithium, still lithium, but instead of graphite, they are using metallic lithium. Okay, and to make this battery have better in performance than the current lithium-ion batteries, we have to make the separator between the plus and the minus pole of the battery is a solid state. Ceramics or sulfur or sulfide, etc. This is huge amount of academic research on this, and this is also another maybe something that we expect to change the world in the future, and hopefully bring a battery that is safer and also lasts longer and can be fast charged, and also the performance should be temperature. I mean, we want to use an electric car in Chicago during winter time, in Saudi Arabia during summertime, when temperature goes between minus 30 in the winter time in some countries to more than 50 degrees. So this is a big challenge actually, and opportunities. And I'm working on developing batteries that can, still work up to 90 degrees C. And believe me, this is a big challenge.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you on behalf of many people. Your work would be pivotal to ensuring a lot of these policies that require commitments to green energy are, applicable and put into place. So thank you very much. Unfortunately, I think due to constraints in time, we're not able to do a second round. So if I can summarize really quickly, we spoke about the commitments of many of these governments to the green energy and the plans in place for local retention. But I think the key point here was collaboration and innovation to ensure and enable the energy transition to meet those future critical mineral needs. So thank you to the speakers for your time and your insight today. Thank you to the organizers of the event, and thank you to the audience for being here. Thank you so much.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to take your seats. We are about to start.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon with all delegates. So please take a seat that we are going to start, and we are going to do it in my native language, that is in Spanish. So as we have translation, I guess that is not going to be a problem. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Please take a seat. We're about to begin. I declare open the fourth plenary session of the 20th session of the General Conference. Before beginning our work, I would like to remind you that the Commission is now beginning its work in Boardroom A, working in parallel to this plenary session. As has already been stated today, from 5 to 6:30 in this room and online we'll have a parallel activity on industrialization in middle-income countries. So we will now return to the general debate on topics 7 to 25. I would like to remind delegations that member states and other participations should limit their contributions to a maximum of 5 minutes. That is 5 minutes. I would also like to invite delegates contributing online to use the raise hand function so that we can give you the floor when it's your turn to take it. That said, it is now my pleasure to give the speaker to the give the floor to the first speaker of the afternoon on my list, which is Zimbabwe. Her Excellency Ms. Sitembiso Nyoni, Minister of Industry and Commerce in Zimbabwe. You have the floor, Madam.
Señora, adelante.
Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Allow me to say all protocols observed. It is my singular honor and pleasure to address this auspicious event, the 20th session of the UNIDO General Conference. I would like to congratulate you, Your Excellency, Ms. Deborah Lepi, on your election as the president of the 20th session of the General Conference. Zimbabwe assures you of our support and cooperation during your tenure. Let me also thank the outgoing president, His Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Medani, permanent representative of Tunisia, for his exemplary leadership during the 19th session. The government of Zimbabwe appreciates the Director General's D. Muller's opening remarks, and more critically, that he continues to champion the promotion of inclusive and sustainable industrialization through localized value chains. Madam President, Zimbabwe aims to become an empowered and prosperous upper middle income society by 2030. Despite being under sanctions, Zimbabwe is making visible strides towards industrializations based on our local human and natural resources. Through the Ministry of Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, and Rural Development, we are now food self-sufficient with surplus maize and wheat for human consumption and supply our industrial value chains. In line with Education 5.0 strategy, Our universities are developing industrial hubs and creating new products for both our value chains and for the creation of new products and industries. The small and medium enterprises in Zimbabwe have created nearly 5 million full-time jobs, while industry is diversifying with 85% of our retail and wholesale shelves space coming from locally produced goods. This robust and inclusive strategy is accelerating Zimbabwe's economic growth, which is at 5.3% per annum. Zimbabwe acknowledges the pivotal role that UNIDO continues to play in fostering global economic growth, and we pledge our unwavering support to initiatives that promote development of inclusive and innovative industry for the improvement of our peoples. We are confident that the current field office net reforms will further strengthen UNIDO's role, more so in the light of the various programs being championed by the Director General through his clear response to climate change. Madam President, the program for country partnership modality still remains a viable framework that has facilitated inclusive and sustainable industrial development in Africa and other regions. Zimbabwe has noted with excitement that UNIDO will continue to expand this creative framework to enhance localized value chains and productive capacities to benefit the disadvantaged communities. Technology and skills development, as well as digital inclusions, are critical in economic diversification and enhancing productive capacities of our countries. This will lead to narrowing the gap, digital gap between the vulnerable and the rich in our societies. Through our institutions of higher learning across the country, the technology hubs are producing quality goods, making Zimbabwe self-sufficient in both technology and skills development, as opposed to the notion of skills transfer. We appreciate UNIDO's continued support to Zimbabwe through its country program framework, and it is our hope that the cooperation framework will also be upgraded to PCP in the near future. It is our hope that with the program, UNIDO will be actively involved for the benefit of the Zimbabwean people and our upcoming economies. Government of Zimbabwe is implementing the ease of doing business reforms and infrastructure development aimed at laying a firm foundation for attracting more partnerships and private sector-led economic growth. As I conclude, Madam Chair, let me reaffirm that Zimbabwe is ready to actively participate in a collective pursuit of global well-being and sustainable development in line with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I thank you.
Muchas gracias,
My thanks to the Minister for her statement. And it is now my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Manuela Modupe Santos, Minister of Investment Promotion in Togo. You have the floor.
Madame la Vice-Présidente.
Madam Chairman of the 20th session of the General Conference, Executive Secretary of UNIDO, heads of delegation, distinguished delegates. As I start my statement, allow me, Madam, to join preceding speakers in sharing with you on behalf of my delegation, the President of the Togolese Republic, Mr. Gnassingbé, our warmest congratulations for your brilliant election to the chairmanship of the 20th session of the GC. I'd like to assure you the support of my entire delegation. Would also like to say to the Director General, the members of the UNIDO board, that we are very grateful for their commitment with regard to the structural transformation of the economy of our country. I would like to say that it's an honor to take the floor today before you to highlight the importance attached by member states, including Togo, to the acceleration of industrial development for the emergence of prosperity in our respective countries. I'd like to recall that our state has determined a roadmap for our government for 2025, which is intended to make our country a Togo of peace, a modern nation with inclusive and sustainable economic growth. I'd like to reassure the partners of our country that our roadmap intends to accelerate the economic transformation of our country. We have thus decided to make industry one of the principal motors for the development of our society and our economy. The government intends to create a true transforming industries to be set up by 2025, roughly 20 new industrial international scale units, and this creating more than 35,000 direct and indirect employments. We intend to develop 10 agropoles, including the Kara agropole that's being developed, comprising some 165,000 hectares. The new industrial policy of Togo prioritizes the development of platforms allowing for the growth of transformation of our raw materials, the adoption of international standards in order to facilitate the access of products made in Togo onto markets in the world economy. Since 6th of June 2021, on the Adetikope industrial platform, which is an industrial area of more than 400 hectares, we have ensured textile transformation of soy, wood, and recently pharmaceutical products. This is a public-private partnership to the value of 200 million euros. We believe this will be developing. As for Lomé Port, this is the main channel for trade with the outside, but also for the hinterland, Mali, Tiger, and Burkina Faso, and the first deep water port of West Africa. Togo has also given itself policies and reforms to aim at promoting industrialization and investments. So regulatory reforms having to do with the business climate, have been adopted, allowing for simplification of administrative procedures for setting up companies, to get permissions to operate, and real estate transactions. The development of human qualified who is well qualified, adapted to the needs of international companies, is supported by Togo. the support of UNIDO for the present dynamic development of the government is expected. It's going to be certainly opportune to work to set up a new country cooperation with Togo to accelerate and render it sustainable the ongoing industrial development. We intend to develop the bilateral Togo program. This is a possibility for us to turn to UNIDO to ask them to accompany this effort by strengthening the institutional capacity to ensure quality production in Togo, to support the development of industrial parks, the enhancement of sustainable supply chains to promote circular economy, the job creation, and the strengthening of women and young people's capacities. It's time for us to turn to UNIDO asking for technical support for the development and implementation of a program to strengthen our links with UNIDO in order to support the dynamic industrialization of Togo. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, distinguished Minister from Togo. And I will now give the floor to the distinguished Minister of Production from Peru, Ms. Ana Maria Choquehuanca. You have the floor, madam.
Tiene usted la palabra, ministra.
Minister, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller, Ms. Deborah Lepre, Ambassador of Italy, President of the 20th General Conference of UNIDO, representatives and delegates.
Permítanme iniciar.
Allow me to begin by talking about the importance of UNIDO for countries like Peru in its role as a strategic partner for promoting and accelerating industrial development that is inclusive and sustainable. As described in the Lima Declaration adopted by the UNIDO General Conference in 2013, this mission is fully in line with the Agenda 2030, in particular the Sustainable Development Goal number 9, through which we seek to create resistant infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and promote innovation. These are in line with the fight against poverty. The international community affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, the conflict in Ukraine and in the Middle East, as well as the climate emergency with historic levels of CO2 emissions relating to the production of unsustainable energy, has clearly shown the scale of the challenges that we are facing. And so we're facing a complex context with multidimensional challenges that mean we must all work in line with one another to overcome challenges and to reverse their consequences. In this regard, the policies of Dina Boluarte, Peru's president's policies, aim to achieve comprehensive, inclusive, sustainable development, but development that is above all resilient, which has a direct impact on our citizens, in particular the most vulnerable population. This allows us to drive through initiatives in line with gender equality, the promotion of eco-industrial parks, developing our productive capacity with green energy above all. As the Peruvian state, we believe that achieving this comprehensive, sustainable and resilient development makes us better prepared for future crises and prepares us better for disruptive events that may affect development and well-being of our peoples. We know that we are going through difficult times. We all know that these are complex times, but we also know that we can overcome this because Peru deserves it and our countries deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, given these challenges, Peru believes in coordinated work that we've been doing with UNIDO through the Programme of Alliances for Countries. This partnership with Peru uses partnerships for development and has analysis and specialised projects that help with our national and subnational productivity in our country, as well as improving our policies for industrial development and our transition towards a circular economy. Recently, we carried out a study called Peru in the World Economy, Recent Trends and Potential Strategies for Diversification, with the support of the Policy Office for UNIDO and the Peru PCP. This provided us with evidence for decision-making when it came to our policies for diversification in our productive chain and to improve competitiveness in our exports according to criteria of viability and opportunity for productive development. This will, without doubt, allow us to guide our development towards the most productive industries, applying standards of quality and innovation for greater participation in global value chains. This is a goal that is strongly aligned with our national industrial development policy, approved in November 2022, and in which we have significant technical support from UNIDO. The alliance with UNIDO through the Partnership for Country Programmes works with the Ministry of Production that I have the honour to lead. We have a project called Development of Sustainable Industrial Zones in Peru. This has contributions from the World Fund, the Global Environment Fund, and this has helped us to promote changes in standards when it comes to the environment, and works with our planning for sustainable zones, working alongside companies in reducing their carbon emissions. We have another project, which is the development of eco-industrial parks in the Republic of Peru. This has funding from Switzerland, and this has helped us build capacity for public, private actors, creating a roadmap for a circular economy in industry and improving our legal framework for our national system for industrial parks, helping to save energy and reducing CO2 emissions in companies, helping us to save over $1 million per year. The other project is linked to strengthening the quality of coffee and cacao in Peru's exports. This has also been funded by the Swiss government, and it has allowed us to improve our technical skills and sustainability within our national infrastructure system for quality for services in the value chain system for coffee and cacao, working with SMEs and looking at international technical standards and regulations in these value chains. This has helped to increase their competitiveness, which is something that is incredibly important to make them more competitive compared to other countries. The other regional project with UNIDO is accelerating the implementation of SDG 9 in Latin America and the Caribbean through South-South and triangular cooperation, and establishing networks and alliances to do this. This has allowed us to create a working network of 19 countries to innovatively promote SDG 9 across the region. Finally, we have UNIDO's regional project, which promotes regional cooperation in aquaculture value chains to help productive capacity in Latin America and the Caribbean. This has helped us to work on closer links with Colombia, Cuba, Ecuador, El Salvador, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, and the Dominican Republic, and create synergies to improve aquaculture policies in freshwater in our countries, and working on, because for our country, aquaculture is something that is incredibly important to develop. This progress helped through coordination with national partners and UNIDO's help in industrial development, mean that we've shown a great interest in increasing cooperation with UNIDO through a cooperation programme with the country, which has been built based on results and lessons learned from the PCP and its coordination mechanism, aligned with the cooperation framework for sustainable development, which is from the United Nations in our country. Finally, I would like to state that achieving the Agenda 2030 means we must build partnerships and mechanisms for cooperation with various stakeholders in development. And so I would like to invite you all to work on building synergies with governments and civil society and the private sector. It's very important that we work on that public-private coordination to increase dynamism within our initiatives and to ensure that we can have more of an impact in terms of sustainability with our cooperation programmes that will benefit all of our populations. Thank you very much.
Gracias, distinguida.
Thank you, Minister Chokiwanka. And now I'll call upon the Minister for Industry for Somalia to come up to the podium, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. It's my honor to participate in this conference representing the federal government of Somalia. Excellencies, Somalia is transitioning from a humanitarian forecasted towards development approach. The new narrative Somalia is reshaping focus on building more sustainable and prosperous future for the tomorrow generation of young Somalians. The government of Somalia is building the foundation that advances the country towards a modern economy. This means building institutions, creating enabling environments to attract investment and realize inclusive and sustainable industrial development, and in turn achieve economic growth and job creation. Translated, it is prosperity for our population. Somalia is continuing to make progress towards reaching the heavily indebted poor countries. Initiative completion point by the end of this calendar year, 2023. Upon the reach of completion point, Somalia will qualify for full and irrevocable debt relief, which could reduce the debt to GDP ratio from 41% to 6% 2022, meaning that debt is the sustainable in forward-looking sense, thereby turning a new page in the country's development trajectory. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Somalia is a country with huge potential and opportunities. To mention a few, 70% of population of Somalia is under 35 years old. Hence, the country has access to human capital that can be developed in various expertise and sectors for the year to come. The potential in renewable energy in Somalia is one of the highest in Africa in terms of average sunlight hours and highest potential for wind energy. This will allow for cheaper and cleaner energy solution in the continent, which could in turn be driver for attracting investment, hence also stimulate manufacturing capacity. Somalia has the longest coastline in Africa, stretching more than 3,000 kilometers. Somalia fisheries sector has potential to grow up to 600,000 metric tons per year, valued at 350 to 940 million a year. Great part of Somalia potential in blue economy space is still untapped. Sustainable and well-calibrated intervention will be required to ensure that the fisheries industry of Somalia is maintained by also balancing out the industrial development need of Somalis. Livestock and agriculture sector remains the main source of employment and exports in Somalia. Agriculture's share of gross domestic product is about 75% and represent 93% of total export. Investment across the wide spectrum of intervention of the value chain for indeed crucial and have been potential to launch the growth of the economy of Somalia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite the opportunities that I have highlighted, the country has been hammered by frequent and overlapping shocks related to climate hazards, lack of unemployment, poor infrastructure, and limited manufacturing, and therefore stagnant economic opportunities. Therefore, it's about time that sustainable strategies is put in place for the least developed country like Somalia to translate the existing potential and opportunities into sustainable economic growth, jobs, income generated through the manufacturing, and facilitating access to affordable healthcare, education, and clean energy. Especially in our youth population is catalyst for development and highly IT literate. This presents on opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship which can advance the country towards the future growth. This means investment in education and green skills as a result will enable the country to leapfrog towards the fourth industrial revolution. UNIDO can play a crucial role in promoting state-of-art technology and expertise to increase efficiency and productive in the major sectors in Somalia, such as livestock, fisheries, agriculture, and energy. For instance, investment in technology and infrastructure in the agricultural sector can help farmers to optimize crops yields and mitigate against climate shock that the country is suffering from at the moment. Furthermore, we need to promote the local private sectors and enterprises to adopt digital technologies, explore e-commerce and business model using AI. With use of technologies and digitalization comes investment is a skilled labor, where I would like to urge all of us to prioritize investment in education and promote STEMs, readying youth for the future jobs, such as software engineers or farmers and fishermen, to gain data analysis skills and green skill in the manufacturing sector. A blue economic strategy in line with UN Cooperation Framework and National Development Plan 9 will go along with to build sustainable ocean-based economic, knowing that Somalia's maritime ecosystem is highly productive and can foster food security, while keeping in mind the environment sustainability of the ocean and coastal area, promoting economic growth, social inclusion, and improvement of livelihood for Somali population. The most important investment in education system will not only allow our population to adapt to the ever-fast changing markets, but it will help us to leapfrog Somalia toward sustainable industrial development and compete on the global market, and as a result allow us to shape the overreaching themes of today's fair globalization. With that said, I would like to thank the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Jed Muller, and UNIDO for inviting me to deliver remarks at this 20th UNIDO General Conference, and look forward to work with UNIDO to pursue even more innovative solution in our pursuit of our progress through the inclusive and sustainable development in Somalia for better tomorrow. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Yes, please do applaud. My thanks to the distinguished Minister for Industry from Somalia. And next up, we have the distinguished Minister for Trade and Energy in Cabo Verde. You have the floor.
Excellence,
Your Excellencies, Madam Vice Chairman of the General Conference, ladies and gentlemen, just like other island states, Cape Verde has an economy which is highly dependent on the tourism sector. We're vulnerable to climate change as well as economic and health shocks. The way to coping with this challenge is based on the Strategic Sustainable Development Plan for Cape Verde 22-26 and on the Cape Verde Ambition 2030 agenda for action. This agenda intends to redress and to diversify the economy and to cope with the impact of climate change by creating ways and means of adapting and exercising resilience. We, to this end, are setting up structural measures such as the investment in the energy transition, the improvement of the business climate, the development of human resources to accelerate and attract investments to the sectors of tourism, the blue economy, digital economy, energy industry, and agriculture. As regards industrial development, Cape Verde is involved in implementing industrial development policy, innovation, and integrated and coordinated external trade in order to build a more diversified economy in the next 10 years. These aims are perfectly aligned with SDG 9. The supplies for the tourism-generated market and opportunities for preferential access to regional and world export markets are a development potential which can stimulate the industrial development of our country. We also have ambitious and realistic objectives for energy transition. We have an ongoing plan to allow the country to produce more than 50% of its electricity from renewable sources, such as sun and wind, by 2030. An energy matrix, which is based on renewable sources, is better for Cape Verde from the point of view of costs than an energy matrix based on fossil sources. This is why decarbonization is, apart from its environmental upside, would make the country's economy more competitive in terms of costs and energy security. We have abundant renewable resources, high quality, such as sun, wind, and the sea, with a renewable production potential which is much higher than our domestic energy requirements. And in this fashion, our country is well positioned to become an exporter of clean energy. Right now, we're working on a national green hydrogen strategy, and we're actively participating in the elaboration of a regional strategy on this. However, we're aware that we're on a road which is very high in its requirements in terms of investment mobilization, the mobilization of innovation capacity and access to technological modernization. This is why we're interested in mobilizing more public-private partnerships and bilateral cooperation and international organization contacts. In sum, we'd like to position ourselves within the regional and world chains and to engage in looking for innovative solutions which can promote sustainable development. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, distinguished Minister from Cabo Verde. You took up less time than you were allotted, for which I thank you. Next up, we have the Vice Minister for Industry, Energy and Mining in Uruguay, Mr. Walter Very. You have the floor, sir.
Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Representatives of UNIDO, Madam Vice Chair, ministers from brotherly countries. Good afternoon. It's a real pleasure for me to speak to all of you representing my country, Uruguay, to share progress made before this assembly, to talk about our work with UNIDO and the challenges that we have still ahead. Uruguay's commitment to UNIDO goes back to the very origins of the organisation. And today we want to reiterate our commitment to it. We are working very well together, and we have UNIDO representation in our country, and we would like to state this before all of you. UNIDO has been able, and Uruguay have been able to adapt to new challenges and challenging circumstances in the world, remaining faithful to its mandate. The key thematic areas in which UNIDO and Uruguay are working are linked to sustainable and inclusive industrial development, the green economy and the circular economy, the environment, renewable energy, digitisation, Industry 4.0, and more recently, the development of our green hydrogen economy. All of this with a focus on gender, ensuring that we have increasing female participation, as should be the case, because equality is so important. We should say that UNIDO was a fundamental pillar for Uruguay when it came to promoting its circular economy and green economy models, using the PAGE programme, which I will mention later on. Now, this has without doubt been strengthened, and will be strengthened rather, when next month Uruguay launches its national circular economy strategy, in which we've collaborated with UNIDO again, as well as the creation of a bioeconomy and circular economy technology centre, which will also become operational in the next months. We must not fail to mention other benefits that Uruguay and UNIDO have generated, for example, attracting global funds such as the GEF, SDG funds, support from the Partnership for Action on Green Economy, PAGE, and the project accelerating the application of SDG 9 in Latin America and the Caribbean through South-South and triangular cooperation, among other things. Furthermore, Uruguay was just a few months ago selected out of 155 proposals from over 100 countries across the world to receive a joint fund for the SDG, the REIF, the Renewable Energy Investment Fund, which aims to lever funding for innovative projects in renewable energies that will help us to drive through our second energy transition in our country. However, we must not only talk about what we have done, but we must look to the future and what we want to do together. We want to take part in the global green hydrogen programme, because we're aware that this programme is a good alternative to continue helping the decarbonisation of our industry and mass transit, which is what we're already doing in our country. We would like to revitalise our automation centre, to give it Festo certification, and to be able to have a regional centre for certification. We also want to continue supporting PAGE, and we want to continue with a new edition of PAGE in our country. We also want to continue working, strengthening the UNIDO regional office in Uruguay, as we believe that both need agile and consensus-based decision-making among partners on the ground, and for this we do need to empower UNIDO in Uruguay. The industrial productive structure in Uruguay is made up of 97% MSMEs, which face significant challenges when it comes to competitiveness, innovation, automation, digitization, throughout their whole processes. And this is why we need to continue working together. UNIDO is an essential partner for achieving these goals. Now, just in a few words, I wanted to talk a little about my country, Uruguay and Latin America. We are one of the biggest full and stable democracies in the world. The law and constitution govern in all their glory. We have the principle of separation of powers. We have full institutional respect and respect for contracts as a republican tradition, independent from changes in government, which happens democratically every 5 years. In spite of the pandemic, in spite of wars that are shaking the world, in spite of climate factors which have affected us in our country and our region, our economy has recovered to pre-pandemic levels, and in some cases they're even better. We've improved employment, we've reduced unemployment, we have record public investment, record foreign investment as well, and we are also reinvesting profit into the country, which shows trust in our economy. Public finances are in order. We have inflation at 4%, which is the lowest it's been in 18 years. We are carrying out two important structural reforms to social security and education. We have large-scale road infrastructure and infrastructure across the board, which we want to continue development. We're a green country. And we've called ourselves Natural Uruguay for a long time now. Electricity is almost 100% renewable, and we are currently embarking on our second energy transition, which is to do with green mobility, electric mobility, based on green hydrogen, which is the hardest sector to work on in the country. We have increasing forest coverage, and we have sustainable and certified forest production. Our economy is linked to environmental goals, and so we have bonds that we issue, sustainable bonds, with benefits, bonuses or sanctions depending on their alignment with the Paris agreements. And just a few days ago, the World Bank approved a loan of $350 million, which will have beneficial interest rates if we manage to achieve our commitments in terms of carbon reduction. We are doing things well, and we want that to be recognised. We want benefits to be applied to those who achieve their environmental goals, access to markets, international loans, benefits in terms of duties as well. For all those of us who are doing things well, we should reward those who are doing things well. However, it seems that sometimes this is not the case. Doing things well, in fact, can be a disadvantage. For all that I've said, we have achieved significant human and economic development. We are top in Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of per capita income, and in terms of wealth inequality, we have the lowest level. And so we need international cooperation. However, we are sometimes outside of these systems and certain preferential systems. Things need to be redesigned so that, and work with UNIDO can be a fundamental factor in this. And so finally, I would like to state that Latin America and the Caribbean, as the world's region that contributes most to holding back climate change, unfortunately is all too often forgotten from global policies. Latin America and the Caribbean is not a producer of bananas and cacao alone. We are much more than that, and we have much more to contribute to this green planet that we want to preserve and to hold back climate change. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor viceministro.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to the
Apologies de Tajikistan, señor Aziz.
Tajikistan, Mr. Aziz Nazar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Madam Vice President, Mr. Deputy Minister, Mr. Zhu, at the outset, I would like to thank the host for the excellent organization of the 20th session of the UNIDO General Conference. I also wish to congratulate the President of the 20th session as well as other members of the Bureau on their election. We consider this session as an important framework toward achieving sustainable industrial development, eradicating poverty and solving socio-economic problems. We are glad to observe that today UNIDO has become an important organization with a major role in the development of industry around the world. Given the significant human resources and accumulated experience in providing technical assistance to the countries in the need, Tajikistan considers strengthening the authority of UNIDO and its leading role in promoting industrial development as a crucial step toward achieving SDG. We really hope that in the upcoming third phase of the project in modernization of textile sector of Tajikistan, with the great support of the donor of the project, we will succeed in our endeavor to find our niche in international market of apparel and textile. Dear colleagues, today I also would like to highlight the importance of digital transformation and artificial intelligence. Countries and organizations cannot ignore these two mega trends. However, challenges are unequally distributed, and it is in the interest of everyone that international development community serves as a platform for change. I therefore hope that together we will support the introduction of the newest available technologies in Tajikistan. We're also looking forward to continue our cooperation with UNIDO in this sector. Digital transformation and AI should not only be only for the few, but should be harnessed to improve livelihoods and lead to prosperity for all, regardless of location. In the manufacturing and industrial sector, the impact of AI and digital transformation will be particularly profound. The promises of prosperity will remain unfulfilled for a significant portion of the world without the necessary skills, access to expertise and technologies. We are convinced that UNIDO's activities in establishing industrial and technological cooperation at the local and regional level markets makes it possible to properly respond to the needs of the member state and move more effectively and quickly toward achieving the SDG. Ladies and gentlemen, Tajikistan, under the wise and far-sighted leadership of the Honorable President, His Excellency M. Mohamed Rahman, has made great success in developing its industrial sector within the framework of a year of industrial development and the full strategic goal of rapid industrialization of the country for the period up to 2030. We have implemented several reforms to create a more conducive environment for investment and have made significant investment in infrastructure and skills development. As a result, we are observing a steady growth in industrial production and the impact of those interventions made on the selected sectors of the country. UNIDO, along with the other international development partners, has contributed its expertise in supporting our effort to develop our industrial sector. The organization has provided to local producers technical assistance, practical training, and technological upgrading in textile and agro-industrial sector. Nevertheless, there are still uncompleted tasks on exploring international markets for Tajik textile and food products. I call on UNIDO to continue promoting equitable access, providing increasingly essential digital public goods, and address countries' specific needs in their digital transformation and AI endeavors. Production of organic honey and environmentally friendly construction materials also has a great potential for development and expansion to the export markets. The expected success of those two production chains is based on both the availability of local raw materials and the young labor force in the country. In addition to this, attracting new technologies to the sector will provide an opportunity to obtain great productivity as well as a multiplier effect both for the sector and for the local economy as a whole. UNIDO has been a valuable partner in our regional cooperation efforts in the area of industrial parks and special economic zones. Its support in this direction is helping to create more integrated and prosperous region. We believe that regional cooperation is essential for the sustainable development of Central Asia. On the final note, I would like to invite UNIDO to become more active in the development processes in Tajikistan. We are committed to working with UNIDO to further develop our industrial sector and achieve our nation development goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Tajikistan.
Now we have a pre-recorded video from Ukraine.
The Minister for European Integration, Ministry for Strategic Industries, Mr. Sergei Boyev. Please take the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I am honored to address you, the distinguished guests of the 20th session of the General Conference of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, from here in Kyiv, Ukraine. The Russian war of full-scale aggression against Ukraine has already passed its 600th day. Damage and destruction continue to mount, with no region in the country safe from attack. But despite the uninterrupted fighting, we continue working to create a better future for our country, together with our friends and partners. We're happy that this work is visible and widely recognized, and that the progress we have made has already produced tangible results. Earlier this month, the European Commission recommended the opening of accession negotiations, reflecting the enormous progress that had been made in record time. And I'm happy that negotiations of the Ukraine facility that will bring important financial support are moving quickly as well. We know that more work is to come in order to build a resilient, green and EU-compatible system in Ukraine. But with the strong support of our partners, I believe we'll be victorious. UNIDO stands as our key United Nations partner for green industrial recovery, development and modernization of Ukraine. Strong progress has been made with the financial support of our partners. Together, we are helping people with disabilities, vulnerable women, and internally displaced persons. We're now working closely with UNIDO to address our needs and develop activities to be part of the forthcoming Green Industrial Recovery Program. This program, which focuses on creating opportunities for people, supporting businesses, attracting investment, and fostering the green economy, will be an effective framework that will help rebuild Ukraine's industry and make it stronger than ever. We want to build a resilient, green, EU-compatible industry in Ukraine. For that, we need a long-term commitment of UNIDO and support of partners. The efforts of the international community and the guarantees international financial institutions are putting in place help facilitate investments. But we need technical assistance to create jobs and generate income for people and support small and medium enterprises who have to relocate or adjust their operations. We believe that UNIDO can be instrumental in its work to support our industrial and economic recovery. On behalf of the Ministry for Strategic Industries of Ukraine, I wish to thank UNIDO for supporting the recovery, development and prosperity of Ukraine and its people. I thank everyone who helps Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Glory to Ukraine!
Gracias. Agradezco al representante.
I would like to thank the representative from Ukraine, the Vice Minister, and I will now give the floor to the First Vice Minister from the Ministry of Industries from Cuba, Ms. Yamilin Gonzalez Milian. You have the floor, madam. The General Conference of UNIDO, and express our gratitude to Mr. Gert Müller, Director General of UNIDO, for his invitation to such an important event. I would like to begin our statement by recalling the words of our Commander-in-Chief, Fidel Castro Ruz, in 1964, when he said, and I quote, "Industrialization is a decisive process for economic development. There can be no doubt that, in strategic terms, it is the creation of a material and technological foundation to achieve development. In spite of the unprecedented worsening of the economic, commercial and financial blockade imposed by the USA against Cuba, the full application of the extraterritorial Helms-Burton law and the arbitrary inclusion of our country on the list of countries that are state sponsors of terrorism, Cuba would like to reiterate its political will and full commitment to the effective implementation of the 17 goals of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, as well as to drive through inclusive and sustainable industrial development for its citizens, which will contribute to creating a socialist society that is prosperous and sustainable. In this complex foreign context and in the recovery process of the economic crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, we recognise and are thankful for the work done by UNIDO on an international level and in particular on a national level in the framework of our country programme, which has been approved for 2021 to 2025. This document sets priorities for Cuba's industrial development in the context of our country's relationship with this organisation. This is a long-standing relationship and is deeply friendly in nature. Cuba's country programme, closely aligned with the UN Cooperation Framework for Sustainable Development 2020 to 2024, now extended to 2025. Cuba's National Economic and Social Development Plan up to 2030 and Agenda 2030 itself sets priority areas. These are strengthening sustainable food systems and diversification of production, developing value chains, strengthening the pharmaceutical and biotechnological industry, promoting improved use of renewable energy and energy efficiency in key sectors, as well as the development of industrial parks and special economic zones. For our country, the support received from UNIDO is of special significance, as this allows Cuba today to have a policy for industrial development, which was approved by Law 59 in 2021. This sets the strategic goal for industrial development of transforming and modernising industries in a gradual manner, prioritising products that have the greatest impact on strategic sectors, combining innovative development, substituting imports, and focusing exports to achieve competitiveness, increased competitiveness in products and services. We also have research and sectoral programmes for science and innovation, which strengthens the implementation of our industrial development plan, broadening links with universities. And we also have over 200 innovation, research and development projects. These aim to solve specific economic and population-based problems. They help us to reduce imports and incentivise exports. Vice President, we would like to take the opportunity today to extend an invitation to the distinguished delegates from member states that are present today, representatives of international organisations and all other participants, including UNIDO itself, to the convention called Cuba Industria 2024. This is an event for technical exchange for professionals in industry from the world over, and it will take place in La Habana in Cuba from the 17th to the 21st of June of next year, 2024. We hope to see you there participating. Finally, I would like to thank the organisation for holding this conference, and I would like to reiterate Cuba's commitment to UNIDO and the mandates that stem from this meeting. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, distinguido.
Thank you very much, a distinguished First Vice Minister. Next up, I would like to call the Undersecretary of the Department of Energy of the Philippines.
Garin, please, you take the floor.
Madam President, the Philippines welcomes the opening statement of the Director General Mueller, which articulated the new slogan, Progress by Innovation, and for setting the theme, Fair Globalization, Innovative Solutions for the Industry of Tomorrow. The last time we gathered, back in 2021, the world was reeling from the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we are pleased to share that the Philippine economy has posted a gross domestic product growth of 5.9% in the third quarter of this year. Indeed, the Philippines is a resilient country with 110 million resilient Filipinos. When COVID epidemic happened in our country imposed the longest and probably the most stringent lockdown in the world. While the world was still discussing climate change, our country battles the strongest typhoons ever recorded in recent history. Despite being a minor contributor to global carbon emissions, the Philippines suffers the biggest impact as one of the most vulnerable countries in climate change. While the countries are politically and geographically far from the Philippines go to war, our country suffers from the energy insecurity and erratic inflation. Political events in the world, even without Philippine involvement, affects the livelihood and economy of every Filipino household. Instead of faltering as a result of one crisis after another, the Philippine government has taken steps to equip the nation with the necessary tools that would enable us not only to weather these geo-economic and macroeconomic storms, but to be better prepared for future disruptions, whether a pandemic, a war, or carbon emissions from other territories. The blueprint of our Bible in this endeavor is the Philippine Development Plan, crafted in line with the President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.'s socio-economic agenda. The President's plan is inclusive in building an environment that provides equal opportunities to all Filipinos, equipping them with skills to participate fully in innovative and globally competitive economy. Embodied in the national development priorities of the Philippines is the President's 8-point socio-economic agenda. Through this new the Philippines signed last October its Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework with the United Nations for the term 2024 and 2028. Now, UNIDO is a vital partner also of the Philippines in operationalizing this framework. These projects are being undertaken under the PH UNIDO Country Programming Framework of 2018 to 2023 with a total value of $188 million USD. For that, we are very grateful. Now, lastly, as Undersecretary of the Department of Energy, allow me to emphasize and to expound that energy is a critical component in the Philippine Development Plan. The Philippines Department of Energy has begun revisions in our plan. The revised Philippine Energy Plan envisions a clean energy scenario, including renewable energy, nuclear energy, repurposing of coal or retirement of coal, and development of emerging technologies such as hydrogen. On renewable energy, we have shifted our targets to 35% by 2030, 50% by 2040, and 70% by 2050. This has been possible because we are now allowing 100% foreign ownership of renewable energy projects in the Philippines. On nuclear energy, no less than the President of the Philippines declared inclusion of nuclear energy in the country's energy mix. The Philippines sovereign and its people, through its 1986 Constitution, which reflects the basic democratic principles, laws, and will of our nation, explicitly prohibits the presence of nuclear weapons in the Philippines. However, nuclear weapons, although nuclear weapons are prohibited in our country, it allows the use of nuclear technology for energy generation. By 2032, we plan to have 1,200 megawatts from nuclear energy, 2,400 megawatts by 2035, and 4,800 by 2050. The proposed nuclear energy regulatory law has been passed in the House of Representatives and now under deliberations in the Senate. The DOE, Department of Energy, has a nuclear energy roadmap, and most recently, the Philippines has signed the Nuclear Energy Cooperation Agreement with the U.S., namely the 123 Agreement. On other technologies, we are also pursuing hydrogen. Madam President, the Philippines has always been a strong and steadfast partner of UNIDO. We consciously align our national plans and targets to UNIDO's pursuit for inclusive and equitable growth. We have strived to work with all member states through the policy-making organs, and we are keen in continuing this consensus-based approach to multilateralism as we seek to join the Industrial Development Board for the term of 2024 and 2027. As the sole nominee representing Southeast Asia and the Asia-Pacific Group, we seek to advance the principle of equitable geographic distribution in the board, and we bank on our 36 years of experience to preserve and advance the interests of all member states, but most importantly, the developing countries in the IDB. We look forward to the discussions throughout the week and rest assured of our positive engagement towards a productive General Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Undersecretary of the Philippines, for your statement. And now, dear colleagues, representatives, I have been informed that 2 countries wish to exercise its right of reply. You may wish to take note that according to Rule 78, your reply at that point should not exceed 5 minutes. In according to the same Rule 78, I grant the right to reply first to Israel. Please, Representative of Israel, you have the word.
Thank you, Vice President. Dear delegates, Israel utterly rejects baseless accusations regarding international law violations made this morning. Israel will also not comment on blood libelous incitement. Israel is operating according to the international law against a vicious and barbaric attack by the Hamas terror organization perpetrated on October 7th in order to protect its citizens and return its abductees, women, children, men, and the elderly. Hamas is a double war criminal which uses Palestinians as human shields while firing thousands of missiles at Israeli civilians, Jews, Muslims, Christians, and Druze. It is interesting that both delegates of Yemen and Lebanon attacked Israel this morning, while 2 major terror organizations operate from their territory. 2 terror organizations who have declared war on Israel and vowed to destroy it. I heard the Minister of Yemen mention the Houthis' activities' impact on their economy. Well, the Houthis have publicly proclaimed war on Israel and since then launched dozens of missiles at Israel and have now started to hijack ships in the Red Sea, threatening international commerce. Lebanon's Hezbollah has since October 7th launched rockets from South Lebanon at Israel in order to divert the focus from Hamas's actions and assist it. These are the real criminals, and allowing these organizations to continue their hostile activities puts the safety of the region at risk. I thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Vice President.
Thank you also, distinguished representative of Israel. According with the Rule 78, so now has the word the representation of the Russian Federation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, yesterday, in the statement of the EU and today in Ukrainian statements, there's been attempts made to make use of this session to engage in actual propaganda against Russia. After 7 years of war of Kiev in Donbass, and ignoring Resolution 22.2, the constant shelling of civilian populations and the destruction of civilian infrastructure. More than 150 children were killed in Donbass recently, and there's been sabotage implemented, and this in contravention resolution 22/2. And this was actually noted by Mr. Poroshenko, and there are more and more destruction which is taking place, and this is why it is necessary to liquidate certain points to defend the civilian population. Now, as per the accusations against Russia and its special military operation, according to the USDA irrefutable notes, Russia was part of the major grain exporters, and in 22 we became rank 5 in those exporters, and 23-24 harvest, there's going to be a certain development on this, and the withdrawal of Russia from the Black Sea Initiative has actually not had an effect on this. The prices for grain actually have fallen almost 1/5. The withdrawal of Russia from the Black Sea Initiative, according to the data of the Vienna Economic Institute, there's going to be an increase in exports to the point of 23% roughly. In other words, the allegations on the price of grain has nothing to do with reality. Now, according to UN data, within the Black Sea Initiative, just 3% of Ukraine cereal exports went to developing countries. The solidarity corridors exports are actually used for exports to European countries and not developing countries. The European Parliament meeting and the European Commissar, Mr. Jastrzębski, noted that most of the exported cereal goes to Germany and the Netherlands and not to third world countries. Apparently, a very small amount of grain, Ukrainian grain, 3%, goes to developing countries, including African countries. It's interesting that at the summit of in Bucharest, Mr. Zelensky said, "We are serenely seeing our cereal becoming a fairly good way of producing income for various European countries." And apparently the import of Ukrainian cereal has gone up astronomically in Europe. Mr. Kosciuszko has noted that the first 4 months, Ukraine exported 600 times more cereal than it did the previous years. And we note that the available amounts of grain at present available in Europe is much higher than in the last
5 minutes, so you have exceeded a little bit. So
okay,
I place you to finish. Thank you so much.
I'm finishing. Таким образом.
In this fashion, the first of the week, we see a certain loss of delivery from the EU. In other words, what we see in the data available is that over the past couple of weeks, the price of grain is allowing countries to just increase their supplies and has nothing to do with the allegations against us.
Also inform that Ukraine wishes to exercise its right of reply. So please, sir, you have 5 minutes. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I would like to exercise my right of reply with regard of statement of the Russian Federation. The only reason for the unprovoked aggression of Russian Federation was the near-imperial ambitions and expansionism of the Russian leadership within the framework of efforts to revive of Russian empire by seizing the lands of neighborhood countries. The full-scale invasion was continuation of the crime of aggression that Russia has been carried out against Ukraine since February 2014, temporarily occupied the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, the city of Sevastopol, and certain areas of the Donetsk and Lugansk region of Ukraine. With its criminal actions, Russia grossly violated the UN Charter, the fundamental norms and principles of international law. The Russian regime ongoing war of aggression has destroyed the lives of millions of Ukrainians, razing their native homes to the ground and forcing them to seek safety and refuge in other regions of Ukraine and beyond. Due to constant barbaric rockets and artillery shelling and the destruction of Ukrainian cities and villages, energy and transport infrastructure, residential and maternity buildings, schools and hospitals, industrial facilities, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have problems with electricity, water, and heat supply. Such action are gross violation of international humanitarian law, in particular enforced Geneva Convention of the Protection of the Civilian Population in Time of War of 1949. We sincerely grateful to the international partners who stand by side with Ukraine, providing unprecedented assistance, applying powerful economic sanctions against the aggressor state, undertaking to set up the special international tribunal regarding the punishment of the highest political and military leadership of Russia for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, contributing to the work of the International Criminal Court in the investigation of war crime, crimes against humanity, and the crimes of genocide. Russia must end its doomed aggression against Ukraine. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you so much. So,
Federation wants
Russian Federation, please take the floor, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for interrupting. As you know, we have 3 minutes at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just, I'd like to remind everybody about aggression.
I'd like to recall the meaning of the word aggression in address of the Ukrainian delegation and other representation. Please read Article 39 of the UN Constitution and Charter. It says that aggression as considered by the Security Council is determined there. As per the activity of Russia in Ukraine, this has never occurred as per this definition. Ukrainian media and government services are accusing the Russian Federation for attacking facilities, civilian population areas. However, Ukraine, for example, had ever so many fatalities and casualties in certain areas, according to the New York Times. This was a Ukrainian shell that had been fired, causing these fatalities. In Kramatorsk, where there were tens of fatalities. There, 3 civilians died, innocents, and this was done as a result of an American shell. There was also an American shell that landed in a Polish village. 2 civilians died there. And it was noted that it was a Ukrainian missile which had been fired, contrary to allegations and suspicions. And this, indeed, was an attempt to have NATO get involved in the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you so much, representative of Russian Federation. So, hemos llegado al final del...
Okay, we've reached the end of the general debate for this afternoon. As I mentioned before, we will now move on to the event entitled Industrialisation in Middle-Income Countries, a Driving Force for Sustainable Development. I propose that the closure of this event at 6:30 will again mark the end of this afternoon's plenary. The general debate will resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. in this room and online. This will take place in parallel to the third meeting of the main committee, which will be held from 10:30 a.m. in Boardroom A and online. As mentioned, for delegates participating remotely, only those registered for the main committee will be able to log into the platform and join virtually. I would also like to inform you that the resumed 51st session of the Industrial Development Board will take place tomorrow from 3:30 p.m. in Boardroom A and online, in parallel to the conference's plenary meeting. As a quorum will also be required for decision-making, all board members are in particular urged to participate. I also take this opportunity to remind all delegates that in-person participation is required if they wish to take part in the anticipated balloting for the election of an external auditor in the morning of Thursday, 30th of November 2023. Delegates casting votes are required to be registered as part of their national delegation, as they will need to identify themselves to the tellers. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to the moderator, Sky News anchor Ms. Gillian Joseph, and to the panellists of the event on industrialisation in middle-income countries. That said, I would like to thank you all for being here and wish you all the very best for the event. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sorry about the technical hitch. We now have sound. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel discussion on industrialization in middle-income countries, a driving force for sustainable development. My name is Gillian Joseph, and I'll be the moderator for this session, guiding you through the various areas of discussion. Before we get started, please allow me to welcome to the stage to share his opening remarks the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller. Welcome him to the stage, please.
Hello, how are you?
Again.
What a pleasure. Still a lot of delegates and excellencies here in the hall. That is great after such a long ongoing day with a lot of very interesting side events. At this point, I would like to thank you all. That is great, this discipline and your participation. And now we have a specific discussion about industrialization in middle-income countries. And it's great, and I thank you for a high-ranking panel. We will have high-ranking guests at the panel to discuss with you, and we will hear what is your experience in your countries. I'm very very glad to welcome you to this panel discussion now, where we can share practical solutions. We talk about solutions for middle-income countries. And I was surprised, or not surprised, but 105 of our member states, of 105 of 172 member states are classified by the World Bank as middle-income countries. That is the largest block within the countries of UNIDO, member states of UNIDOs. Yeah, we do have 46 ADCs and 105 middle-income countries. So, and the rest are highly industrialized countries. The people of the middle income make about 75% of the world's population. 75% of the world's population are middle income countries. And their economies account for 1/3 of global GDP. 1/3 of global GDP. And they are today the source of almost half of global industrial production. Therefore, this following discussion is so interesting and important for UNIDO as the Organization for Industrial Development. Middle incomes are therefore a critical group of countries for global sustainable development and for our work as UNIDO. Nevertheless, even if we group them together, it is very clear that there is huge diversity. You will see it at the panel now of circumstances amongst the middle-income countries. I have seen it myself, my last visit, for example, to China, middle-income, no, middle-income, Costa Rica, Mexico, or Thailand. So big differences, of course. And each of them are counted as middle-income countries, but each have very different economies, very different economies, and face different challenges alongside their own unique opportunities. So now we are very interested to hear from you, from the panel, from you about your challenges and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General, for those opening remarks. Well, as we've heard, middle-income countries are major drivers of global development and critical to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. They are a large, diversified group accounting for 30% of global gross domestic product and 75% of the world's population, but also make up 60% of the world's poor. While the challenges faced by MICs vary per country, there are common issues that need urgent action and support from the international development community. Recent global shocks have further amplified the vulnerabilities of MICs, constraining their progress towards sustained development. Over the past 50 years, MICs have become the source of almost 50% of global industrial production. However, to further their structural transformation and sustainable development agendas, MICs also need support in moving forward with green transition. The session today will provide a platform for high-level representatives of middle-income countries to discuss gaps hindering progress and to exchange experiences on innovative solutions for sustainable industrial development. UNIDO is the only entity with a specific strategic framework for partnering with middle-income countries. So we are in the right place. Its continuous engagement with MICs will contribute to planning the next set of actions for accelerating industrialization in middle-income countries. So without further ado, let me introduce you to your panel for the hour and a half that we have, probably slightly less now. First of all, Her Excellency Ms. Ana Maria Choquehuanca is Minister of Production for Peru. She previously served as Minister of Women and Vulnerable Populations and as a Congresswoman, amongst other positions during her 20 years of experience in the public sector. The Minister is also an entrepreneur and a prominent trade union leader representing small and medium-sized enterprises in Peru. Please welcome her to the stage. His Excellency Mr. Alexandre Diaz Monteiro is the Minister of Industry, Trade and Energy of Cabo Verde. Previously, he served as Secretary of State for Tourism, Industry and Trade and as a board member of the Society for Tourist Development for the islands of Boa Vista and Mau. He was also president of the Institute for Business Development and chairman of the board of directors of Electra, and that's a national energy company. Welcome, Minister. Her Excellency Ms. Anila Denaj is Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development for Albania. She has extensive work experience in the private banking sectors as well as the public sector. Her 28-year career also includes considerable time in international consultancy. Previously, Ms. Denaj held the post of Minister of Finance and Economy. She also served as Deputy Head of the Albanian Agribusiness Support Team. Welcome. His Excellency Mr. George Bouchikian is the Minister of Industry for Lebanon. Prior to this, he held leadership positions in strategic product marketing and the global management operations of private sector companies. He served as Chief Executive Officer of several companies in the medical and laboratory field. Welcome to the stage. Mr. Walter Verri is the Deputy Minister for Industry, Energy and Mining for Uruguay. Prior to his current position, he was the National Deputy from Paysandú at the Parliament of Uruguay for Partido Colorado. Previously, he served as member of the Industry, Energy and Mining Commission of the Uruguayan Parliament and member of the Multi-Party Commission for the Regulation of Large-Scale Mining Activity. Please welcome your entire panel. Thank you very much, panel. It's a pleasure to have you with us today to discuss this very important element of conference. So we know that inequality, or even the rise of inequality, remains pervasive in MICs, even in those with high levels of economic growth. The stats say that 62% of the world's poor population is concentrated in middle-income industries. So, questions that we're going to look at: how is industrialization helping to reduce inequality, how it impacts your countries, and how you balance between encouraging industrialization and yet mitigating against the impacts on the environment. So, Minister Choquehuanca, first if I come to you, from Peru's perspective, and looking at your personal experience in the private sector, what do you see as the most effective strategies for increasing the competitiveness and productivity of enterprises, especially micro, small and medium-sized enterprises?
Muy buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon to everybody that's here with us today. Firstly, I'd like to thank UNIDO for inviting me to participate in this interesting event for middle-income countries. Before I answer the question, I'd like to mention that this categorization of middle-income countries is an arbitrary categorization from the World Bank that does not reflect reality in our countries, as it does not take into account essential indicators such as access to health, access to education, and access to clean water and sanitation. So it doesn't show the marked lack of symmetry in lots of our countries, in particular in Latin America and the Caribbean, which furthermore, this categorization doesn't give us opportunities for funding or cooperation. But there you go. Now returning to the question. First of all, I'd like to talk about productivity. In my personal experience, first of all, I was born to a very small industry in Peru. My father worked in industry for more than 50 years, and I know about industry in Latin America. Then I had experience in leadership, which allowed me to see in my country how the status develops where we are, and how each and every day we're fighting to keep ourselves within that business space. For example, I'd like to mention, first of all, to increase productivity and competitiveness of businesses in industries in our countries. First of all, we need to talk about a process of transiting towards formal businesses. Formality allows us to grow. It allows us to gain access to public markets and private markets, as well as exports. Formalising business allows us to give solidity in our countries and to increase the tax basis in our countries as well. However, there are a lot of challenges in the way of this. In my country, informality grew up to almost 80%. Pre-pandemic, we had maybe 60% of the informal sector, but we were in the process of transition towards formal businesses. But then after the pandemic and various internal problems that countries had, as well as natural disasters, that was delayed, and we're now at 80% informality, and we're asking ourselves the question, what can we do so that these SMEs and MSMEs can once again enter into the productive field? Now, talking about productivity, what we're talking about is competition. It's very clear, and I think all of us here know, that productivity is very closely linked to informality. In productive countries, we don't have high levels of formality. However, if we want to just do a very clear comparison, productivity, if we compare a big country, a medium country, they achieve 66.7% productivity compared to a large company. A small company achieves 25% productivity compared to a large company, but then a micro company only achieves 5.5% productivity compared to a large company, and that large company is 100%. So it's no coincidence that we have such high levels of informality in our countries. So what do we want to do in terms of leadership, in terms of central governments, but with working with various sectors at 3 levels of government: national, regional and local? I'm talking there about municipalities, local authorities. We need to work towards formalisation as an effective and necessary tool to ensure that we can build further, rather than just allowing people to earn a living, ensuring that they're always within that business fabric. So clearly, yes, we do need to work towards formalisation, and first and foremost, that needs clear public policy. So when it comes to taxes, for example, taxation is essential. We need to work on capacity building so that we get higher levels, not only company management for small companies. They've been dominating, but we actually need to look at higher levels. And I said it on a different panel this morning in terms of digitization, technology, global value chains. And to do this, we also need to look towards technical capacity building. So if we have a public purchasing contract, for example, a big contract in Peru, we look a lot towards that public purchasing landscape. We need to look then at ensuring that this is sustainable over time. I think there are lots of topics to be looked at here. What it means, not only formalising businesses, not only capacity building, but also we need to work on a legal regulatory framework that allows us access to funding, for example. And that's another bottleneck that we're seeing. I don't know about all countries, but for us that is the regulatory framework and the ability that we have to move into places that then will give solidity to these companies, to these small companies, so that small companies are able to think of bigger industries, green industries, those industries involved in the circular economy, so that they can work hand in hand with that issue of carbon, digitization. I think that there are instruments and we need to work further, and we are indeed working on these, like we are with UNIDO, taking concrete, secure steps, maybe not moving very quickly, but we're on the path, and we believe that this is the time to look at what green industry means, what it means to have industry that ensures we have a better future, but not only caring for the environment, but also trying to ensure we have companies that, and boosting those companies that are currently considered to be micro enterprises, but to ensure that they're more solid and have a more promising future.
Minister Monteiro, I'm sure there are many challenges that you will share with Minister Choquehuanca, but I wanted to ask you, in Cabo Verde's particular context as a middle-income country, but also a small island developing state, what are your priorities when it comes to industrialization?
Merci. Merci.
Thank you. Cabo Verde, as an island state, is a country confronted by structural vulnerabilities, which create challenges that must be addressed. The diversification of the economy is one of our priority aims to meet that challenge precisely. which is an island country. And industry is something that's very important for the diversification of the economy. And here we must adopt policies to consolidate existing enterprises and to develop innovative industries. To this end, it's necessary to support innovation, technological development, and in our country, we are working on developing an ecosystem which is favorable to innovation. We now have 2 technoparks which have been built, and an intellectual property strategy which is appropriate for innovation. And there's also emphasis on the basis of investment and of education for innovation. The vocational training is also very, very important to improve competitiveness in industry. We have also set up incentives to encourage enterprises to promote energy efficiency in their operations. And the other important challenge to attract investment is the development of the market. In Cape Verde, we are promoting industry to integrate our products and services in a larger value chain and to encourage the companies themselves to invest in the agro-industry sector that's linked to the tourist sector and also to the diaspora. Our country is a population of 650,000 inhabitants, but we have roughly 1 million tourists a year visiting. So that's very significant for our internal market. And then there's our diaspora. That's more than double the population. We have a country partnership program signed with UNIDO for the development of enterprises, expansion of companies, enhancing their capabilities, their institutional integration. And we're working in along various lines of approach. As from next year, we're going to be meeting with our partners to present the program and to attract resources to render the flow of investment to Cape Verde dynamic. That's important for the sustainable development of the country.
Interesting, you mentioned tourism, and just talking before, the highest number of tourists actually come from the United Kingdom, which is where I'm from, but I haven't yet been, so I'm going to add to that statistic and definitely visit. Minister Denaj, Albania has undergone significant economic transformation. You also have a clear national vision with aspirations of EU integration. In that context, I want to ask what some of the examples of effective policies and practices that have enabled Albania to enhance its industrial competitiveness.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you for being partner to Albania in this transformation towards EU single market and having the journey of this transformation. But let's see where we stand after 32 years of transition from a planned economy in communist time and going to this open market, single market. During these 32 years, Albania, a small country in Albania, faced at a large scale the problem of property registration, high fragmentization, and at this extent, low scale, in order to improve in terms of technology and quality. In particular to this last, we are very determined to work into creating value chain and having value chain creation in agriculture, where is my main contribution in particular as Minister of Agriculture, and also with the support of UNIDO. But Albania is developed in the last years in dependent to the infrastructure. And infrastructure determines a lot of industrialization. In the past years, most of the large-scale companies were located very near to the harbor, main harbor, which also happened to be developed in communist time in the city. The strategy that the government have developed was during the last 10 years to develop into infrastructure in many directions. First of all, to develop road and railway into a larger scale than just one or two cities, but in particular to develop and to take advantage of the geographical position Albania has into ports and the airports and having a gateway towards all the region. Thus, two important ports, industrial ports, are in process of being developed, along with another very important airport, which will also bring another dimension into the economical development of Albania, which is tourism. And interacting, as previously heard, the development of agriculture and tourism, not only in agrotourism, but in particular in the production, internal production and consumption of rural activities. I said high fragmentization, but I want to give an example of what I mean by that in agriculture. Of course, Albania is a small country, but if we count 1.1 hectare per farmer, then it's very low to reach scale, and it's very low to improve technology. And Albania's industry in many sectors is characterized by a very high labor-intensive work. And that also is not important to remain at that level, because in the next generation development, technology will play a role, and we want to advance into that so that in agriculture in particular, we have the most benefit of the new innovative systems. Thus, value chain, infrastructure, and innovation are the three elements we are working along the strategic moves of the government, but also on policy harmonization. Last but not least, I want to mention the fact that Albania has developed the Agency on Innovation, so the technology plays a higher role when it comes to the latest investment in agriculture, but not only, and having a motor of capital investment of entrepreneurs into the technology, so the productivity increases, but also that this labor-intensive concept is replaced by a high value of employees. Thus, vocational education is very key and important. Albania in this journey is not alone. I'm very happy that this EU integration process is also supportive, but many of legislation adaptation. But the main work when it comes to the business entrepreneurship has to be done with us, with policymakers and businesses. Thus, capital support is important, and access to finance in particular too. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to turn to Lebanon now, and Minister Bouchikian. We know that Lebanon's been going through one of the worst economic crises of modern times, exacerbated by global shocks that we all know about. I want to ask you what measures your government is implementing to maximize the role of industry in driving Lebanon's socio-economic recovery and probably most importantly, building resilience.
Absolutely, as you mentioned it, regarding Lebanon, it's a very special case now in the world due to many factors and many points. One of it, which is the war going on now between Israel and Palestinian states, and also with the south of Lebanon. And another issues, it's to have the Syrian refugee, which we have about 50% of the Lebanese population. There is a refugee in Lebanon, and this is one of the biggest issues which we face. Also the Syrian issues, the Syrian at the borderline, plus the economy issue, which we had it the last 4 years now, but we are slowly trying to come out of it. And there is another point which I would like to read them in Arabic because we registered them. إن النهوض بالتصنيع المستدام هو النهوض بالاقتصاد والمجتمع والبيئة. فهو
The reinforcement of industrialization is part of economic development. Industrialization allows for observance of SDGs as well as the development of the social economy. Political instability leads to a cut in investment, and the absence of medium and long-term policy is also something that's very harmful. The weakness of infrastructure, especially the digital infrastructure, doesn't allow for us to implement the innovations that we need to overcome this crisis. And here I keep quoting the increase in poverty, the lack of raw materials, the problem of inadequate supply chains. And there's also the health and environmental aspects within our society. We also have a refugee crisis in Lebanon. Right now, we are suffering from the armed conflict between Israel and Palestine. So we're facing a very deep-lying crisis, which has led to a drop in our currency of 90%. The purchasing power of our population has dropped because of this, and capitals are subjected to control, and our society is facing great difficulties throughout. However, thanks to the policies adopted, this crisis has morphed into an opportunity to strengthen our industrial sector. And actually, these multiple crises have allowed for a singular development of the sector. Our industry has become productive, and the consumption of our industrial products was rather local before, and the percentage of the industry involved in our industry has increased, and we're exporting now. So it's a very singular situation, It's a very difficult one. However, there's a lot of motivation for us to work on this, and we are counting on the assistance of international organizations to cope with this crisis, because we have human capital which is impressive and which can work.
So a very peculiar situation, but one that actually you're able to grow from, and you've seen productivity returning. Absolutely. So that's a positive note to end on. Let's bring in now Minister Veri from Uruguay. And Uruguay has graduated to high income status, I believe, and moved out of the middle income ranking, as it were. It also stands out by being described as the most egalitarian society in Latin America, in the Latin American region. So I wanted to ask you, what were the key factors and the role of industry in driving Uruguay's graduation, if you like?
Bueno, primero que nada,
Well, first and foremost, thanks so much for the invitation and for believing and that Uruguay is a good example that can be shared with all of you. It's a point of great pride for me. We're a small country at the southern tip of the American continent. We have just 3.5 million inhabitants, but as you've said, we've managed to become a high-income country. But that doesn't mean we don't have any problems, because being a high-income country, we're outside of a lot of international aid that sometimes is necessary, and that high-income status does sometimes actually conflict with the internal reality in the country. But that aside, yes, we have managed to create a country model that has allowed us to achieve that. So industrial growth shouldn't be seen necessarily in a traditional way. We do, of course, need to invest in the primary sector, but we've grown in a different way. So we believe that we need to look to other things as well. And I see at least 4 basic things in this. One of these is institutional stability. Countries need to be credible when it comes to gaining investment, and to be credible, you need guarantees of institutional stability. Uruguay today is one of the greatest and biggest full democracies in the world. For many, many years, our governments have alternated, different parties have been in government, and we are continuing to progress with that. There's clear respect for contracts undertaken under one government. Even if the government changed, the contract stays in force. There are no changes there. There's no pressure on companies. And so that means that we're a credible company when it comes to attracting investment, and we give long-term assurances, because to achieve development in general, and for complete development, for the well-being of people, for distribution of wealth, we're looking for long-term solutions. We're not looking for short-term fixes. So Uruguay has greatest historic attraction of foreign investment, but the profits generated by those foreign multinational companies end up being reinvested in the company, because that gives that institutional stability. And the other thing linked to that, which is really interlinked, is the macroeconomic stability. If we can give assurances that we are stable, that we are not jumping over things in our economy, we can give assurances for that investment in industrialisation and generating the work and the labour force that we need. For over 18 years now, obviously, we've looked at our inflation policy for many, many years, but we've left that behind, and for many years now we've had single figure inflation, and currently it's at 4%, which is a really low level, and we want to keep this low and lower it. We have our economy has recovered to pre-pandemic levels. we have managed to reduce unemployment, and employment has grown, full employment has grown. We have a high percentage of regular work, not informal really, but this is in the formal sector now. And we've finished with structural reforms in education and in social security as well. And I'm telling you all of this because it's part of that macroeconomic stability. And I just had a few further comments and then I'll wrap up. But the other pillar that I believe to be really important is that of infrastructure. In general, countries need quality infrastructure, and they need that to for transport, railways, ports, roads, but also we need online connectivity as well. Uruguay is not only a agro-exporter country, we also export knowledge now. Currently, when we last looked, it's over $1 billion in terms of ICT, in terms of our trade, unconventional trade. We're the biggest exporter of solar in terms of the number of inhabitants we have, so per capita. Now, all of that knowledge has been achieved through capacity building and through education. That's very important, but we also are connected. The whole of the country now has the possibility to have an internet connection, and we have very good internet speeds across the whole country. 100% of Uruguay is connected to the electricity grid. The whole country has access to electric energy in their homes, industries, in their businesses, in their work. And so we have the basic infrastructure. And the other thing, now I've said things that could be analysed in more detail, but the other thing is the distribution of wealth. We have strong social policies, including education, and that's made us able to develop all of that. Now in Uruguay, we have had a long process of stability, and that means we now have the best wealth distribution in the region, and which means we're achieving the government's key goal, which is that people have a better standard of living through investment, through digitisation, through greater added value to the products that we export, but not only in the primary sector, in all sectors of the economy. And to develop, I think we need all of those, and I think those are the three fundamental pillars: institutional stability, macroeconomic stability, and infrastructure and clear regulation. In terms of law, when it comes, I could tell you all about the law that we have in terms of giving incentives, but I don't want to go into too much depth and I don't want to take up too much time. Thank you very much.
I want to move the discussion now to a point I raised at the beginning, which was about the need to foster industrialization and encourage industrialization, but mitigating that against effects perhaps on the environment. So it's a tricky balance to reach. Minister Chokwe-Hanka, if I can ask you, how is your country advancing green industrialization?
Well, for us,
Microphone, please.
Okay, now I can answer the question. For us in Peru, in the Ministry for Production, greening of industries is very important and essential, in fact. If within these initiatives, I would like to say that we're also strengthening, first of all, the regulatory framework to promote a competitive and sustainable industry on an environmental level, as well as implementing actions that are in line with the SDGs from the UN. I'd also like to talk about the roadmap that we have towards this circular economy in the industrial sector. That has 4 pillars. First of all, we believe in sustainable industrial production to be an essential pillar. Second, sustainable consumption. Then we have the use of waste materials and dealing with waste. And then finally, a very important aspect which is related to innovation and funding. Furthermore, we're part of the Coalition for a Green Economy in the Manufacturing Sector in Peru. In this coalition, we have not only the public sector, but also the private sector. And I believe that this is a task where we need to look, which is linked to this progress. We need to raise awareness among at least 5,000 companies that could fit into this. We need to offer services to support them in implementing the transformation of their processes, their productive processes. That's essential in terms of their transition towards a circular economy. I don't think that talking about the circular economy and environmental issues only has something to do with the company size. It's also to do with the business unit and the various different segments that make it up. We've also got contributions in terms of national contributions in the industrial sector in line with our commitments when it comes to climate change. We also have a national industrial development policy, which is a pretty important achievement because within our national strategy, we talk about the development of different industrial parts, conglomerates, industrial players that generate employment and that generate wealth. Now, these parts of industry, little by little, will be falling in line with what it means to care for the environment. But this is something that we've also created that's cross-cutting. So in terms of caring for the environment, that needs to be cross-cutting. That's the circular economy, everything to do with progress in that way. And the goal of this is to add value to companies and industry and to ensure that they can participate in value chains. We have various projects. One of these significant projects is developing a sustainable industrial zone in Peru. Another of these is developing industrial parties in Peru that want to promote standards that incorporate sustainability within the national system for industrial parks. And so we're moving forward step by step. Peru is pro-investment. We have our doors open to investment because investment generates development. We have a stable situation. We have 3.8 inflation at this current point in time. And we do have some internal issues which raised it by 4 points, but now it's back down to 3.8%. And in addition to this, we believe in our economy. For years and years now, it's been stable and it has allowed us to make progress in spite of problems, certain internal problems, maybe that has been to do with micro companies or informality, and that's a constant in Latin America, in fact, but it doesn't stop us from being productive in spite of the fact that these are informal companies. They still fall within this productivity which makes our economy run. We're working very hard to try to ensure that these same companies can have access to these environmental initiatives as well, and to ensure that this is present across the country in Peru. Thank you.
Minister Montero, the same question to you, really, asking what are the main challenges faced by your country in advancing sustainable industrialization?
Cabo Verde, nous avons...
In Cape Verde, we have a program which is meant to transform the country's work into green, the green direction for power generation, for example. 20% of our power now, as produced in our country, comes from renewable resources, solar and aeolian. We have projects ongoing which will allow the country by 25 to go past the 30% level. And our aim is to produce more than 50% by the year 2030. Over and above this energy mix transformation, to have fewer gases emitted, many SMEs and MSMEs are also resorting to solutions to cover their consumption of energy. We have policies which allow even home production of solar energy, which can be plugged into the network. So when I say that in 2035 we're going to go past the 30% mark, most companies are going to be past the 50% mark when it comes to renewable energy production. This goes for everything in the tourist sector, the large hotels using their sun and wind transformation possibilities. Another important thing is water, because that's yet another thing that can be tapped for energy. Because of climate change, our country has had droughts, severe droughts for 5 to 6 years. Rain is a rare phenomenon in our country, and this is why we have to produce desalinated water. We have desalination facilities, and these are factories that are using renewable energy for human consumption as well as agriculture. This is a process which involves distribution, of course, as well. It's necessary to pump the water from sea level to people who are living high up, 500 to 1,000 meters altitude. So the entire country is structurally poised to engage increasingly in green growth. And our companies are adopting these practices for their own consumption. And this also involves the public institutions. More than 50% of the people working for the civil structures are using green energy. All of the public institutions, all of the townships are using solar panels which are plugged into the network. And this has allowed us to cut the consumption of electricity from the network 30 to 40%. So this shows you that we are certainly committed to green production of energy for our sustainable development. Thank you.
Minister Dinalj, I wonder if you can comment on how easy it's been for Albania to balance that need for industrialization, for economic growth, and mitigate against perhaps the environmental impact that that could cause.
Well, one comment in particular to the last discussion on energy, if I may. Albania is a country that is blessed, I can say, geographically, with a lot of water supply. And we produce most of our energy through the water, which is a green energy. Besides that, with the ambitions we have to be a net exporter of energy in 2030, we have diversified quite a lot into the solar energy. And recently, also, we are developing a strategy and a policy on agrophotovoltaic, combining that the land productivity increases double with agriculture production together with the energy diversification. As a simple example of what one policy can produce more to many than one sector. The same is true for tourism. We have reached by October this year 9 million tourists. An upscale from 6.9 million tourists before pandemic. Our Prime Minister announced that in 2030 we will reach 20 million. And we are a small country, smaller than Uruguay, with 2.3 million inhabitants. So we will have quite a pressure on both quality, but also production, in particular in agriculture. What we see in our days is that we could develop this moment not only in scaling up, but also improving quality and engaging into sectors cohesion. So we optimize policies, but we optimize results as well. In particular, this linkage between tourism and agriculture is much obvious for the rural areas development, for the small scale, SME particular, because one agritourism is contributing to 20 families and to more than 11 hectares. So we already have a value chain concept with development of agritourism alone. So definitely we have a lot to do in aligning policies from one sector to another, as I mentioned with the energy and agriculture, tourism and agriculture. But what's most important is how to provide to entrepreneurs the right, not only policy platform, but also quality standards, infrastructure. I spoke earlier about the infrastructure in general, like roads, railway, ports and airports. What I mean about infrastructure, in particular in agriculture, is laboratories, qualifications according to EU standards, about reaching what EU markets require when it comes to products in fruit and vegetables exports. We already are at around $500 million by the end of last year, and we want to double it. We have to reach the single market with only very good quality. But we have a lack of a good infrastructure in laboratory and in quality and standards provision. So in that particular, I was very happy to see that UNIDO has supported with this project with Albania, in particular 2 areas, in fruits and vegetables and in aromatic plants and herbal plants, which Albania is very famous, and I really hope that everyone one day could taste these products. They're also healthy, but also medical, as the name mentioned. Nonetheless, we have a long road to reach to an industrialization phase. We are today at a very low scale, but we really need to group this potential, scale up, involve into a lot of capital investment from entrepreneurship and government into infrastructure, and reach the standards before it's late, sooner before it's late. Thank you.
Minister Buchikian, I wonder if you could share any examples or lessons learned in encouraging industrial growth and at the same time limiting the environmental impact.
As you know, Lebanon, it's a country with about 300 days of solar. And this is the last 2 years our main focus and dedication as a government have been regarding the implant more and more solar system in the industry sector, which is start to be shown its effectiveness, okay? Especially to reduce the cost and putting us on a very competitive edge. But we still have a long way to go, because as we mentioned before, we have this banking issues, we have this financial issue crisis, which has been Lebanon passing through. So our aim in the next 3-4 years or 5 years, all our industry through farms. And now there is a lot of project which it's ongoing to provide about 11 farms to provide the solar system, the solar energy. So this is one of the issues which is we are working in the industry. And because for us, as we see it, environment-wise, it's very effective, and financially wise also will be very effective too. And as you know, Lebanon industry, it's a little bit, we don't do a mass productive product. We do a niche product, and we are very specialized in many sectors. And Lebanon has about 24 different sector manufacturing. So this is a big edge regarding the industry in Lebanon. So this is one. And again, we did a lot of strategy accordless, and now one of the main issue, it's we are emphasizing the specs and the norms. Okay, this is one of the most important issue. Also, we're doing a lot of projects with UNIDO regarding to train the human resource or the employment about new sectors like the furniture sectors, textile sectors, try to growing it up, because as you know, Lebanon is known in this sector. We're trying to find a more human resource, and also we are working a lot on the programming and artificial intelligence, also for the young new generation. And also, this is of UNIDO cooperation between us and UNIDO. One more new sector which just came recently, the last 2 years, it's the recycling, which we're trying to grow up this sector, also the recycling sector, because never existed before. That's like a newcomer into industry sector, the recycling, and we start recycling almost everything now. That's we are trying to put it. So this is where we are, and we believe we need a lot of support from the European country to develop more this sector. What we provide the last 2 years, we did a kind of platform as to start up for the better days. Thank you.
Following on, Minister Veri, we mentioned support there. What additional support do you think is needed from the international community and UNIDO to help with a green transition?
Bueno, creo que
Well, I think that the goal is for all of us to make more progress in decarboning our economies, because otherwise the world is going to hand us the bill. And so I think that is a goal. Uruguay is a country that has already made a transfer, and we worked a lot on that initial transition. And so I think that's achieved now, and so now we're embarking on our second transition. This first energy transition involved the transformation of our electrical energy mix to 100% renewable energy. Currently, the electricity that is fed into homes and industry in Uruguay, in fact,
97% of total consumption is renewable. Obviously, that depends a lot on the climate, but on average, 97% of the electrical energy that we consume in our country comes from renewable sources. 40-something% comes from hydro energy. And we heard from the other minister that a similar thing happens in her country. And then we have wind, biomass, and photovoltaic. So now we're moving on to the second stage, the second energy transition. And here we have a few significant challenges when it comes to decarbonising difficult sectors of the economy. These are transport and industry mainly. But I also wanted to give you a number so that you can see the high goal that we've set as a country. Uruguay uses fossil fuels. We import it. We don't produce oil. And so we are subject to international oil prices. But currently in our economy, we only rely on oil for 40%. That's high, but if we look at the global average across the world, the dependence on oil and fossil fuels is around 80%. So in spite of the fact that we don't produce it, and in spite of these significant challenges, we do still need to work towards decarbonising. We're looking at green hydrogen. In Uruguay, we've approved and developed a roadmap for green hydrogen, which is going to, by 2040, which is where the roadmap leads to, it allow us to become an exporter. Obviously, to carry out this project, we're going to face a number of challenges. Recently, we applied to a fund where we competed with 155 projects from over 100 countries, the REEF project, and we did attract funding from a multilateral bank, private bank and the public bank in our country, and this is going to support us with credits, several $1 million, and this will help us to improve development of renewable energy so that we can continue to be a green country. We don't only look at this from energy that we produce, it's also livestock as well. And so if you eat Uruguayan meat, which is some of the best in the world, and I'm not saying this to simply advertise it, but I'm saying that because in Austria and Vienna they're great meat eaters, but we are trying to ensure that we can trace livestock from field to plate and ensure that we have the structure for this tracing and see exactly how it works. We have a high level of livestock in Uruguay. But they are raised in the open air in the vast majority in fields, and we have very high levels of animal welfare standards. So we're not only thinking about one aspect of environmentalism, it's across the board. And I think that gives us an advantage. Many years ago, just so that you've got an idea that this is a long process, Uruguay called itself Natural Uruguay. So it was added to our exported products. And this was a really long time ago. However, today, this is still very much in force. Maybe so when we're thinking, we need to ensure that we've got a future where we're developing lots of different things, and we're working hard with UNIDO to do that. And we really want to reaffirm our commitment to continue working together and to empower our regional office, which will help us. So I think that we do have a lot to do, like all countries. And I'm not saying that some are better than others. We're moving at a different rhythm perhaps, and we have different contexts that we're working from. For some countries it might be easier to do some things, for others it's harder. Some have conflicts, they have difficult situations, but honestly we're all moving towards the same goal here, which is further industrialisation, further production, but sustainability. And to do this we need support of an organisation like UNIDO. Thank you.
Gracias.
And one of the measures of support you mentioned is access to finance, and I wanted to get the panel's thought on that. It always goes back to the money, doesn't it? Minister Chokwe-Hanka, if you can give us your thoughts on how easy it is to tap into financial means and investments, how easy it is for a country such as yours to actually bring the money in.
I think it depends on each country and their level of stability at that point in time, any political issues that they might be going through, various factors. And financing comes from various factors as well. So if we were to present a project and that involved commitment from the government, that would depend on how that was at that point in time. In my country, I would say that we have that option, but when it comes to funding, that's not only necessarily credit, it's also support. So support may be cooperation, support in terms of practices. When it comes to caring for the environment, when it comes to climate change and everything that means, we need to mainstream innovation, competition. We need to mainstream instruments that help credit to be returnable, and so that those companies can move towards growth. So this is talking about external funding. If we're looking to internal funding, we need to look at access to banks and financial services. Here we're talking about maybe microfinancing companies. I talked about this earlier. Unfortunately, there's a myth that says that MSMEs are high-risk companies. And so because they're high risk, I'll take 30% annually. A large company is more secure, so I'll give them a 6% interest rate. That's something that needs to change, because as I said, this is a myth. Companies, and in particular emerging very small companies, can pay. What happens is that things became complicated after the pandemic. We had a contraction of 25% in companies, and that's these MSMEs, which is a large proportion of the companies in Peru. So that was a problem that we had, and we also had an issue with speed, with the rupture in the payment chain. But what we're trying to do in our government is trying to recover from that. And at this point in time, we have a program that's called Driving Peru, where we have 15 billion available for access to credit for all of these companies. We've made the requirements more flexible, and we want funding bodies to help us in this. We want to try to get funding moving, because if companies don't have access to credit, they're not going to be able to achieve that level of reactivation that we want across Latin America, because after this pandemic, after various political problems or social movements or natural disasters, we have found ourselves in a situation that has destabilized the financial system. So at this point in time, with this program, we have another program for financial support. We have a markets program that facilitates access to these markets. And this is just so that these companies don't only have access to funding, but also access to funding through public purchasing maybe. And there again, we're looking at private purchasing. We have another platform where we're working with large companies as purchasers and small companies, which might be those that can provide various products to those large companies, but that's also cross-cutting. and they are self-regulating. So, for example, in some countries, I don't know how long it takes for a large company to pay a small company, but in Peru, this is automatically regulated so that it's no more than 30-day payment schedule. And that's an initiative from big companies trying to reactivate the market, especially the financial market. Thank you.
Minister Montero, if I can ask you how middle-income countries tap into financial means and investments, those needed for structural transformation.
Thank you. On this issue of financing, this is a major challenge. For example, in small island countries, we have projects are fairly small when it comes to attracting international investment. But at the same time, they are fairly demanding for the local financing system. We have a lot to do when it comes to efforts to integrate our infrastructure, but we also have to service our debt, and that limits the access to investment money. We have to find innovative solutions for financing. We have a plan that we've worked up. We have our requirements till the year 2030. This involves almost 20% of the GDP of the country. And we've found a solution which is a blend of public-private resources and grant money as well. So that's the mix. With this mix, we've practically ensured the financing of the public financing of our country up until 2030. We have to have public investment into strategic projects for storage, for example. We don't have water, we have the sun and the wind, and these are changing resources because we don't have sun in the evening. We usually have a lot of wind, but wind velocities are unpredictable, so you have to have technical resources to and storage possibilities to allow for progress to be made. And this is what we're prioritizing. All of the sun and wind parks are private initiatives, and we are creating conditions to attract investment to these enterprises and to make sure that in regulatory terms the system is viable. And certainly, as I've already said, international partners and organizations and the grants are very important.
I want to ask whether you also find it a challenge to attract finance, or have you been able to secure routes where it's more possible for you to do that?
Well, when it comes to access to finance, I think we have to see in 3 dimensions. First of all, to attract FDIs. And in particular to this the last strategy, the government strategy has been to also direct public assets in the right and proper way into higher value development with the right FDIs, and being definitely an attraction for many sectors, energy including, but also agriculture. The second is pushing the financial system into supporting entrepreneurs into this transformation challenges and gaps we discussed in the first question. It's not easy to support, in particular, outstanding portfolio growth, which over the last 10 years had remained quite low when it comes to agriculture because of its risks related. But government has supported with sovereign guarantees in concepts together with EBRD, for example, joining forces to guarantee schemes so that the banks could mitigate risks through this important aspect that government support access to finance. Of course, it needs more than just money allocation or guarantee allocation. It needs a good business plan. It needs a good business model.
As with any
and when it comes to the right business model, yes, I think it's important that we look at the single market opportunities we have through the EU integration to implement the right standards. And in this particular last, I'm very grateful. We had a great journey with EU support, in particular with grants, Part 2, despite certain issues that we are trying to learn upon and improve our institution.
Minister, can I pause you there? Sorry to be so rude to do that, but we're going to lose our translators. So I just wanted to quickly get last comment from the panel in about 10 seconds, if we can, just to really talk about the role that UNIDO can play in helping in your growth. And if we start with Minister Berry, first of all. Let's see how good you are at the timing.
Bueno, trato de...
Well, I'll try to be very brief. I think that for Uruguay, in my case, although we all have different realities in our countries, we will go from being considered to be a high-income country in an international setting. Although this is what we considered as, this has given us challenges when it comes to accessing incentives to fund programs that multilateral organisations drive through, and that's been really important to us. So how do we ensure that middle-income countries or high-income countries can have access to that credit? That's absolutely essential.
Again, the question, can you ask me?
Just how UNIDO can help in future with your growth.
UNIDO can help a lot in my country because, as we said it, and I'm going to say it again, our model is a little bit different than any model in the world, and we need a lot of support in many aspects with UNIDO and many other multinational organizations because of the situation, especially in the banking system. As you know, we don't have a banking system today. We need a lot of financial support. That's mean our industry or our economy, it's working without banking. It's all working on their own private capital. So this is the main issue. So this is where we need, like EBRD or many World Bank or any other institution to help us with the financial, because this is what can give us growth. And from with UNIDO, we need a lot of support in the electricity and in the training and sectors, and that's
Minister,
it. I'm going to make it short. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just come to Minister Chokohanka for the same question. What future role UNIDO can play? If you could be brief, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Well, yes, I'll be very brief. I think that UNIDO should continue helping with projects that we're working on, and there are lots of these, because if we start by, and as I said in my statement, by ensuring that we have stronger consolidated companies, that's going to help us a lot. Why? Because small and medium enterprises, micro enterprises that need funding, firstly need to be consolidated. They need to be prepared so that they can return this funding. UNIDO plays a very important role in this, and the other role needs to be played by government. Thank you.
Joe, same question to you.
C'est sur le...
In this process, UNIDO can help in strengthening our institutional capacity. We have projects here, and to mobilize resources within the cooperation programs that we have going. Thank you.
The final word to you.
In three aspects, in particularly in supporting value chain creation, infrastructure when it comes to quality and standard provision, and market access. Thank you.
Thank you. And you get the prize for being the shortest in your answer. Please join me in thanking the panel for taking us quite an in-depth discussion on this very important topic. Put your hands together for them, please, to show appreciation. Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. Thank you all.
Muy bien. Más eficiente el uso de voy a ir al baño a probar la
Today we celebrate 111 years of independence. Día de Independencia. Hoy.
Felicitaciones.
Pero vengo para Uruguay natural, todo el mundo natural. Okay? Very nice to meet you.
My pleasure. Acá está también el celular y atrás.
Y te mando un mensaje o WhatsApp.
Yo me quedo con ¿Cómo le va?
Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you. My card.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Thank you for
my card. Ya te la di.
Señor, can I take one picture, please?
Ya vamos a la foto.
The panel first, and then...
But also your problem seems very troubling.
Thank you very much. Yes. You get it to me. Yes. Waiting. Oh, please look at me. Perfect. Yes, of course.
Sí, tomamos una todos
Once again. Gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you. ¿Sí? ¿Me oyen? Me alegro mucho. A la orden. Ok, gracias. No, mucho gusto. No, hablamos portugués. Hablamos. Ya. Sí, claro, amigo, tiene. ¿Tiene todo? ¿No tiene nada allá? Sí, claro, lo conozco. Bueno, ocupó el lugar que yo tengo hoy. El mismo cargo que usted. Soy ministro de... Vaya para allá también. Amigo tuyo de bueno. Trabaja en la farma del sistema eléctrico. Una experiencia también. Sí, muy inteligente. La parte muy personal. No, yo la me mandas un mensaje. Bueno, un gusto, ¿eh? Ok, gracias. A la orden.